Gallery, a team called Kieni Delivery Team from Kieni constituency Nyeri. I've been requested by the member for Kieni to give him a minute to welcome his delivery team. Go ahead, Honorable Kieni.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity given to me to welcome the team that I work with in Kieni, in both arms of the galleries, from the Speaker's Gallery, from the Public Gallery and the Speaker's Gallery, our men and women from Kieni, who I know in their own terms and capacities, they have an equal opportunity to be members of parliament at different times, but for now they have given me an opportunity. No, I mean for now they have given me an opportunity to serve them as their member, knowingly that they have all the capacities to do so. It is just a great opportunity that they have given me. Mr. Speaker, sir, the team in this house is the team that helps us to run the constituency, and they had an opportunity today to be taken and to learn the operations of this house because they have been here for quite some time. And I want to thank the whole parliamentary team that have taken them through to know the registration purposes, the registration, the representation, and it was a good experience for them. And I want to thank, and I really want to appreciate that they have been given an opportunity. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I join you in welcoming them to the House of Parliament. Yes, Honorable Junet.
Shungwa. Mr. Speaker, I wish to seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sometimes back, I had requested a communication from you on matters relating on the bicameral parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Shungwa, Mr. Speaker, as you are aware that there were issues that were raised and our colleagues in the Senate went to court.
Order. Honorable Bukoso, take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes back, I had requested a communication from you.
It is actually pending.
It's pending, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on a judgment that was made by the Supreme Court concerning the conduct of the bicameral system, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that communication or that ruling, how you want to describe it, will be very important to us, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that has been pending since the new constitution, since we had a National Assembly and the Senate, Mr. Speaker. People encroaching on other people's work and territory, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even after the judgment of the Supreme Court, it's in bad faith for the Senate to go back again to the Supreme Court so that the Supreme Court can review their judgment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is really, really in bad faith because it is not the National Assembly that went to court. It is the Senate that went to court. They went to the High Court, they went to the Court of Appeal, and they ended up in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court did a judgment, Mr. Speaker. Now again, the Senate to go back to the Supreme Court so that the Supreme Court can review their judgment, Mr. Speaker, is really in bad taste and in bad faith, Mr. Speaker. If the Constitution has given you certain mandate and you're not satisfied with it, Mr. Speaker, the honorable thing to do is in the next election, you run for a seat that you think has the powers that you need, Mr. Speaker. You run as a member of National Assembly. You don't encroach on other people's constitutional mandate, Mr. Speaker. Because even us, as National Assembly, there are functions that we cannot do that belongs to the Senate. And they're very clear, Mr. Speaker. And there are functions that belong to the National Assembly. So if you feel, and there are functions that belong to governors, I cannot now masquerade as a governor. I can only be a member of the National Assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear. And to make it even better, there was a judgment from the Supreme Court that demarcated the boundaries of the two houses, Mr. Speaker, that money bill can originate only from the National Assembly. This and this can only be done by the National Assembly. Counties, bills that concern counties, there must be consultation between the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate. There is clarity now, Mr. Speaker, through that judgment. But when I was told the other day, Mr. Speaker, the Senate has filed another case, a petition in the Supreme Court, so that the Supreme Court can review that judgment, Mr. Speaker, I really felt that is in bad taste. That is undermining the operations of the Parliament as a whole, not only as the Senate, Mr. Speaker. And if a senator feels that the Senate does not have enough work or does not have enough power, then come where power is. Mr. Speaker, some of the jurisdictions in the world, you know, the Senate only sits quarterly. 3 months, they sit only once to look at issues that concern, elderly people and, this kind of things, Mr. Speaker. So I don't want to go that direction, Mr. Speaker, but what I want to say is that let us stick to the judgment of the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, and I request you, many of our members here have not read the judgment, or maybe they have not taken time to go through it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to beseech you so that you can condense it in few words, the judgment, so that we know next time we don't encroach to what belongs to all the people and what belongs to the youth, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, majority.
Honorable Speaker, let me join the leader of minority in expressing concern over that issue. But Honorable Speaker, I want to take a different trajectory because we have been through this since the advent of the bicameral parliament after the 2010 constitution in 2013. And fortunately, myself and Honorable Junet were in that first parliament of the bicameral parliament post the 2010 constitution. Honorable Speaker, this is an issue that every house, every parliament since the 11th parliament has had to deal with. But I must congratulate you, Honorable Speaker, and the current Speaker of the Senate, because at least in this 13th parliament, you have endeavored to make sure that there isn't too much friction between the two houses. But clearly, there are forces still within the institution of parliament that do not want peace. The Honorable Junet is saying there are dark forces, and there must be very dark forces, Honorable Speaker, that do not want peace. Honorable Speaker, there is a thing that circulates on social media where someone says, I don't want peace. And it looks like there are people within this institution of parliament, especially the other house, who do not want peace between the bicameral houses of parliament. But Honorable Speaker, I was saying I want to take a different trajectory because you sit at a different place from the Speaker of the Senate. You are the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Being the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, Honorable Speaker, and having a bigger representation from this house in the Parliamentary Service Commission, you stand at a pivotal place to ensure that we do not spend any more resources prosecuting cases in court over issues that as leaders we can settle amicably, Honorable Speaker. Because it makes no point for taxpayers' money that has been appropriated by this house to the Parliamentary Service Commission to be expended on lawyers in court to go and review a matter that was already resolved by the Supreme Court, Honorable Speaker. If there is no greater wastage of public resources, I do not know what we would call this, Honorable Speaker. And I want to call on you, Honorable Speaker, as the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, to call to order the accounting officer in the Senate, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that no public resources are expended. If senators want a review of that judgment by the Supreme Court, let them contribute from their salaries, Honorable Speaker. Because the provisions of Article 109, 110, and 111 of the Constitution, all the way to 114 on money bills, Honorable Speaker, are so explicit that you do not need to have gone to any law school. I have never been to law school, Honorable Speaker. I only studied commercial law and the law of tort when I was doing my commercial law in my CPA studies.
You studied rudimentary law.
Let me not call it rudimentary law, Honorable Speaker. At least I studied some commercial law, basic law. And the basic elements of law, Honorable Speaker, you do not need to be a lawyer to be able to interpret Article 109, 110, 111, and 114 of our Constitution. How many bills have we returned, Honorable Speaker, from this house because they have come with a money bill effect, contrary to the provisions of Article 109 and 114 of our Constitution. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the minority leader. As much as we are waiting for your communication on that matter, please, as the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, move the Parliamentary Service Commission to embargo any expenditure on matters to do with court cases between the Senate and the National Assembly. If that is not possible, Honorable Speaker, from your position as chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, we would stand guided because we appropriate money to the commission. We can do what we need to do at budget making process, even as we go to the supplementary budget, to make sure that we do not appropriate resources to be spent in court on lawyers, Honorable Speaker, over things that we can resolve here. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Robert, I don't want to escalate this. I want it. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this matter that has been raised by the minority leader is an important issue because, Mr. Speaker, from 2010 or 2013 when the new bicameral system started, you notice not only have we had very many cases that have been taken to court, but there is a clear attempt to belittle the House of the National Assembly by the Senate. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, right now that they have gone to Supreme Court again also shows the disrespect they also have for the rule of law. How do you go back to the Supreme Court? Why can't you not respect the Supreme Court ruling? So, Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate. Speaker, I think maybe what we have done, which is maybe in my opinion the mistake we've made, is that we have actually tried to babysit the Senate for a very long time. I have served, this is my 3rd term here. But one of the problems we've always had is that almost every bill that you pass, they want to go and make changes to it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we make these, you stand your ground and make sure that we do not baby them anymore. I think the support you give them, like every time they come to the Parliamentary Service Commission, they need support from you. You've given them the support. They needed to go out there and be able to go around their counties. You've given them the support to be able to go around. I think, Mr. Speaker, if we allow them to continue, the next thing they will tell us is that they want now a Parliamentary Service Commission for themselves. Mr. Speaker, put your foot down. Let us ensure that we treat them as equals to the National Assembly, not as superior to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'll give you direction in due course. Thank you, Honorable Junet, for raising. Actually, it's a reminder, something you had raised earlier. And they know that they are wrong. That's why they are even attempting to draft a constitution amendment bill to try and interfere with matters that are so clear in the Constitution. I can assure you they'll get nowhere. I'll give you direction. You could call it dead on arrival. Allow me to acknowledge Fra Junior School from Kipkelion East, Kericho. I welcome them to the House of Parliament and let them feel at home. Wangari? Majority Leader, you can bring in the Minister after Wangari's statement. We want...
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2B, as read together with Standing Order 179-14, I rise to make a statement regarding the conduct of the elections of select committees. Honorable Speaker, Standing Order 179-14 requires the chairperson of the liaison committee, by way of statement, to notify the House of a duly elected chairperson and vice chairperson of a committee when the House next sits after the conduct of an election. Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday, 29th July 2025, the House approved the appointment of members to serve in various committees as nominated by the Committee on Selection. Honorable Speaker, following the changes in the membership, the Clerk of the National Assembly, in exercise of the powers conferred under the provisions of Standing Order 179-2, declared vacancies in the offices of, number 1, chairpersons for the Public Petitions Committee and the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, and vice chairpersons for the Departmental Committee on Regional Development and the Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity. The clerk has also declared vacancies in the committees affected by the consequential changes. To facilitate elections, pursuant to Standing Order 179-2, the clerk appointed Tuesday, 5th August 2025 as the date for elections. Honorable Speaker, in line with the provisions of the standing orders, the affected committees conducted the elections of their chairpersons and vice chairpersons as scheduled, with the exception of the Public Petitions Committee and the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, whose elections were held on Wednesday 6th August and Wednesday 13th August 2025, respectively. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, I wish to report to the House that the 4 committees elected their leadership as follows. Number 1, the Honorable Eric Mushangi Njiro, CBS MP, was elected as the chairperson of the Committee on Public Petitions. Number 2, the Honorable Omondi Karoli, MP, was elected as the chairperson of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. Number 3, the Honorable Liza Chelule Chepkorir, MP, was elected as the vice chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development. And finally, the Honorable Madenge Duncan Maina, MP, was elected as the vice chairperson of the Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity. Finally, Honorable Speaker, may I take this opportunity to congratulate all the honorable members who have been elected and vested with the responsibilities of being chairpersons and vice chairpersons of the 4 committees. I urge them to use their leadership offices to efficiently discharge the mandate of this House through the respective committees for the welfare of our people and the advancement of the prosperity of our nation. I once again congratulate and wish them well. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I similarly congratulate them and wish them well, particularly the chair for public petitions. I hope he'll bring a difference to that committee. Bowen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration, National Security regarding the disappearance of one Mr. Kimtai Betwell Jesir, ID number 11339697. Honorable Speaker, on the 7th of August 2025, Mr. Kimtai Betwell Jesir, the national ID number 11339697, a resident of Marakwet East, was forcefully abducted by unknown assailants under unclear circumstances. This incident was prompted and reported at Kaptagat police station and recorded under the OB number 2728/7/8/2025. However, despite the fact that the official report was made, Mr. Jesir's whereabouts remains unknown up to date. And Mr. Speaker, neither his family nor the public have received any substantive updates from the relevant security agencies. The enforced disappearance has caused a profound distress to his immediate family and the wider people of Marakwet East. It's also intensified existing concerns regarding the safety and the security of our citizens and the adequacy of government response. Honorable Speaker, 5 days since the person disappeared, and his family remains, his whereabouts remains unknown. This has caused, Mr. Speaker, a distress to the family, raising questions regarding the protection and the fundamental rights guaranteed under the Article 29 of our Constitution. The lack of transparency, accountability, and the prompt action not only erodes the public confidence in the security institutions, but also threatens the very fundamental foundations of our democracy. Enforced disappearance, Honorable Speaker, contradicts to the principles of the rule of law and democratic governance to which the nation is committed. Mr. Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Committee of Administration and National Security on the following. 1. The comprehensive report on the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of one Kimtai Betwell Jesir, national ID number 11339697. Number 2, the actions being taken by the Ministry of Interior and the National Administration to ensure that Mr. Jesir is expediently traced and reunited with his family and the perpetrators be brought to a book. And the last, Honorable Speaker, the measures put in place by the Ministry of Interior and the National Administration to ensure the safety of innocent Kenyans and the security of residents of Marakwet East constituency in order to prevent further abduction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Konzirai, why can't I finish with this statement first? Yes. Tongoyo, you've heard, and your minister is also here. Can you bring a response? If what he's saying is true,
Yeah.
that this man was abducted by armed hoodlums, then his life is in danger. Can you bring a preliminary report on Tuesday?
Honorable Speaker, I think taking advantage of the minister here, I'm sure he has had it. Maybe we can process a preliminary one and maybe have a comprehensive once we resume from the recess.
Yes. Once you identify that he's alive,
Yeah.
and he's somewhere where you can release him to his family,
Yeah.
the details on why it happened can come later.
And the minister, Honorable Speaker, is listening as well.
Yes, Gonzirai, you are asking about the disappeared person.
Yes, the abducted
The
person that
minister is here.
Ja-
Take your seat. I'll give you an opportunity at some point to ask him. Yes, Bowen, I've directed that a preliminary response be brought on Tuesday afternoon.
Mr. Speaker, because the CS is here, maybe if he has any clue of it, because Mr.
That
Speaker.
is an ambush. They will bring a response on Tuesday. We have many questions the minister is going to ask, but if it's gratuitous
Most
enough
obliged to Mr. Speaker.
and he has
Thank
the
you.
facts, he happens to come from the same county as yourself, if he knows, there is no chair here. Yes, Tongoyo?
Speaker, I think the issue of Bowen that has been sorted. Honorable Speaker, I just need your indulgence. There was a petition that has been written to this House by two petitioners from Narok County. One, Anthony Clerai.
We are long past petition.
That is why you saw me consulting with the director, Honorable Speaker.
Can you raise it tomorrow?
Okay, well guided, Speaker.
Please do raise it tomorrow.
Okay.
We are now on a different order. Sometimes when you don't catch the speaker's eye, you see many of your colleagues walk up to the chair to alert the speaker that I have a burning issue, and I give them an opportunity. So next time you can do that. Yes, Sane, what is itching you?
Thanks for your kindness, Speaker. In the last sitting, the temporary Speaker, Honorable Wagari, did give an instruction that there should be an addendum to today's questions regarding the CS who is in the House, and that addendum regarding a missing person Wajir North is not listed. I seek your indulgence that I be allowed to ask the same. Sir.
I will allow you at an appropriate time.
Thank you.
Minister, welcome to the House. We are now at question time. Honorable members, we had directed that we have the Minister or the CS for Education. He has indicated that he's closing some public event in Meru and has requested that we indulge him to come to the House at a different time. In any case, the pressure was about the event that is closing today as to why the children who went to Meru were not facilitated. Be that as it may, the matter remains alive. I have been advised by the majority leader that he may move the House to sit the whole of next week. If he does so, then Owen Bayer, you are directed to get the Minister for Education here on Wednesday afternoon to respond to that issue. Yes, Major Dong, I give you 3 minutes to present your statement very quickly. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise pursuant to the Provision Standing Order number 44-2C. I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Education regarding the status of conversion of SVAC Community School in Embakasi Central Constituency to a public primary school. Honorable Speaker, SVAC Community School is the only school serving densely populated area of Matopeni Spring Valley Ward in Embakasi Central constituency. For many years, the school has been sustained through efforts and sacrifices of the local community and well-wishers. However, due to growing financial challenges against increasing demand, the community is no longer in a position to support the institution's operation sustainability. Following several community meetings to chart the way forward on the sustainability of the school, a resolution was made on June 2024 that the ownership and management of the school be formally transferred to the national government. The resolution and supporting document, including minutes and official correspondences, were duly submitted to the Sub-County Director for Education and the Deputy County Commissioner, requesting the necessary administrative action to convert the school into a public primary school. Honorable Speaker, despite this clear community consensus in public interest and procedural compliance, the process of converting the school remains incomplete. As a result, the school continues to struggle operationally and financially, threatening the light of education for children currently enrolled in the school. Most critically, interventions to upgrade the infrastructure through public resources, including from the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF, cannot be made since the school remains categorized as a community institution. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. Number one, to provide a clear status and update on the conversion process of SVAC Community School to a public primary school. Number two, the steps being taken to expedite its registration and gazettement as a public primary school to pave way for government funding, including through NGCDF, for essential infrastructure development. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want the chairperson confirmation on the plans in place to deploy trained teachers and provide adequate learning materials to SVAC Community School upon conversion to a public institution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Major Dong. Education Chair, Vice Chair, Majority Leader, there you are again with your missing chairs.
Honorable Speaker, we can do this. I think it's a simple matter, and I think the Honorable Meli would dispose of this matter by Tuesday. I'll be in touch. I'll be in touch with him, Honorable Speaker.
Tuesday afternoon.
Sure, yeah.
Now we got questions. The first question 008 by 2025, stroke 2025, sorry. Kimani Kuria, MP for Molo. Minister, welcome to the House. You are not a stranger here. You are a former member of the other House, and you have been here many times. You're welcome to answer questions precisely, concisely. And members, today I'll be very strict. To every question, a supplementary and one joy rider. No more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the following? One, provide details on the state of security in this country, including steps being taken by the ministry to avert death and destruction of property, especially during demonstrations. Number two, to outline actions being taken to forestall the destruction of property and death during demonstrations. And three, indicate when the government will apprehend the culprit or culprits responsible for financing and mobilizing of demonstrations that led to deaths and destruction of property, especially on the 25th of June 2025 and the 7th of July 2025.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first let me start by Let me start by apologizing for being unable to attend the last two sessions as per your invitation, and thank the House for the indulgence for allowing me to attend to the other national security duties, including an engagement that involved the President of Uganda, which ensured that we were unable to be here as requested. So, Mr. Speaker, you know that anytime I'm invited to come to the House, I take great joy and appreciation, and I have great support for this august House and utmost respect for its duties and my responsibilities to appear before you. So, Mr.
Apology
Speaker,
taken. Now answer
you.
the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the question raised by the Honorable Kimani Kuria, part one is on the state of security in the country, including steps being taken by the National Police Service to avert death and destruction of property during demonstrations. Honorable Speaker, since last year, the country has witnessed a series of protests across various counties following calls for anti-finance bill demonstrations, which culminated in the protest of the 25th June 2024 and resulted in unfortunate fatalities and destruction of property. In 2025, despite a general return to normalcy, political actors renewed online mobilization efforts calling for fresh demonstrations. Mobilizations was largely conducted through social media platforms using hashtags, Mr. Speaker, such as Occupy State House, Occupy Everywhere, Syrian in numbers, 77 in numbers, among others. Despite advice by police commanders, no prior notification was submitted to the police by the organizers as required by law. Consequently, the National Police Service only became aware of the planned protest through media, prompting the police to prepare the necessary security plans to maintain public safety and restore order. In other cases, some organizers assured security agencies that the demonstration would be peaceful. However, Mr. Speaker, contrary to these utterances and assurances, the protests quickly escalated into chaos and violence, culminating in incidences of looting, arson, and widespread destruction of public and private property. The protests were further characterized by widespread acts of lawlessness, which led to torching of 9 police stations and posts, Deputy County Commissioner's office, and court buildings. In addition, numerous supermarkets and private business premises were vandalized and looted, resulting in significant economic losses and disruption of essential services. In particular, Mr. Speaker, during Sabasaba, demonstrations and 25 lives were lost, with 45 civilians and 170 police officers injured. Key among the government offices and premises that were damaged in the 2 demonstrations include the Assistant Chief's Office, Molo Ward Administrator Office, and Molo Railway Station, Nakuru County, Office of the Women Representative in Kisii County, NCPB Sagana Administration Block. And on 25th June, Mr. Speaker, we regrettably lost lives, and close to 600 others were injured, including 496 law enforcement officers. Public facilities also bore the brunt of the destruction, including Dagoretti Police Post, where the criminals stole guns and razed residential buildings housing the police families. In Kikuyu, a mob attacked government offices, torching Kikuyu Police Station, the sub-county headquarters, National Registration Bureau offices, county government offices, Assistant Chief's Office, the Kenya Forest Service Office, Kikuyu Law Courts, as well as Dagoretti Police Post and police lines. They also partially destroyed the Kikuyu Sub-County Probation Office and damaged 4 motor vehicles belonging to Dagoretti Police Post, including that of other officer in charge. Other property destroyed in the Dagoretti Police Post, Mr. Speaker, includes 3 Probox vehicles, 1 double cabin, county government vehicle, a school bus, and 14-seater matatu that were parked within the police station. 5 guns were also stolen in Dagoretti Police Post, as I said. Another 4 firearms were burned in Gashui Police Post. One of the guns stolen in Dagoretti on 25th of June was used to commit robbery in Naivasha the following day. Further, on June 25th, a rowdy group of youth attacked Matu Police Station leaving 8 officers injured and several government vehicles damaged. The building housing the station was also destroyed. 18 suspects were charged in connection with this particular attack. In Machakos County, Mr. Speaker, 66 suspects linked to the torching of a gas tanker along Kitui Road on 7th July were arrested and charged. In another attack, arsonists invaded and burned Olkalau police station along, Mr. Speaker, killing 3 suspects who were in custody. They also torched 26 vehicles, 18 county government motorbikes, burned down an exhibit store, and destroyed a reporting office. In Nakuru County, Mr. Speaker, Viwandani patrol base in Naivasha was burnt while firearm loaded with 20 rounds of ammunition was snatched by criminals at Shauri Moyo. Several other security installations across the country were attacked, leaving citizens exposed. A total of 16 police stations and posts were either burned or destroyed, and on the 2 days of terror. In Naivasha, Nakuru County, goons looted stock from Naivas, Power Star, and Ketia supermarket, and thereafter set ablaze Power Star supermarket. A total of 100 people were arrested and charged with various crimes in relation to these acts of criminality. In Ruiru, Mr. Speaker, within Kiambu County, a similar fate befell Quickmart and Carrefour supermarkets, where goons stole property worth millions of shillings after breaking windows and destroying CCTV cameras in the establishments. A total of 86 arrests were made in relation to the crimes committed on various charges were preferred. Naivas supermarket within Nyeri town was also broken into and goods worth millions of shillings carted away. 21 suspects have been arrested in connection with this crime. On the same day, a group of rioters invaded Mountain Mall within Kasarani area in Nairobi County, where they looted goods from Naivas supermarket and other shops and the mall. 3 suspects were arrested and arraigned accordingly. At Kidurai 44 area, another set of criminals invaded Kismat supermarket. In Eldoret, goons broke into Ketia supermarket and stole goods worth millions of shillings. 12 suspects were arrested and arraigned in court. In Meru, a group of thugs set ablaze Muguna supermarket using suspected petrol bombs. The criminal elements also stole alcoholic drinks from 7-Eleven bar. Selenite supermarket was not spared the looting and mayhem. 40 suspects were arrested in Meru in relation with these criminal acts. In Kirinyaga County, 21 suspects linked to the looting at Nice supermarket in Muir Town were arraigned. Gangs also torched the Kirinyaga Central NGCDF office, leading to the arrest and arraignment of 4 suspects. In Kikumo Town, mobs broke into County supermarket and stole goods worth millions of shillings. 2 suspects were arrested and arraigned in connection with this incident. In another incident, Mr. Speaker, marauding gangs stormed the operating theater of the Kitengela Sub-County Hospital, interrupting an emergency cesarean section and terrorizing patients and medical staff. 2 suspects were arrested and arraigned in court. Evidently, all these events were well orchestrated and coordinated by certain actors with the intention of inciting unrest, destabilizing public order, and undermining national stability. In light of this evolving landscape of demonstrations, and more so the violent nature of the protests that proved to be a threat to national security, the National Police Service being constitutionally mandated to enforce law and order, Mr. Speaker, responded by implementing measures to forestall violence and violence and damage to property. The role of police in managing demonstrations is guided by the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, the Public Order Act, Cap 56, and the National Police Service Act of 2011. Article 37 of the Constitution of Kenya provided everyone has a right to assemble, to demonstrate, picket, present petition to public authorities, peaceful and unarmed. However, this right is not absolute and is subject to limitations provided for under Article 24 of the Constitution, which permits reasonable and justifiable limitation in a democratic society, e.g. to protect public order, public safety, and rights of others. The Public Order Act also provides the same, Mr. Speaker. And I have reproduced, Mr. Speaker, at length the various provisions of the Public Order Act, and I don't wish to read any further. The statement will be circulated, Mr. Speaker, which includes what of importance is the members of public are required to provide and present a notification to police officers at least 3 days before any such demonstrations. Mr. Speaker, at least 3 days, but not more than 14 days before the event. And Mr. Speaker, that must be in writing, who is coming to protest, the names, the estimated number, the routes, and so forth, Mr. Speaker. And the police may acknowledge the same. And this is not done so that we can give the right to demonstrations, basically, to ensure that the police officers are prepared to provide security during such demonstrations. So on part 2 of the question, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member would like to know on the actions being taken to forestall the destruction of property and death during demonstrations. And Mr. Speaker, the ministry remains steadfast in this commitment to safeguard lives and property during demonstrations through the following measures. Number 1, intensified both mobile and foot patrols in targeted areas to enhance visibility, deter criminal elements, and detect early signs of unrest. 2, intensified efforts to lobby for more budgetary allocation from the National Treasury to meet its logistical and operational requirements, hence rapid deployment capabilities during demonstrations. Number 3, embraced modern policing technologies such as CCTV surveillance, drone monitoring, digital communication systems, and incident mapping tools to monitor crowds, track threats in a real time, and coordinate timely intervention, ultimately enhancing the effectiveness of law enforcement during protests. 4, leverage on real-time intelligence, informer networks, and surveillance tools to identify planned disturbances and criminal elements before they mobilize. 5, engage with community leaders, civil society, and Nyumba Kumi clusters to help gather early warning information and promote peaceful resolution before protests escalate. And finally, Mr. Speaker, issue advanced public advisories and engage through media to encourage people demonstrations and warn against unlawful activities. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, as a deterrent measure, also arresting and prosecuting perpetrators in good time is extremely important in forestalling a repeat of same incidences. The next part is the honourable member would like to know when the government will apprehend the culprits responsible for financing and mobilizing during demonstrations that led to the destruction of property. And July 7th this year. Mr. Speaker, the National Police Service initiated investigations into a range of offences committed during the recent demonstrations. The investigations aim to identify individuals who loss of lives and injuries to civilians and police officers. In the course of these investigations, the service has obtained several financial statements and data linked to persons of interest, which are currently undergoing forensic analysis. Additionally, information relating to the registration particulars of companies, non-governmental organizations, and societies believed to have played roles, and non-governmental organizations and societies which are believed to have played a role in facilitating the protest has been acquired. The National Police Service is working in close collaboration with various government agencies and stakeholders to expedite investigations. These include the National Transport and Safety Authority, the National Registration Bureau, the Communication Authority, the National Intelligence Service, the Registrar of Companies, the Financial Reporting Center. So far, preliminary analysis of this evidence gathered have led to the identification of several persons of interest believed to have participated in illegal acts during demonstration and those linked to the funding and mobilization of the demonstrators. About 1,500 people have been arrested countrywide and are facing various charges including terrorism, murder, robbery with violence, sexual assault, arson, malicious damage to property, and targeted attacks on strategic infrastructure. The police have also arrested and arraigned 15 individuals across the country associated with the planning and mobilization have since been charged with various offences, including offences under the Prevention of Terrorism Act, unlawful assembly, participation in unauthorized demonstrations, incitement to violence, organizing unlawful protest, destruction of public property, arson, malicious damage to property, aiding and abetting unlawful acts, unlawful possession of ammunition, unlawful possession of tear gas canisters. Investigation to identify additional financiers and mobilizers of the protest and arraign them before the court are ongoing. I submit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Yes, the first shot goes to the questioner. Kimani, you are satisfied? If you are, we give way to somebody else.
I think the statement is quite comprehensive, but we really urge the National Police Service to make sure there is protection of lives and property. The rights of protesters should be protected, but so should the rights of the other citizens. And this issue of attacking people, their persons, their personal property because of a national matter must really come to an end. It's very, very unfortunate, and we are hoping that the Minister will put all effort necessary to make sure, yes, as much as the rights of the protesters are protected, the properties and the rights of other citizens are protected as well. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Robert Mbui. Let me have Robert Mbui before I come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do sympathize, of course, with the rights of people being trampled on and the property that is destroyed. But Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the CS, because he's been on record on these matters, how will you deal with the police officers that would shoot demonstrators when it is on record that none other than the President, yourself, and a high-ranking member of this House have actually given instructions, shoot on sight, to our police officers?
KJ.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. And I must commend Waziri for the response that he's made to the House. And Mr. Speaker, allow me, we might not be, as a country, we should not be like the warthog to forget too quickly. I think there's commendation that needs to go to Waziri, being the most immediate former Minister for Sports, for being able to play a part in delivering CHAN, in delivering the elections at FKF, getting us a good team, and the results that we are seeing. Waziri, you deserve some accolades for the work you did in your short stint as Minister for Sports. We are seeing the results. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as Waziri has indicated, Dagoretti South constituency received a disproportionately higher share of the violence, especially on the 25th of June last year, 25th of June this year, and on the 7th, Sabasaba, and in part because being in Nairobi, when there are protests in the city, some of our officers are deployed in the city center and some of our institutions are left exposed. But Mr. Speaker, I want to commend Waziri because immediately on the following day, he was in Dagoretti, he was on the ground, he made responses, and my question is in two parts. My question is, would Waziri tell us what it shall take for us to get officers at Mudhoa Police Station? Mudhoa Police Station is not too far away from Dagoretti Police Station. Dagoretti Police Station carries our name, but administratively it is in Kikuyu. However, in the absence of Kengongo, which we call Dagoretti Police Station, that whole area now is totally exposed. But the people of the area have given land. The constituency, through NGCDF, has already constructed a police post as Mudhoa. These police posts would serve as a good center for security officers if only some officers would be deployed to the Mudhoa Police Station and a beefing up of Matini Police Station. So, Mr. Speaker, because the stations are already complete, I just need to know from Waziri, what shall it take to have police officers deployed to Mudhoa Police Station and the beefing up of police officers and police equipment like cars to Matini Police Station? I really thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to joyride on this question. Thank you very much.
Minister. Hold, Minister, hold. Mukunji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I'm one of those people that were arrested during Sabasaba. And Honorable Speaker, I was on my way, trying to make my way through Thika Road, and police officers, close to 40 of them, from nowhere came, arrested me without telling me exactly what I have done. They intimidated me, took me to a police station in Gatundu, and without even writing anything in the OB, Honorable Speaker, I was put in a cell alone. Anybody who came inside to ask whether I'm in that place, Honorable Speaker, was told I'm not around. And it's until around 7 p.m. when I heard people shouting outside that, Honorable Speaker, I shouted from the cell to say, Honorable Speaker, that I'm in that police station without knowing exactly what has been written. Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the CS, and Honorable Speaker, I feel sad because while a statement...
Ask him a question.
Yes, while a statement is talking of some sort of hard work he's doing, there is a use of this issue of demonstrations to fight against some political opponent. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask Waziri to be genuine on matters to do with fighting criminals. And Honorable Speaker, I want you to know, I want to actually Waziri to tell me under what circumstance are people who are found in demonstrations, and it happens that during demonstrations there happens to be destruction of property, and I'm not void to say pole to anybody who has lost property during this time. But Honorable Speaker, there is a squeeze and a push on intimidation.
You are making a statement instead of asking a question. This is question
I'm getting to the question, Honorable Speaker.
I've given you time to ask him a question.
I want to ask Waziri whether, while he is giving statistics, and I have seen many young people in Kahawa being charged with terrorism. Of course, that is a case that is under court and cannot be discussed. But, Honorable Speaker, I want to ask, is he genuine to actually push for such enormous charges? Charges that we know, Honorable Speaker, are charged to people like Osama bin Laden. Honorable Speaker,
Osama bin Laden
was
never charged anywhere.
But he is a terrorist, we know that, and Al-Shabaab and other people.
We have no evidence.
Kahawa Law Court is known to be a special court.
Yes.
When you're taken there, Honorable Speaker, it means you are either being charged with terrorism or drug trafficking, Honorable Speaker. I want to ask Waziri to be genuine and make sure that while he is fighting on these matters to do with clear demonstrations and clean demonstrations, he is not using it against political opponents, and he is not being misused to fight political opponents, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, you can answer that now.
Mr. Speaker, let me first start by appreciating the questions raised and thank Honorable Kimani for reiterating that we must put a lot of effort to protect both protesters and those who do not want to engage in protest by ensuring that their properties are safe. Mr. Speaker, sorry, I'm trying to open a document somewhere, but I'll come to that later. Mr. Speaker, on the question of, and therefore I take the comment from the Honorable Kimani very seriously. Number two is, Mr. Speaker, yes, I'm now there. The Speaker, on the, how do you deal with police officers who shoot and kill people, as Honorable Robert Mbui has raised? And first of all, let me say that the Constitution and the law provides for instances of limitation of the right to life. And Mr. Speaker, it's very clear from the Constitution and also from the law. I issued a directive to the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Speaker, my first of that kind, which is the directive, Mr. Speaker, I was trying to look for, which is a policy directive number 1 of 2015 on the use of force and the use of firearm. Mr. Speaker, in this directive, I made it clear in writing to reiterate what I verbally pronounced when I was in Kikuyu, that police officers have a right to protect themselves when their lives are in danger, or when the life of any citizen of this country is in danger. Mr. Speaker, I also explained how they can use force, why they must not use excessive force where there is no danger to life. And I further also explained, Mr. Speaker, what measures we should take, National Police Service should take in this directive to the Inspector General of Police, which include, Mr. Speaker, deploying only officers that are mentally sound, that, Mr. Speaker, are not undergoing any stressful incidences or may have mental health challenges. I also said, Mr. Speaker, protective gear must be given to police officers. Further, I also explained that it is necessary for the National Police Service working together with the Attorney General to ensure that they protect police officers who may be sued or investigated, Mr. Speaker, as a result of protecting themselves or protecting their lives. Mr. Speaker, we have commenced that process, and all the police officers who are facing investigations and were charged for using force or firearm while they were performing their lawful duties, Mr. Speaker, now have a right to be represented by the Attorney General or lawyers from the National Police Service. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I made the statement consciously, knowing that the responsibility to hold police officers accountable is with the IPOA, and this is the ministry that has a policy responsibility to ensure that police officers are responsible. In our Jukwaa la Usalama forum, where we have been meeting all the OCSs in every county, and the sub-county commanders and the county commanders and county security teams, I have also made it clear that the police officers should be respectful to the people of Kenya, should not apply excessive force, and they should protect themselves, Mr. Speaker, when their lives are in danger. I know this conversation is at the context of a peaceful environment, or rather peaceful areas like Nairobi and other parts. But when I went to places like Samburu, Tana River, Turkana, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, this conversation changes because the life-threatening environment that the police officers operate, Mr. Speaker, suddenly the use of force becomes something else, especially if you are in the border of Kitui and Tana River and you're facing serious acts of banditry with very armed characters invading police stations and targeting civilians. You quickly see, even political leaders, their perspective of use of force changes quickly when you take them to Malaso Valley or La Pendera or other parts of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, the directive I gave is uniform. It's not just for protests. It's for all instances that police may face that situation. So, to Honorable Mbui, I am very conscious. As a lawyer, I'm very aware of my constitutional responsibilities, and I made sure that I put it in writing so that any citizen that wants to hold me accountable or before a court of law or parliament can pick the policy directive and quickly, Mr. Speaker, hold me to account. On the question of Mudhua Police Station, first of all, let me thank my friend Honorable KJ, because, Mr. Speaker, we are both sports enthusiasts. And so he's reminding me of my short stint in the sports sector, and maybe use that opportunity to tell him that he should help us to make sure that the fans on Sunday will, as much as possible, obey the CAF rules, because we love football. And I'm very happy with the work that was done by Honorable AJAABU and what is being done by Honorable Mvurya going forward. The Speaker, on the police station, I think I want to promise the Honorable Member that this is, once you've built a police station and it is available for us to support and deploy police officers, although we are facing strength challenges as we wait for the recruitment, we can have a conversation together, and we can facilitate a conversation between you and the office of the IG to see if we can make some deployment to that police station so that it can support the Dagoretti area, Dagoretti police station area. Kingongo, is it? Yes, the Kingongo area, Mr. Speaker, for the time being, because what people don't know, and I wonder why, at many times, human rights activists and many people are questioning police officers. They're not talking about these things. The Dagoretti police station, when it was banned, the police line was banned, where police officers were living with their families. and everything they had was razed down. In fact, most of the police officers jumped the fence, behind the fence there, and they were rescued by community on the other side and protected. Mr. Speaker, therefore, most of those police officers are traumatized. We had to take them for counseling and give them a break. Mr. Speaker, I know then the jurisdiction that was being covered by that police station is now void, and we can work together with the Member of Parliament from Dagoretti, even though the other side is Kikuyu constituency in Kiambu County. Police officers don't have to have county boundaries if they are enforcing the law to make sure that they protect the people. So we can have that conversation with the IG and support Honorable KJ upon completion of my presence here. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mukunji has raised an issue that is personal to him on a matter that is alive in court. Mr. Speaker, I am very restrained to say much because I am sure that Honorable Mukunji understands that I am not the judge, and he has a choice to either prosecute his case here in Parliament or prosecute it in a court of law, and therefore opening a gun of worms can possibly, Mr. Speaker, prejudice the trial, which involves fair trial on his part. But suffice to note, Mr. Speaker, that the National Police Service do not arrest anyone for political reasons, because the IG is not a politician. Neither is the DCI a politician, nor the National Police Service is not a political party. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no political scores to be settled. Mr. Speaker, they just do their job independently and constitutionally to make sure that, Mr. Speaker, the people of Kenya are protected. No, Mr. Speaker, I am sufficiently informed, Mr. Speaker, and as per the standing orders, yes, I cannot be informed.
You are not a debater in this house.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, lastly is to say that, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, what's your point of order?
Is the minister in order to say policemen don't arrest politicians, while in last Parliament, it is clear and is on record crying that he was being harassed by the regime then at that time, and that his people then were being harassed and arrested by policemen. Is he in order, Honorable Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary is not here as a former senator. He is here in his capacity as the Cabinet Secretary. So, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not here to answer my own questions. I ask questions that are asked by the Cabinet Secretaries. Mr. Speaker, and so I am...
Leave history to history books.
Yes, so we've come through all that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, just to use that opportunity, without really delving to the case of Honorable Mukunji, to remind the House that, Mr. Speaker, Prevention of Terrorism Act in section 3? Sorry, I had to Google because I was not prepared for it. Section 2, Mr. Speaker, on the part of definitions, define a terrorism act, Mr. Speaker, to be one, it says, means an act or a threat of action which involves the use of violence against a person, endangers the life of a person other than the person committing the action, creates a serious risk to the health and safety of the public or section of the public, result in serious damage to property, involves the use of firearm or explosives, involves the release of any dangerous, hazardous, toxic, or radioactive substance or microbial or other biological agent or toxin into the environment, interference with an electronic system resulting in the disruption of a provision of communication, financial, transport or other essential services, interference of and disrupt the provision of essential or emergent service, Mr. Speaker, like the medical case in Kitengela, interference or disrupt its provisions of essential or emergent services, prejudices national security or public safety. So, Mr. Speaker, it's in black and white. If your acts in any way involve use of force or violence, it is enough for you to be charged for terror. And, Mr. Speaker, you don't have to be Osama bin Laden to be a terrorist. It's enough, Mr. Speaker, once you invade a police station, burn a court, ban a supermarket, Mr. Speaker, ban government installation, create fear, use, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity you have to disrupt emergency services like medical services, transport. You are a terrorist. And so, Mr. Speaker, what's only remaining is to go through court process to find out whether Honorable Mukunji is culpable. Otherwise, the acts on their own, Mr. Speaker, especially financing, is even more serious, Mr. Speaker, if you are involved in it. And Mr. Speaker, it is laughable. These things are laughable until the day of conviction. You know, it's still jokes. Until, Mr. Speaker, when you are convicted of terror, then you realize the consequences that brings to you as a person and, Mr. Speaker, your loved ones or any other person associated to you. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish my friend the very best. When I met him first when he came to Parliament, he looked like a pastor, Mr. Speaker. I was then surprised that he was suspected of such very serious and heinous acts. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mark Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question 9 of 2025. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the circumstances, explain the circumstances that led to the death of Mr. Brian Luca Minor of ID number 33037-236, who lost his life during the recent demonstrations of 25th June 2025 and was reported at Molem Police Station under OB number 20/26/6/2025. To state the measures put in place to ensure the family of the victim is compensated for the loss of their kin, and 3, outline the steps taken by the government to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future and to guarantee safety, including protection of peaceful protesters during demonstrations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to respond as follows. Regarding the circumstances that led to the death of Brian Luca Minor of ID number 33037-236, who lost his life during the recent demonstrations, Mr. Speaker, Lydia Waithera, also known as Lydia Njoki Nduta, a resident of the KCC area, reported at Molem Police Station via OB number 20/26/6/2025 that her husband, Brian Luca Minor, deceased, left their residence on 25th of June 2025 at around 9 a.m. for Charina Stage, where he worked as a Kamangira, otherwise a tout actually, otherwise known as Kamangira. The deceased returned home at about 10 a.m. and handed her Kenya shillings 400, besides informing her that he was proceeding to the Central Business District to participate in demonstrations. Later that day, at about 3 p.m., the deceased was escorted home by his friend Brian Kiiga Mbugwa, who informed their wife that they had been among thousands of demonstrators at the CBD when the deceased was injured. There were, however, no visible injuries and Brian could not provide further details regarding the circumstances under which the deceased sustained the alleged injuries. The deceased complained of a severe headache, and at about 5 p.m., the headache persisted and he was therefore taken to Silent Hill Hospital within KCC area. Upon examination, he was referred to Metropolitan Hospital in Buruburu for a head CT scan. He was later returned to Silent Hill Hospital after the scan, but was pronounced dead upon arrival. DCI officers from Dandora commenced investigation into the incident via Molem Police Station Inquest number 4 of 2025. A request for a post-mortem examination was made to Kenyatta University Referral Hospital, where the body was preserved. The post-mortem was conducted on 27th of June 2025 by Dr. Ndekwa PM, who concluded that the cause of death was craniovertebral injuries due to severe blunt force trauma. Investigations are ongoing to unravel the circumstances of the injuries and possible suspects. Mr. Speaker, on measures put in place to ensure that the family of the victim is compensated for the loss of their kin, Mr. Speaker, the government has established, and that was the most recent, a formal mechanism to coordinate compensation for victims of demonstrations and riots held across the country. This presidential initiative will be coordinated by the Office of the President and will be supported by the Ministry of Interior, National Administration, and the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, regarding the steps taken by the government to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future and to guarantee safety, including protection of peaceful protesters during demonstrations. Mr. Speaker, let me first say, every time we come and read such stories, Mr. Speaker, it's not just a story. There are people behind it. There are families, wives, children, mothers, fathers, uncles, aunties, and so many other relatives and community. Mr. Speaker, it's very painful and very sometimes demoralizing to keep reading such kind of unfortunate deaths. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to even ask ourselves as Parliament, is it possible, Mr. Speaker, going forward, to have possible proper, coordinated, legally regulated protests so that, Mr. Speaker, we have processes that are regulated, the place, the time, and then we can provide resources, including police officers, to escort people. Can we, for once, have maandamano that ends up with shaking hands between police and citizens as they go home? It doesn't matter who was in office. The overall party leader of Honorable Mbui, who had asked a question earlier, was in the same post, was a president just the other day. And Mr. Speaker, it didn't matter the side where we were or where the others are at the moment. Can we, for once, as an entire Parliament and political, in a bipartisan manner, find ways of ensuring that protests can be peaceful in Kenya? That's all that really bothers me every day. Because, Mr. Speaker, let me say that police officers are not politicians. They are not pursuing a particular political agenda. But every time protests happen, they are the ones who are the most discussed. They are the ones who find themselves, they have committed offenses or suspected to commit offense. They are tired. They have to be in the streets for over 24 hours. Mr. Speaker, innocent young people are also finding the loss of life. Children and are left fatherless. Mr. Speaker, it is not acceptable. We just have to agree as a nation, somehow, in a bipartisan manner, that we can find a mechanism that makes protests peaceful. Mr. Speaker, and every time, what pains us from even the ministry, is every time we announce that whoever is preparing protests to tell us the time and the route, we are the same people who are elected who go public and say that our right cannot be regulated. We'll protest anywhere, anytime, the way we want. But, Mr. Speaker, neither us nor our children get injured in this protest. So, Mr. Speaker, we just have to think about how best we are going to deal with this issue. Of course, apart from an exception of Honorable Mbui and a few others, Mr. Speaker, I know that where Honorable Mbui was going to go, whom I sympathize with the situation he went through last time. But in most cases, it is the poor people who end up fatherless and suffer. So, Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to complying with the existing laws governing public order management and adhering to policy directives on the use of force through the following measures. 1, continuous training and professional development programs for police officers, which focuses on evolving trends, specialized techniques for riot management and other relevant areas to enhance operational effectiveness during demonstrations. 2, utilization of tools such as CCTV, surveillance, drone monitoring, digital communication system, and incidental mapping to monitor crowds, track real threats to real times, and coordinate timely interventions, thereby improving the effectiveness of law enforcement during protests. Even as the National Police Service prepared the same, I want to thank businesses across the country who have installed their own CCTVs. Because of the 1,500 people arrested, Mr. Speaker, most of them was as a result of CCTV cameras that are privately owned that helped us to see the people went to loot supermarkets, the people who, Mr. Speaker, committed certain offenses. Of course, media also helped, and filming by citizens, including the incident which I will answer later, that involved a young man who was shot, Mr. Speaker, and armed. So the presence of technology can be of great help. Mr. Speaker, engagement with community leaders like civil society organizations, Nyumba Kumi initiatives, to also ensure that there is an early warning systems. Issuance of advanced public advisories and use of media engagement to promote peaceful demonstration and warn against unlawful activities. We've been engaging the media to also exercise a lot of restraint and become responsible when they're reporting. Use of advanced, leveraging real-time intelligence, informer networks and surveillance systems to identify planned disturbances and criminal actors before mobilization. Arresting and prosecuting persons who engage in criminal activities that undermine law and order, including the planners and the financiers. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his response. Although, Honourable Speaker, there is an assumption that all victims of police brutality they died by either a bullet. And Honourable Speaker, my follow-up supplementary would be for the Cabinet Secretary to just confirm that it is true there are youths who died during the protests, and whether some of them died as a result of beatings. And here in Nairobi, Honourable Speaker, the police, and there was a special unit of goons who are operating with the police, and unfortunately this team beat some of these youths, and Brian, one of the youths who, there was a video even in town of him protesting at the time, and he's one of the youths who are beaten by the police and unfortunately died painfully much later in the day, Honourable Speaker. So we just want him to confirm that these are one of the victims who will also get compensation at the right time. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I just wish to ask the Cabinet Secretary to what measures is put in place to ensure the National Police Service or the police are there to High Court judgment or directive that required any policeman assigned for purposes of riots or demonstration should be easily identifiable. That's by name, they have a tag, they don't put on masks to conceal their faces, they don't put hoods to conceal their identity, and their uniform. Because, Honourable Speaker, we have seen so many plainclothes people, nobody knows whether they are security men or they are hooligans or the terrorists, as he calls them, working hand in hand with the police. And they ones are responsible for most of the deaths and the injuries to innocent demonstrators. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the CS.
Sorry, I thought you said Waziri.
My name is synonymous to Waziri, so sorry. Thank you, Speaker, for giving me the chance to ask, and thank you to the CS. I'm happy that you are going to compensate the victims. Matu lost 2 lives. But my question, what about those who lost properties? So can you clarify whether you are going to compensate those who lost properties? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary confirm to the House that the compensation mechanism that has been established will also cover police officers who were injured during the demonstrations, but also that the list of the civilians who will be compensated will be prepared largely by non-governmental organizations such as Independent Medical Legal Unit, Voice Africa, Kenya National Human Rights Commission, so that there is no discrimination among those who are to be compensated. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first let me say, yes, there are people who died in the demonstrations, not as a result of bullets, Mr. Speaker, but different injuries. You remember that, Mr. Speaker, there were all kinds of hooligans who are carrying stones, some machetes, Mr. Speaker, others they had rungus and all kind of crude weapons. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what makes it very difficult to know whether this very gentleman was injured by a police officer or a civilian. Mr. Speaker, there is no civilian wing of police officers. There is no wing of police officers that are goons that were working with police. I shall be responding to another statement in relation to the same. And, Mr. Speaker, we are making it very clear, Mr. Speaker, that the police officers find themselves sometimes in between 2 warring demonstrating groups. Some saying we are for peace, some saying we are protecting our property, and so forth. And so, Mr. Speaker, police officers are only those police officers who are gazetted and are properly appointed to serve as police officers in the Republic of Kenya. Again, I insist that, Mr. Speaker, any life lost is regrettable. None of us is here to celebrate. And Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter the circumstances under which life was lost. Assuming even he was a robber and he died, it doesn't make us to celebrate. It's still a loss of life. So, because, Mr. Speaker, if it was possible to arrest that robber, maybe he would change his ways and he would be a different person. So there is no celebration of any loss of life on our part. It's just regrettable whether the person was committing an offense or not committing an offense, and it's therefore important for all of us. And remember that a child may be a robber, but the mother is not, the father is not, or their children are not, or their wife, and they still will miss a father or a child. So all those circumstances, if we apply compassion in all these cases, we'll appreciate that any loss of life is still painful to a person somewhere or a people somewhere. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of identification of police officers, Mr. Speaker, deployment for police officers to protest, there are different formations of police officers that are deployed, Mr. Speaker. So if you say a police officer should not wear a helmet, Mr. Speaker, for example, most of the police officers all over the world that are, Mr. Speaker, are deployed, they wear uniform, and their uniform is helmet. Mr. Speaker, helmet conceals a police officer more than a mask. So the order from from any court that says that all police officers should wear their uniform, then it is clear that when they wear the helmets, they are wearing their uniform. It's also clear that police officers who are serving as DCI do not have uniform. They are always on civilian. And they are all deployed to go to the protest because they must be immediately collecting evidence of any incidents that are happening. They don't have to wait until an incident happens, and they are deployed to be part and parcel of that protest. So, Mr. Speaker, all the protests that have been deployed in Kenya, at least to the best of my knowledge, especially for the time I've been in office, have been done according to the police standing orders and according to the law. And, Mr. Speaker, nothing has gone or breached the provisions of the law. Mr. Speaker, in also, just for you
Minister,
to
you seem to be importing a new word into the description in the Constitution. Article 37, and we wrote it at Bomas, talks of assemble, demonstrate, picket, and present petitions. Where are you getting protest from? Because a demonstration is not necessarily a protest.
Mr. Speaker, the English definition of protest, Mr. Speaker, would include picketing and demonstrations, if I am not wrong. And, Mr. Speaker, if we have to stick to Article 37, then I can say demonstrations. Yeah. But sometimes what we witness in Kenya are not necessarily demonstrations.
Because the moment it becomes a riot, it ceases to be a demonstration.
Yes, yes. Protest may not be negative, but when it becomes riots, Mr. Yes. Speaker, definitely they cease to be constitutional. And in most cases, they're not. They're always riots, Mr. Speaker. Starts as demonstrations, and at some point they are taken over by riots. Mr. Speaker, I was at the stage of identification. So just to conclude, Mr. Speaker, deployment of police officers, I know that sometimes there have been judicial overreach, and they say when you deploy police officers to any operations, they must be seen, identification, and cover themselves, because the judge who is making that decision is making it at a comfort in his office in Milimani with air condition. But when you deploy our police officers to Liboi, Mr. Speaker, or to somewhere in Kibish, or somewhere in Lamu or Kiunga, Mr. Speaker, there are many other things we do that are supposed to protect our police officers. So it's not a straitjacket thing. And sometimes courts make decisions that they cannot enforce, because someone is saying you dress in a particular manner, but the police officer will not be there when the judge is not going to be there when the police are fighting Al-Shabaab. to monitor how they will dress and how they will look like. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a sensitive area, and I have always insisted that across the arms of government, there must be an understanding of what is called national interest that is beyond our sectarian competition or political competition that we have. Mr. Speaker, on compensation of loss of property, at the moment, the directive of His Excellency the President in establishing this compensatory mechanism does not include compensation for property. And I think that is for good cause, Mr. Speaker, because if you were to value the property that is destroyed, even as a supermarket like the one in Meru alone, or the looting that happened in OTC, and the whole destruction, it would take the entire budget, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, of Ministry of Interior, for example, to compensate those people. And then we would be encouraging also goons and criminals to be destroying property, and then people are compensated. I think this is a mechanism out of compassion that His Excellency is putting in place to just look at the loss of life. And you can never compensate life. I think even the word compensate is a compassionate support, if you may ask me, because there's nothing, no amount of money can bring back life or can be equated to life by any family. So maybe let me tie together that with what Honorable Karoli Omondi raised, Mr. Speaker, concerning the mechanism of that compensation. First, let me confirm that this includes the police officers. So police officers who have also got injured or died in the course of these incidences and protests, Mr. Speaker, from 2017 would also be part and parcel of this team to be compensated. And it is the Office of the President, his advisor on constitutional affairs and human rights, Professor Makao Mutua, who will coordinate the rest of the team to establish a fair mechanism of identifying the victims. And Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's an easy job. So he has to consult all these institutions as has been raised by Honorable Karoli Omondi. And considering the background of Professor Makao Mutua, I have no doubt in my mind that his experience in the civil society will come in handy in consulting those institutions and people who have suffered. Let's not assume it's going to be an easy task, especially in a country that when you compensate IDPs, a new set of IDPs come up. And I know cases where even when you complete one government, finishes IDPs, another government, gets another petition of IDPs. So we have to be very strict in this sense so that we don't make a mockery of such a very important and noble idea. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wamshomba. Gadoni Wamshomba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration to provide a report on the total number of female bodies recovered from Quarry dam site in Embakasi, including an update on how many of the victims have been positively identified through forensic or DNA analysis. Clarify whether the investigations are still ongoing, considering that the main suspect escaped from police custody and the investigation into the case has somehow reportedly gone cold. State the specific steps undertaken by the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, the DCI, to progress the case, locate the suspect, or identify additional perpetrators. Clarify whether there are any new policies or protective interventions being implemented by the ministry to prevent future tragedies related to abductions and femicides, including steps taken to reassure affected communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respond as follows. First, regarding a report on the total number of female bodies recovered from the Quarry dam site in Embakasi, Mr. Speaker, following public reports regarding the mysterious disappearance of people, the National Police Service commenced investigations into the matter. The homicide unit was deployed to to Quarry dam site in Embakasi after suspected luggage-wrapped sacks were sighted floating in stagnant Quarry waters. Upon retrieval, the sacks were found to contain human remains. The operation, which spanned several days, resulted in the recovery of 17 packages containing dismembered human body parts. Most of the recovered bodies were in an advanced stage of decomposition and were preserved at the city mortuary, where post-mortem examination were conducted on the body parts. Subsequent DNA analysis led to the positive identification of 5 of the victims, who were matched to their respective family members: Josephine Mulango Owino, Roslyn Moth Ongongo, Wilkista Ojambo Ososo, Christine Mwende Madina, and Rosemary Ojambo. Mr. Speaker, on whether the investigations are still ongoing, considering that the main suspect escaped from police custody, Mr. Speaker, through forensic analysis, Mr. Collins Jumaisi Halusa was positively identified as the prime suspect in the murders of our mentioned individuals. The suspect was arraigned before the Chief Magistrate Court at Makadara under criminal miscellaneous application number E861 2024 and detained for 30 days pending investigation, and was remanded at Gigiri Police Station. On 20th August of 2024, the suspect escaped from custody, lawful custody at Gigiri Police Station. A warrant of arrest was issued against him, which remains in force. The Internal Affairs Unit launched an independent inquiry to establish the circumstances around the escape, and investigations are ongoing. Multi-agency operations are in progress to trace and apprehend the suspect so that he can be charged before the court of law. Regarding the specific steps undertaken by Directorate of Criminal Investigation to progress the case, locate the suspect, or identify additional perpetrators, Mr. Speaker, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, in collaboration with other multi-agency security teams, is actively working to trace and apprehend the suspect. Members of the public are encouraged to share any relevant information, Mr. Speaker, with the police through the Fichua Kwa DCI number, toll-free number 0800 722 203, or via WhatsApp at 0709 570 000. On whether any new policies or protective interventions are being implemented, Mr. Speaker, the National Police Service is currently implementing recent policy directive issued by the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry for Interior and National Administration. These directives focus on strengthening security operations, enhancing public safety, and improving accountability in the handling of the cases such as abductions and femicide. Key measures include intensified security operations through increased deployment of officers to high-risk areas and enhancing night patrols and highway surveillance. Enhanced investigative capacity to fast-track forensic and cyber crimes investigations and train detectives on handling gender-based violence and abduction cases. Victim protection measures, including expansion of gender desks and 24-hour helplines for urgent reporting, and linking victims and families to psychosocial and legal support services. 4, strengthening oversight and accountability through enhanced collaboration with Independent Police Oversight Authority and Internal Affairs Unit of the National Police Service. And finally, community-centered policing, scaling up Nyumba Kumi initiative to improve local intelligence gathering and conducting regular community safety awareness forums, enhancing collaboration with the local community. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable Mshomba.
Honorable Speaker, I have listened to what the Cabinet Secretary have to say concerning the cases of the ladies that he confirms that were properly matched with their relatives, and they were confirmed that they were murdered by the suspect who disappeared. But Mr. Speaker, I refuse to sit in this house to listen to the Cabinet Secretary confirm that his ministry cannot be able to capture suspects who were previously under their arms and custody. I refuse to sit in this house, Mr. Speaker, to listen to that kind of an explanation.
You are already sitting in this house.
Yes, I'm refusing to listen to the answer he's giving. It is not right for the Cabinet Secretary to come to answer a question and tell us that the suspect disappeared and is not giving us hope. Which hope is he telling the people, the victims? What hope is he promising? Is he telling us that we are going to wait for the suspect to disappear forever? It has been 3 months since the suspect disappeared, Mr. Speaker. Those are families that are paining, grieving loved ones. We watch on television bodies being retrieved from Quarry, this dam site, Mr. Speaker. The minister cannot come here and tell us that he wants members of public to help him identify suspect who was previously in their custody. As a woman leader, as a mother of girls, I refuse to take that kind of an answer from the cabinet secretary.
Thank you. Yes, Lelmengit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I would also want to thank the Honorable CS for articulating and giving answers and statements concerning our questions. My question is, Honorable Speaker, to the Honorable CS is, given that many who were demonstrating were youth voicing either their frustrations. Sorry?
We are way past that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Honorable Speaker.
Being a first timer, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
When you joyride, you must be relevant to the question. But go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me rephrase my question again. Given that those who were demonstrating, Honorable Speaker, were mostly the youth who were voicing their frustrations and probably political frustrations, is the government open to structured dialogue with them so that we can avoid this menace in the future? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mama Nairobi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I think the CS needs to understand the pain that we're having as women when we see the number...
Hold on, Basaris. Take your seat. Honorable Mchomba, it is discourtesy to the House for you to ask a question being prosecuted now with supplementaries and then walk out. It is total discourtesy. Go back and take your seat. Order wa Mchomba. That question is dropped. Mother Wangari? Yes. Mother Wangari, honorable members, those kind of bravado and playing to the gallery does not help at all. I have brought here the minister for you to interrogate him. If the question, the answer given to the question is inadequate, that's why I give you supplementaries to probe even further and ask the minister. The same way we have had Robert Mbui, Mwenje, and others following up with questions. This is not a house for scoring bonga points politically. It's a house for representing your people. Yes, Owen.
Honorable Speaker, while I respect your advice on this, Honorable Speaker, but also this is a house of rules which everybody in this chamber must and should abide. Our standing orders are very clear that when you defy a speaker's ruling or order, there are consequences to it. Honorable Speaker, we learn through such things and precedence is set through such. Honorable Speaker, I urge you to use your whip on this and show the power that resides in the seat of the speaker as you sit on it. That this honorable member, as we all agree, must face the consequences of denying a speaker. And therefore I urge you, Honorable Speaker, that you use the standing orders and issue very stern action against this member. Honorable Speaker, that I request of you, so that other members do not emulate and do the same in the future.
Thank you.
Speaker.
I'll deal with it before the rise of the House. Mother Wangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 12 of 2025. Could the Cabinet Secretary, number 1, explain the steps taken by the ministry to investigate allegations of child sex trafficking in Maimahiu, Nakuru County, in light of the media expose released on 4th of August 2025, and clarify whether any arrests have been made. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, my machine is misbehaving. This machine. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I got it.
You can read
Thank
from
you.
the hard copy being handed
Thank
to
you, thank you, thank you, and thank you to the member of Molo, who is my neighbor and my friend, for assisting. Let me take it again, Mr. Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary, number one, explain the steps taken by the ministry to investigate allegations of child sex trafficking in Maimahiu, Nakuru County, in light of the media expose released on 4th of August 2025, and clarify whether any arrests have been made of the individuals implicated in the trafficking. Number two, provide a report detailing the number of children being trafficked and explain why security agencies, including the Inspector General of Police, have failed to take immediate action on the matter. And finally, Mr. Speaker, state the measures in place to rescue and rehabilitate the affected children back to society, including steps taken to ensure their safety and psychosocial support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister. Minister.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respond as follows. Regarding the steps being taken by the ministry to investigate allegations of child sex trafficking in Maimahiu, Nakuru County. Mr. Speaker, following allegations of trafficking in persons involving children for purpose of sexual exploitation in Maimahiu town, Nakuru County, through a viral BBC, just Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it is with your indulgence. Anyway, I'll raise that later, now that you have consultation. Mr. Speaker, following the allegations of trafficking in persons involving children for purpose of sexual exploitation in Maimahiu town, Nakuru County, through a viral BBC documentary, officers from anti-human trafficking and child protection units were deployed. On 6th August 2025, 4 witnesses were interviewed and their statements recorded. Neema, Selina, and Mary Nyambura Njeri, who had both been interviewed in the BBC documentary, posing as victims of child sexual exploitation, as well as Millicent Muturi Wairimu, the chairlady of commercial sex workers in Maimahiu Township, and Jane Wamuyu Kungu, caretaker of Tamasha Lodgings. The 4 stated that they had been approached by the BBC investigative journalists who requested them to identify vulnerable girls aged between 17 and 21 years for a purported foreign sponsorship program. On 7th August 2025, the team summoned Lucy Njoroge, alias Baby Girl, a former commercial sex worker who now works with NGO called K-Note as a volunteer peer educator based on Karagita Health Center. Lucy had in the BBC documentary, Lucy had featured in the BBC documentary based at Karagita Health Center. Sorry, again, I'll take that again, Mr. Speaker. Lucy had featured in the BBC documentary claiming to rescue and assist street girls and sex workers. She stated that she lives with 4 young women whom she rescued from the streets of Naivasha. Michelle Wanjiku, who is 20, Lilian Wairumu, 19, Elizabeth Nyambura, 24, and Mine Njeri, who is 22. All 4 were interviewed, their statements recorded, and copies of the identification documents were obtained. The investigators proceeded to Karagita Health Center, where K-Note operates an office used to store contraceptives and maintain related records. Lucy was confirmed to be a liaison officer between K-Note and the health facility. On 8th of August 2025, the team interviewed John Kamau Kinuthia, the Naivasha Sub-County Gender-Based Networking Cluster Coordinator, who collaborates with several organizations including Life Bloom International, K-Note, Disability Resource Information Center, Naivasha Partners for Change, Young Men in in championing ending gender-based violence and YMCA. He confirmed having introduced Lucy to the BBC officials. To date, 14 witnesses have been interviewed and their statements recorded with relevant documents obtained. All locations featured in the BBC documentary have been identified, visited, and documented by the crime scene investigation team. The BBC crew members have been identified as Njeri Mwangi, Stephen Ruiyi, Anthony, Zipporah Ndinda, Kagunda, Beth Wamboi Waidera, Anastasia, and Nick Milne, a foreign national. According to the witnesses, BBC representative promised substantial payments and lifestyle benefits to those who are involved. Investigations have further revealed that the documentary footage was recorded in Mai Mahiu and Karagita. Witnesses were linked to one another in various capacities within the sex work community. Millicent Wairimu, the chairlady of commercial sex workers, confirmed that she had been approached by the individual known as Snorina, with whom she had previously worked at North Star, and thereafter introduced her fellow sex workers, Judith Wanjiru Njoroke, alias Chepto, and Caroline Kinyanjui, alias Nyambura, and Jane Wamuyu Kumu to the BBC team. Jane Wamuyu, upon learning of the arrangement, involved her daughter-in-law, Neema Selina, while Millicent also sourced 3 other girls, Faith Weta, Mary Njoki, and Faith Njeri. The Weta is, I'm sure. The Speaker.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with the Speaker.
Yeah, we are yet to confirm, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
yes, TJ. Yes, TJ. Give him the mic.
Mr. Speaker, sir, is the minister in order to suggest that the Honorable Speaker, aka Papa Waroma, could be or is inferred to be a suspect? And is there active investigation going on in this matter, and how far the investigation has reached, Mr. Speaker, sir?
Mr. Speaker, whereas the Speaker, as the Speaker of this House, is not involved, we cannot confirm whether Faith Weta is related to the Speaker in any way. And it doesn't mean that there is any impropriety on his part. I'm just saying that this is a name. It could be from the same clan, neighborhood. It could have also, somebody could have named his daughter after the Speaker. But
there are very many people who have named their children after the Speaker.
After the Speaker, yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Out of admiration.
It is very important, Mr. Speaker, to clarify that it is only out of admiration. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is, let me take that again. So, Jane Wamuyu, upon learning of the arrangement, this arrangement involved, financial exchange and so forth. Jane Wamuyu, upon learning of the arrangement, involved her daughter-in-law, Neema Selina, while Millicent also sourced 3 other girls, Faith Weta, Mary Njoki, and Faith Njeri, who is yet to be traced. Faith Njeri is yet to be traced. Lucy introduced 4 girls to BBC team. Alice Nyambura Nyawira, alias Naserian, stroke Elizabeth Nyambura, Mina Njeri, Lilian Wairimu, and Michelle Wanjiro. The investigation has established that the BBC team primarily sought underage girls involved in sex work. However, some of the girls allegedly falsified their age to qualify for the promised sponsorship. 2 women identified in the documentary as Cherop and Nyambura were confirmed to be Judith Nyambura Njoroge, a sex worker in Mai Mahiu, for 2 months, and Caroline Kinyanjui, who had operated there for 2 years. 2 women portrayed in the documentary as child traffickers, identified as Judy and Caro, were reportedly promised significant sums of money and have since relocated to unknown locations. No arrests have been made so far, but investigations are ongoing, including obtaining financial records and call data to link all involved parties and tracing missing witnesses. Concerning reports detailing the number of children being trafficked, Mr. Speaker, the police, through anti-human trafficking and child protection units, commenced investigations immediately upon receiving the report. Several witnesses have since recorded their statements to assist investigation to identify and rescue minors involved in the sexual exploitation scheme. Preliminary findings indicate that some of the girls interviewed by BBC falsified their age to qualify for the promised sponsorship, as the BBC team was interested in underage girls engaged in sex work. The matter remains under active investigations, and upon its conclusion, appropriate legal action will be taken against individuals found culpable of any offenses. Mr. Speaker, on measures put in place to rescue and rehabilitate affected children back to society, Mr. Speaker, there is no denying that cases of child sexual exploitation exist across the country, particularly along Northern Corridor, which serves as an international transport hub. While it's possible that the BBC crew aimed to shed light on these issues, it's now apparent that the documentary failed to meet the intended purpose due to falsified information from several interviewees. Although prostitution is illegal in Kenya, it remains widespread, with sex workers openly soliciting. Additionally, access to hotels and lodging facilities is largely unregulated, with inadequate measures in place to prevent minors from gaining entry. We have issued clear and firm directives to our security teams on the ground, including officers from the National Administration, to take decisive action against the child sexual exploitation and human trafficking across the country. Mr. Speaker, upon identification of victims, the government, in collaboration with other stakeholders, will implement the following measures to support and reintegrate children affected by abuse and human trafficking. One, the Child Protection Unit will actively pursue a rescue of victims and facilitate the placement in safe environment, including private rescue centers, children's homes, and postal institutions where applicable. Two, the Children Protection Unit will provide psychosocial support services to address the emotional and mental well-being of the victims. Three, victims will be subjected to thorough medical examination and offered appropriate treatment to ensure their physical health and recovery. And finally, continuous follow-up and monitoring will be undertaken to ensure the safety and successful rehabilitation of the rescued children into the society. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to note, Mr. Speaker, before I ask my follow-up question, that the Kewopa chair also raised this as a statement in the morning. And Mr. Speaker, what I would like to clarify from the CS is that this issue is not new. In Maimahio, it is also in some areas in Kikope, it's also in some areas in Sachangwan, where we have long tracks.
It is along the entire Northern Corridor.
Yes. So it
all the way to Congo.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the CS maybe can tell us, first of all, are you confirming that there were no underage children that were actually for real in this trade? And secondly, there were some women, specifically two, who had been implicated in that expose. Have they been arrested? It is very important. And finally, the issue of BBC payouts, Mr. Speaker, brings another issue of media ethics. If we have a reporter operating in this country and is using money to lure or get falsified information, what does that mean in terms of our law? So I would be interested to know, has any action been taken against these specific reporters if they for real falsified this information for the attraction or to make news or to make sensational news, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
In fact, Minister, if you listen to that BBC so-called expose like I did, the purpose was not to bring any facts to the fore. The purpose was to besmirch the country. If you listen to it carefully, it was not meant to expose anything. It was meant to besmirch the country, and more so an African person. Go on and respond to Wangari. Sorry, Shakil, you want to joyride on that?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker. Next to you. Next to me. Mr. Speaker, you rightly say that this, the expose has hidden, some hidden agenda. As APNAC, we had a conversation with the British High Commission, somebody from the British High Commission this afternoon. And one of the issues that raised to me was this issue as what are we doing about this particular purpose? And I was a little taken aback and I said, look, we have our security services. But the most important, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, I'm actually one of the male members of KEWEPA. But even in APNAC, we have this fallback by some Western powers who are now looking at us as if we are primitive. Well, I reminded that gentleman that there's a lot of sexual crime in the United Kingdom which we do not talk about. So I endorse what you have said, Mr. Speaker, and but we must really try and find those two people if they are really guilty and liable. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, let me say that we are confirming from this report that, Mr. Speaker, the entire report was fake because the people who were interviewed were not underage. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I went the whole length to read their names, their pseudonyms, Mr. Speaker, and who they are, what they do, and why, what was the motivating factor when they were posing as children. Mr. Speaker, that is not, and the statement also is very clear. That is not to say there may be no cases of sexual exploitation of young people in the country. And Mr. Speaker, the security agencies, including the anti-trafficking unit, have done tremendous work since the days of Gilbert Dare, Mr. Speaker, among others, to make sure that these incidents are managed. But we still have cases of human trafficking, including those that come from neighboring countries passing through Kenya. Or Mr. Speaker, young people that are being lured, they may be no underage, but being lured also for jobs abroad, and they suffer. And I answered questions in this chamber before relating especially young people from the northern part of the country. So that is not to say we are not grappling with issues of human trafficking, but as far as the BBC documentary is concerned, it was a hoax. It was, Mr. Speaker, planned, executed in a manner to portray that there were underage girls that were, going through sexual exploitation, while in reality the people who were playing the game knew that they were not. Now, on the part of BBC, insofar as media ethics is concerned, it remains at large there to know whether, the first question is, why would someone promise financial reward in case information is going to be shared? Was the financial reward intended to get a good story that can be aired by BBC and therefore improve the well-being of the reporter? Or was it also the financial reward was actually part of the tricks that were being used by BBC to see if they can find actual young children, Mr. Speaker? And that remains also to be unraveled through the investigations. And Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the conclusions that were being made brings to question an international media house like BBC in terms of verifying their sources, Mr. Speaker, before airing such a very explosive story. Be it as it may, we continue to take seriously cases of gender-based violence, sexual exploitation, trafficking, and child trafficking and human trafficking generally. We take them seriously, Mr. Speaker, whether or not it was contained in the BBC documentary, because it's a human rights issue and it is organized transnational crime that we must deal with together. And we all know that there are actual challenges where children are trafficked. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't stop the fact that the Maimayu incident, the BBC report was a hoax, does not mean that we sleep and don't do the job that we are expected to do. Mr. Speaker, what will be done? What about the people who are implicated in the documentary? Mr. Speaker, since then these were not children, Mr. Speaker, it becomes difficult to charge them or to take legal action against them, Mr. Speaker. However, investigation must go even further.
They have committed offenses, conspiracy to cause public despondency.
I'm just saying the people who are implicated by those in the documentary, by saying X and Y is involved in child trafficking. Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Chair. Speaker.
Sorry.
Yeah. My point of order, Speaker, will be on the penal code. Is very clear that profiteering at all is a crime, specifically from soliciting for
procuring,
yes,
soliciting,
and profiteering, yes,
are criminal offenses.
Yes, so there are still enough grounds for the Cabinet Secretary or for the agencies to look for those specific women who have been actually interviewed. And if they gave false information, Mr. Speaker, they also should take action because they are also adding to what the BBC is doing.
I think we are very clear on that one, and we agree with the Honourable Member. I meant, and I thought I understood the question of Honourable Wangari to mean, what have we done to arrest those who were implicated in the documentary itself? You know, the documentary is mentioning names of certain people who are engaged in trafficking young girls for sexual exploitation. Mr. Speaker, and that's why I said, because the documentary itself is a hoax, then it's very difficult to charge the persons who have been implicated. However, there may be possibility that if you do the investigations about child abuse and trafficking and sexual exploitation, it may also be that it is true that those people have been mentioned. So the investigation will help us to understand whether those people, whether or not the documentary was a hoax, are also involved in child trafficking for sexual exploitation. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit.
Honorable Orone, I've noticed you on phone for the last 40 minutes. And your colleagues, the member for Nairobi, has been shifting seats 3 times to avoid your nuisance. You are out of order. You are at liberty to use the speaker's holding room behind here to go and make calls, or go to the lobby out there. As to the case of Honorable Wamchomba, in law we call it condemned in the face of the court. Condemned in the face of the court, not just condemned of court, condemned in the face of the court. And members, you all are witnesses to this. Under Standing Order 107A, as read with 1A and 3, and having been prompted by the Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Mchomba shall serve a suspension from the House of 20 days, excluding the recess days. And in those days, she will not be allowed to enter the precincts of Parliament or enjoy the facilities of Parliament, including the restaurants, the gym, and the office. And honorable members, you are distinguished elected people, representing people who send you here. There's no point filing questions for purposes of playing to the gallery and then defiantly walking away. You will not sit in the House, and you are sitting in the House. Those tantrums don't make this House look any better. And many times you have your children sitting in the gallery. You have your voters sitting in the gallery. We are relaying these proceedings live. If you can't respect your speaker in this House, who else will you respect? The next question, CS Honorable Tienda Molo, I'm aware is leading our football team to play with governors in Homa Bay during the conference, so we'll stay the question until next time he has not appointed anybody to ask for him. Next question, Esther Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the ministry is yet to implement the use of body-worn cameras for all police officers involved in arrests, interrogations, and custodial transfers of suspects? Could the Cabinet Secretary also provide clear timelines on when the ministry intends to roll out the use of body-worn cameras across all police operations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence and permission, I just want, for avoidance of doubt, so that it doesn't go to the public like we didn't have an answer on the Quarry issue, to go on record that I had a follow-up answer based on the question that was raised.
You had in fact answered the question. It was at the supplementary level.
Even at the supplementary level, Mr. Speaker,
yes,
I was willing to supply more information based on
the question is dropped, so
what the honourable member addressed, so that it is clear that we are ready and to deal with this issue. And it was a subject of a very, very presidential task force inquiry that the President established in the Femicide Committee, and I wanted to inform the House. But be it as it may, it has been dropped. When the time comes, we will deal with it. Mr. Speaker, on the question of Honorable Passaris, Mr. Speaker, the use of body-worn cameras is critical in enhancing transparency and accountability in police operations. The Minister has come up with a modernization program aimed at upgrading its security equipment, like the digitization of police concurrence book and instant fines for motorists in phased rollout plan. Given the capital-intensive nature of the police modernization program and owing to the budgetary constraint, the Ministry is already engaging with key stakeholders to mobilize resources to support towards realization. Mr. Speaker, on the part of concerning the timelines, the Ministry continues to lobby for more budgetary allocation from the National Treasury and this House to meet its logistical and operational requirements. Once additional budgeted proposals are approved and funds are dispersed, the Ministry will implement the modernization of police equipment, including body-worn cameras, in a phased approach. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Passaris.
Mr. Speaker, I understand about the budgetary concerns, but when it comes to, if we can't roll out the body-worn cameras immediately, we do have a situation where it's not very clear, especially after what happened at Central Police. It's not very clear whether we have rolled out surveillance cameras in every police station in the country. If we have that, why was the one at Central Police not working when it should have been working?
Yes, Minister. Sorry, Owen Bayer on the same. You can joyride on that. And
Thank
then
you.
Mukunji, then the Minister will answer.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, this Parliament, I initiated an amendment to the law to include body cam as one of those wearables for police officers, so that it is very definite of what it is, and that when it is in the law, then it guarantees that government will provide for it. But the response we got, and that's why the bill was dropped, was that it is already covered in the law. And I didn't dispute that. But, Honourable Speaker, as long as there is no statute that pushes that police officers must wear body cams, I don't think there'll be commitment to really actually buy this. I would like the Minister to agree with me that we introduce deliberately a clause in the Police Act that we introduce body cam as one of the wearables. Honourable Speaker, it covers two things. Many times police are falsely accused because there's no gadget that actually tells the story. And sometimes police, when they wear body cam, like other jurisdictions like South Africa, like in the United States, where police actually wear body cams, it is easier to resolve some of the issues that we have that boil up to a point where we have demonstrations and killing of people and all that. and even during demonstration, we're going to cover a lot of issues, and court cases will be faster disposed when we have body cams worn by police, Honorable Speaker. I urge that the minister looks for, he be the first minister to actually introduce body cams in this country so that we can avoid so many issues that come with policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to ask Honorable Speaker for the minister to take this matter seriously. And Honorable Speaker, I want to write this with even my experience while I was being arrested. But also, Honorable Speaker,
just avoid the temptation to use yourself as an example.
Yes, I am out of that place. I'm heading to somewhere else. Honorable Speaker, currently, as we are speaking today, for the last 3 days, there has been clashes between Mbere and Embu people in a town called Siakago in Embu County. And Honorable Speaker, this is being caused by the fact that there has been stealing of border borders, but there is an allegation of police officers taking bribes and allowing border borders to just disappear. Honorable Speaker, if we have gadgets that can be able, Honorable Speaker, to show what exactly the police are doing when they are doing their work, Honorable Speaker, I would really, Honorable Speaker, ask Waziri, because it is coming to now issue of ethnic clashes because of failure of security organs to do their work.
Thank you. Point made. Was it Minister?
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, let me say that I am a supporter of body-worn cameras, first of all, and technology as has been ably pronounced by my friend Honorable Owen and Honorable Mukunji, my friends. Mr. Speaker, the body-worn cameras requires certain level of technology investment. Mr. Speaker, that is necessary for us to, it's not just one of those investments that will be standalone. It's the whole issue of modernization of the police service, particularly communication and for transparency. We have been grappling with that idea as to how best can we do this with the support of private sector. And we realize that most of the investment in the security sector does not have revenue raising, it does not lead to collection of revenue. However, Mr. Speaker, there is a planned program that is going on about instant fining system for the transport, which I left it being pushed from the transport sector, and now we are working together with the Minister of Transport to make sure that it is realized. That's why we hope that the resources that will come from the instant fining, Mr. Speaker, the part that is shared to the National Police Service will be plowed back by investing in technology. And this is something that, Mr. Speaker, I am hoping to see in the next 2 years, that it is the instant fining system is implemented. Then we can raise the resources to make sure that we can invest in technology. Remember, it's not enough to have the camera, body-worn camera. There must be a command center, with the entire technology, with enough people to monitor, and perhaps you might even sometimes want to make sure that you decentralize it so that it is easy to monitor different parts of our country. Again, it's also a deterrent by itself. A police officer who is wearing a body cam knows for sure that he cannot take a bribe, Mr. Speaker. And it's not just the police officer, it will deter also the person who wants to bribe the police officer. Mr. Speaker, I remember saying this yesterday in after Jukwaa la Usalama in Nakuru, that we often just talk about the responsibility that the police officer has, Mr. Speaker, in terms of fighting corruption. But that traffic police officer, Mr. Speaker, who is led into temptation by this business mogul, Mr. Speaker, who is driving on the road, that businessman must also be equally punished the same way the police officer has been punished.
Minister, are you sure they are tempted or they solicit?
Mr. Speaker, in some cases, in actually many cases, we overspeed, and because we know we oversped, before the police officer even approach your vehicle, you're already holding your hand with something to give the police officer. And in some instances, it is the police officer also is walking to you and they have an arrangement with the Matatu people who already just presents their hand to be given something. So this thing, you can't blame one side alone. It's a society problem that we must deal with. Mr. Speaker, people just pay bribes because they have not committed an offense, but they don't like the inconvenience of going through a court, Mr. Speaker, to be clear, through a court process. So we need all of us. But these cameras will solve both the problem of the traffic officer and the person who wants to bribe the traffic officer, meaning many people also will abide by the law because they realize that there is no room for them to bribe anyone. So I support it, and Mr. Speaker, I'll take it up. This is an innovation that we must continue taking up. The last thing is to pick from Honorable Mukunji. It is true that we have had an incident in the Siakago, Mr. Speaker, that involves two communities. That, Mr. Speaker, involves both the stealing of motorcycles, or alleged stealing of motorcycles, and also invasion of business premises and destruction of property. Mr. Speaker, the Inspector General of Police has deployed police officers to deal with this issue. There was allegations that because of inherent conflict of interest among some of the police officers, even when they have not committed anything, Mr. Speaker, if you come from one of the communities, you become suspicious, the people become suspicious that you will side with one of the warring communities. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Inspector General of Police has made changes, not to punish the officers, but to restore confidence among the local communities, both communities, to ensure that justice will be done and they will be protected. This is a live matter that we are dealing with, and it's not just in that situation. In many other situations, Mr. Speaker, body-worn cameras may be useful to avert laxity on the part of police officers. I thank you.
Next question by Millie.
If I may say, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage Honorable Mukunji, next time we have Jukwaa la Usalama in his county, he can attend. It's a free forum for us to solve those local problems. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The next question by Honorable Millie Odhiambo will be stayed to the next time. She's away in Homa Bay hosting the devolution conference. James Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 066 of 2025. The Cabinet Secretary to clarify whether the National Police Service undertakes psychological and mental health assessment during recruitment of police officers, including whether police officers recently recruited have undergone such evaluation. And two, Mr. Speaker, provide details on the psychological, mental health, and behavioral adaptation components incorporated in police training curriculum, and indicate whether the curriculum promotes a punitive and adversarial approach towards the public rather than a rehabilitative and correctional approach. And three, Mr. Speaker, state the measures put in place to ensure continuous assessment of the psychological and mental well-being of police officers, particularly with regard to their fitness to perform policing duties. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The service undertakes medical examination for potential recruits, which include psychological evaluation, mental health assessment, and aptitude test. The psychological evaluation process entails screening for emotional stability, stress tolerance, personality traits, and behavioral risk factors. Aptitude test, conducted as part of the same framework, assess critical cognitive skills such as reasoning, memory, and decision-making capacity, of all which are essential for the effective discharge of police service. Mr. Speaker, on the second part, the National Police Service training curriculum has integrated psychological, mental health, and behavioral adaptation components into the following areas. One, the National Police Service training curriculum incorporates stress management content across all levels of training and ranks. These modules aim to build psychological resilience and help officers cope effectively with the emotional demands of policing. Strategic management and leadership courses embed emotional intelligence training to enhance senior officers' capacity to understand and regulate their emotions, demonstrate empathy, and engage in constructive interpersonal communication. This supports better making and conflict environment resolution in high-pressure environment. Officers' wellness and resilience programs are actively provided to all serving officers. These initiatives are implemented in collaboration with specialized institutions such as Chiromo Hospital Group and Amani Counseling Center and Training Institute. The programs include psychological support, counseling, and wellness education to promote mental well-being and prevent burnout. The curriculum is designed to strike a balance between punitive, adversarial, and rehabilitative correctional approaches to policing, depending on the nature of the situation and the operational demands as follows. 1, punitive and adversarial components are emphasized in units such as drill, skill or at arms, fieldcraft, and physical training. These subjects prepare officers to maintain discipline, enforce lawful authority, and exercise effective command and control. They are critical for managing high-risk situations such as effective arrests, dispersing violent crowds, and neutralizing terrorist threats. These units help instill a warrior mindset when dealing with hostile or dangerous circumstances where officers and public safety are paramount. Rehabilitative and correctional approaches are integrated in subjects like community policing, community communication skills, first aid, and human rights training. These subjects are mandatory across all the training levels, from basic recruit training to command and leadership courses for senior officers. The units emphasize empathy, trust building, and seeing members of the public as partners in crime prevention and safety. Officers are trained to adopt proactive, solution-oriented strategies such as diversion, conflict mediation, and non-coercive methods to gain compliance. These courses promote a guardian mindset which reflects a commitment to ethical policing, public service, and the protection of human dignity. On measures put in place to ensure continuous assessment of the psychological and mental well-being of officers, Mr. Speaker, the following measures have been put in place to ensure continuous assessment of the psychological and mental well-being of the officers. Number 1 is the institutionalized periodic psychological evaluation for officers. This screening helps detect early signs of stress, trauma, or mental health challenges, especially after critical deployment or, Mr. Speaker, critical incidents or deployments. 2, developed a mental health and wellness policy which guides the implementation of psychosocial interventions, confidentiality protocols, referral pathways, and reintegration of officers after treatment. Psychologists, counselors, and social workers have been deployed to major police stations and formations countrywide. This ensures that officers can access on-site timely counseling services without having to be referred to externally unless it is extremely necessary. Introduced peer support networks where trained officers offer mental health, first aid, and psychosocial support to their colleagues. These peer supporters are trained to identify signs of distress, provide initial support, and refer cases needing professional help. 5, officers involved in distressing operations such as shooting incidents and terror-related incidents are subjected to immediate psychological debriefing. This helps in processing trauma, preventing post-traumatic stress disorder, and promoting emotional recovery. 6, to promote holistic well-being, officers are encouraged to participate in wellness activities such as physical fitness, routines, guided meditation, team building exercises, and spiritual retreats organized by Directorate of Chaplaincy and Counseling. 7, confidential reporting channels have been established for officers to seek help without fear of stigma. Some stations have designated safe spaces for counseling and mental health check-ins. 8, recognize the impact of police work on families. The government has introduced family counseling and outreach programs. This involves spouses and children in the healing and support process and help reduce domestic tensions and emotional stresses. Finally, number 9, for officers who have been on medical or psychological leave, reintegration program help them transition back to duty safely and effectively. This includes step-by-step assessment, mentorship, and support from peer teams and psychologists. I thank you.
Yes, Dr. Nikal, that's satisfactory.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for a very well laid out response. However, I have a concern that actually led me to this. What we have observed first of all, in the general working of the police force, and also during demonstrations, and even in their homes, actually do not indicate that what you are saying really happens. There's obviously increased homicide amongst the police in use of firearms, attacking each other, their seniors, and that's normally a sign that something is actually wrong in the system. 2, suicide, again, is an indication that basically something is wrong, and this is common, and we get many reports. And 3, their conduct during tense situations. I was particularly concerned when I saw what happened in the case of Boniface. Once somebody ceases to be a threat to the security of a police officer, one would expect that now that person is actually further protected. But if you looked at the police officer who shot Boniface, he was going away almost celebrating that somebody who has scored a goal. That is not proper. And again, once somebody is down, the continual beating of the same person indicates that the psychological state of the officer is not actually security at that point, but further punishment and harm. So I don't know how often this is done and what is taken, and maybe if you have the information, I did ask for that. How many police officers have actually, one, been actually retrained or put out of service because of that, or actually punished when their behavior is out of the normal in regard to what their mental status should be when they're carrying out the sensitive jobs that we know they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the CS has actually, on the answer to the issue of police training, he has actually tried to explain that the curriculum promotes both the punitive and adversarial approach towards the public and also a rehabilitative and correctional approach. Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ, and I think the only approach that should be allowed by the police is the one of rehabilitative and correctional, because the punishment is not really one of the responsibilities of the police force, because they are not supposed to punish. It is a court of law that are supposed to do the punishment. But Mr. Speaker, also agreeing on what Honorable Nikala said, we have all witnessed online a lot of things, that the comments they make, the actions that police take, and you saw that in the case that he has just talked about, that officer that shot Boniface Karaoke didn't just go and shoot him. He made several attempts. He took aim several times. He would take aim, then walk away and rethink about it. Took aim about 3 times. Finally decided to shoot. So clearly there was a confusion, or there was something that was probing him. So it's important that these police get help so that they can be able to do this job. I know it's strenuous, Mr. Speaker, it's very stressful. And Mr. Speaker, also many times when things go wrong, we all start blaming the police. And some of them, by the way, are very innocent. I know one shot me, broke my leg. But there are also very many that were also in the same demonstrations that were not acting in the same manner. So I think it's something that they need to go through continuously so that we can ensure that their mental health is stable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sane.
Mr. Speaker, the question by Honorable Nyekal is so specific. Question 1 asks to the CS to clarify whether the National Police Service undertakes psychological and mental health assessments during recruitment, not in this, during the service. I know many things can change, many things are dynamic, but during recruitment, when you are allowing new recruits to join the service, are these assessments really done?
I thought he answered that.
If he answered, I also doubt that.
He did, and I had it. And Honorable Nyekal is normally very meticulous. I can assure you, if it was not answered, he would have raised it. He did. Honorable Mishimbogo.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first I want to appreciate the Cabinet Secretary for the many interventions and the programs he has just mentioned in a way of fighting the mental health. And I want to say here that mental health is real and mental health is with us. And we need to know that the issue of depression, the issue of anxiety, the issue of bipolar is with us. And especially for our Kenyans who are working in the security sector, they are really affected by mental health. You can imagine those KDF personnel who have been taken to do peacekeeping mission in Somalia and any other country. When they come back, they have trauma, and that is because of the nature of work they've gone to do. Those police officers taken to Haiti, and you can imagine what they have seen and experienced in Haiti in fighting with those people fighting the government in Haiti. So it is really high time to ensure that we have some intervention, we have some program, and we have proper funding to ensure that at least we have regional checking, and even how are we going to do to ensure that our security officers can be checked in terms of mental health. And my question would be, is these services or the intervention and the programs, are they devolved maybe in the police headquarters in our counties, or are they devolved also maybe in our sub-counties? Maybe we have some units whereby they deal with wellness, and the issue of wellness can include the mental health intervention. So I just want to know whether we have that, because in our sub-counties we have seen police officers committing suicide, killing their wives, police officers killing their husband, killing the family, and so many other tragedy incidences which we have seen. And this is because of mental health. So I'm just asking the Cabinet Secretary if you have done more intervention to devolve these programs and the intervention so that we ensure that we fight this mental health. Because today, maybe the public health centers, like in Nairobi, we have the Madhare. We go to Mombasa, we only have Portrees, which is a very small unit and cannot cater for so many cases of mental health. So, Honorable Cabinet, I just want to hear whether we have plans or you have done so. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Rachel Nyamai. Then, Minister, you answer those. We go to the next.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to joyride. I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary whether I'm sure he's aware of several police officers who have lost their jobs because they are mentally unwell, and some have resorted to alcoholism. I will not cite the example that I've written about concerning a constituent, a person in my constituency. Honorable Speaker, is there a form of insurance to ensure that this person who becomes so stressed in the course of duty and becomes a drunkard is not just declared not useful for the service? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine is not a question, and neither do I want to help the very able CS. Just want to bring to the attention of the House, or remind even the House, that already we have a bill in this House being sponsored by Honorable Masara, which Masara, actually to amend the National Police Service Commission to provide the provision to have psychosocial services in every county to address such issues of mental health and challenges among our police officers. So it is actually past the second stage, is awaiting this House to expedite the same.
Minister, can you respond to those?
Yes.
Hold Minister, who is that?
Chematia.
Is that CNN or Chematia? Chematia?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to add, my concern also is on officers who have gone through these mental problems, and this also affects highly on their families. What happens when, for instance, a police officer is having troubles at work, and this probably goes to affect their family? Do we also have an extension of the same programs that is also aligned to their families? Because it's also very rampant.
I think you had already said that.
Okay.
But go on, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is actually a very serious issue that is being confronted by the National Police Service. And for the 28 counties I have visited now to have an engagement with police officers, every of that public engagement has touched on mental health. And we need to look at it not just when they have become sick, but what are the factors that lead to mental health problems, if I may say so. First, we have now discovered that the deployment of police officers is such that a police officer is sometimes deployed to an operational area for 10, 11, 12, 15 years, Mr. Speaker. You are recruited, you come from Bungoma, you are deployed to Tana River, and you go serve there for 15 years. And it is in a difficult operational environment. So what happens? That person, first of all, I was told this story when I was in Tana River, that a police officer had been deployed there. He hoped that he will serve there for 3-4 years because he was still in his early 20s. He would come back to marry at home and then serve in other places and where he can easily access his family and so forth. The Speaker, 10 years, 15, 12, what do they decide? They marry there, they live there, and one of the officers, I was told, had very serious mental health issues. Mr. Speaker, therefore, we need also to address the operational challenges that come. Mr. Speaker, if you send a person to go to work in Liboy, Mandera, and they're fighting Al-Shabaab and so forth, Mr. Speaker, you cannot keep them there for more than 2-3 years in an operational area. So, pursuant to our engagement, we have said there must be a determined period of time that a police officer can be in an operational area. Maybe at most 5 years, but at least to make sense 3 years. That means there must be a system of continuous transfer of police officers. You move from operational area, you come to an area that is less operational. You moved from operation, you come to less operational areas. That way, you are able to deal with, first of all, the mental health issues. Number 2 is the promotion of police officers. You promote them. Mr. Speaker, somebody stays for 25 years, 30 years, they've never been promoted. They feel totally disillusioned to serve as a constable from the day they were hired to 25 years. And Mr. Speaker, that again contributes.
I know many who have served as constables from recruitment to retirement.
And Mr. Speaker, I can hear, I'm overhearing, I'm not supposed to hear, but I've heard Honorable Mbui saying like our security officers, the bodyguards that are with you. Mr. Speaker, every Jukwaa la Usalama visit we've gone to every county, it is the leaders after that will give us names of officers who have stayed for a long period of time. So that is true what he's saying. But Mr. Speaker, so what kind of interventions are we said in terms of this long period of without promotion? As a result of this, we have agreed, and it has been presented to the board, that all officers who are still constables and they are 50 years and above will all be promoted automatically on merit and sent for training. Mr. Speaker, for all officers who are still inspectors of police or who have been corporals for also 15 years, Mr. Speaker, for more than 15 years, for 15 years and above, have stagnated at corporal stage, be promoted automatically and taken for training. And for people who have been inspectors of police, Mr. Speaker, for more than 10 years, be also promoted automatically and taken for training. That way, you help the police officers deal with their personal welfare and they feel like they are being cared of. But going forward, there must be a system that automatically helps police officers, unless you have a serious disciplinary case, you must know that when you reach a certain level of service, you will have moved from constable to corporal to inspector and so forth and so forth. Mr. Speaker, the other issue now is working hours. And this is where I suspect, without prejudice to the case that is going on involving Mr. Boniface Kariuki, I was looking at him and I'm asking myself, why would a police officer shoot a civilian in such an incident? And Mr. Speaker, it points out, we suspect, you can suspect a mental health situation at that point in time. When you deploy someone, and this is where we need also to, as I said earlier, we need to deal with this issue of protest. When there is a protest in Nairobi, for avoidance of doubt, for people to know, the police officers are deployed from 6 the following day. You know, by 7, 8, 9, 10, they're already preparing to take position. Because if they don't take position, goons will take that position and come to town to burn property and so forth. So somebody has been deployed from 11 p.m. at night, okay? And given some snacks around in the morning. And occasionally, sometimes they might be forgotten. But I'm just, making true confession that if it happens that they were not brought for snacks, Mr. Speaker, they will be deployed. Now, the following morning, he is taking position the entire day. Now, the real mandamano starts at 1 p.m. Okay? By that time, he's worn out, he's tired, sugar levels are down. So by 3 p.m., that person is extremely irritable. Extremely irritable. A small provocation, you insult his wife or his mother, you call him stupid, or at that point in time, their mental health status is of great challenge. So sometimes it's important for all of us to appreciate the operating environment of some of these police officers. And therefore, that's why we're insisting we need more police officers that can be able to cover for each other. But also, let's not create occasions where police officers have to manage criminals and gangs and so forth that are giving us problems. And Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, I have visited the training institutions of the police. All our police officers that are deployed to deal with serious cases like Al-Shabaab, among others, do not stay there for long, and they always brought back. And before they are redeployed, they go through training, including counseling. And Mr. Speaker, I know, I don't need to mention within which institutions, but we have a very detailed program for dealing with those situations. The problem is the day-to-day police officer in a normal police station providing those services. There are very few councillors. The councillors now that are serving our police officers are only at the county headquarters, and they are supposed to move to different places, so different parts of the county. You may have in a county 17 or 24 police stations. To serve all those police officers is not easy. And therefore, we have agreed that in the next recruitment, we need to also focus on getting councillors, increasing the number of councillors so that they can reach out to these people. As I read in the statement, we are also working with their families to see how these counselling services can be extended to their families. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, is to point out that now in the National Police Service, drunkardness is not considered an offense, an act for this that can lead to addiction or alcohol addiction does not lead to your dismissal. It's now treated as a disease. And so most of our police officers who have been addicted have been taken to rehabilitation centers. And Mr. Speaker, a number of them have come back, Mr. Speaker, to back to service. I know, and because we are leaders, you know that police station where people are sent, when they are drunk, they are sent there. So you have 13 police stations, 13 police officers, but 10 are there because they are addicted to alcohol. So the only 3 police officers that are serviceable. Those are some of the things we have said it must come to an end. Transfer police officers to certain police stations, certain corners, because they are addicted must also come to an end. So this is an area of reform that we have picked from our public engagements, and I assure you that we are going to deal with these issues decisively. In terms of health, mental health institutions, I agree that, first of all, in the entire society, mental health is considered, Mr. Speaker, a taboo. Yes, that is the word I was looking for. It's considered a taboo. And not just about the police officer, even as we are sitting here, even me, Mr. Speaker, to be able to manage the cases we deal with in this ministry, I have to be conscious that my mental well-being is important. So I must think about what things am I going to do, how do I debrief, what exercises can I do, what things can you do, and that's the same for the police. That's why we're saying police officers are now exposed to playing sports, boxing, exercising, running, and those who are able to do that and some are community activities, some are leading in churches. In fact, the police chaplaincy is very instrumental in terms of helping police officers to have debriefing sessions where they can be able to do this. And for avoidance of doubt, Mr. Speaker, as a result of the diligence of National Police Service, we have 2 teams in the Premier League. Mr. Speaker, the National Kenya Police football team, the champions of the Premier League, and recently the APS Police Bomet qualified, Mr. Speaker, to Premier League. And then we have many athletes, world record holders. Mr. Speaker, our volleyball team is one of the best around, the same to volleyball, boxing, and many other sports. So we encourage sports within the police service. Ultimately, we need to reach a stage where the police officers, these are 120,000 people. So definitely, if you have 10,000 having a problem, it becomes multiplied. But we need to reach a stage where we have enough technology, and that's why the first question was important. We're having enough technology that we don't have to have too many numbers, so that you manage the numbers, pay them well, and challenge issues of mental health. Of course, sorry, Speaker, if you allow me this. Of course, the working environment of the police officers is also a serious challenge. Where they live, most of the police officers in the police stations are living in uni-arts. Mr. Speaker, a police officer with his family, their houses are partitioned with some kind of a sugar or a bedseat. Yeah, pazia, you know that one. Mr. Speaker, and you're asking yourself, how do these people live? Because for you to live well, you have to exile the next person living in the next day. You know what I'm saying? So it's really a problem. And you have children, you have deplorable working conditions. For those of us who have had this engagement at home, and even if you look at your police station, you'll realize your police station is the worst government office in the country, you know? And allow me to use this example. Sondu Police Station, when we were at Jukwala Usalama Kericho, we discovered that Sondu Police Station was built in 1932. It is old, it is completely in a deplorable state. Meanwhile, Sondu Power Generation Station was built over 10 billion shillings or so. Yet you have the police station here, they are supposed to provide security to this critical government installation. They just need maybe 10 million to build a good police station, and nobody cares about that police station. And those examples are replicated all over the country. So I request, Mr. Speaker, even as we have the debate about NGCDF, Mr. Speaker, NGCDF has done a fantastic job in building classes, Mr. Speaker, and education institutions. In fact, I came as a senator, Mr. Speaker. By the time I was coming to Senate, still a few places in my county we were doing Arambe to build schools. But now we don't go for any Arambe to build schools because of NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, if that can be extended to police stations and chief's offices, Mr. Speaker, and ACC's offices, this, I know some members of parliament do it, but it is done as it's almost like a CSR of the main function, which is to build schools. I will request, Mr. Speaker, a conversation based on my findings having gone around the country. I don't want to mention the counties that are doing extremely badly, Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to put leaders on the spot. Mr. Speaker, we need to come to a place where we can have a conversation between us and the NGCDF team to see how best we are going to achieve building our modern, good police stations with at least the OCS and the deputy OCS and the sergeant in charge of the armory getting accommodation within the police station so that we can provide proper services to the people of Kenya. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Robert Mbui, we are running out of time. A comment? Yes, half a minute.
Mr. Speaker, the minister said something very important that must be acted on. You cannot have a person who started working at 11 and by 5 o'clock has not eaten, holding a firearm. That, I think, should be changed in management of demonstrations. Even drivers which have these buses that roll, if you look at the time, at that time they are not in a mental state to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In fact, Minister, when those policemen are on the streets, do you ever think even where they go to relieve themselves? Something as simple as that, a human nature call.
Yeah.
And you are there from morning to evening. What do? The hotels are closed because people are rioting. You can't enter any cafeteria. And they are human beings. A man within an age bracket of procreating, living in a small hut, and sometimes you find 3 families living in that hut, divided by a piece of cloth, and they have got human needs, and children are born in there, or sometimes an unmarried young man with a couple. You can imagine. But I was very impressed when Haika invited me to Taveta, and we went to an SCK church, and the guest preacher was a policeman. We were very encouraged. Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 67 of 2025 to the CS. First, could the CS provide the status of drug and substance abuse in the coastal region and indicate the measures put in place by the ministry to combat drug and substance abuse across the country? 2, explain whether the country has adequate facilities and infrastructure to effectively respond to mental health challenges and drug dependency cases. And 3rd and finally, state the measures put in place to secure alternative funding for drug and substance abuse intervention programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you will just allow me, I don't want to allow this to pass on the previous question.
Yes.
In one of the Jukwaa Salama yesterday in Nakuru, one of the ACCs who has done research, DCC, said that there are 117 police officers in his research who have lost their spouses as a result of the transfer program that we have. So that then you live very far, families very far, and then people find their wives have gone. It was a wake-up call to me. In fact, he said 17 DCCs. The administrators have also the same. It is something that we might have to do a proper investigation. And then we ask ourselves, is it necessary really that a police officer must come from far to serve well? You know, why in other countries, and I'm not saying this is something we should change today, I'm saying long term. In other countries, police officer a sheriff is picked from the local community and elected. Actually, they are elected by the people to serve them. Might we have to change our policing strategy so that police officers will come from around the community and the community support them and people can live with their families? Then we reserve the special forces that are only deployed in a change. So it is something that long term we need to keep thinking, because we must be conscious of people's families. You're transferring a police officer or ACC, and they're asking these questions. If you transfer me, what happens to my children who are in the next school there? Will they move schools? And how many times will I move schools to other places? There are a number of things that we have to apply our mind insofar as these family issues are concerned. Let me go back to the right question, Mr. Speaker. We will have these discussions as we move on. The status of drugs and substance abuse in the coastal region. Mr. Speaker, on part 1, the prevalence of any substance abuse, alcohol, cat and tobacco in coast region is higher than the national rate. The region is largely affected by hard drugs like heroin, bang, muguka, especially counties of Kenya, counties of Mombasa, Kwale, Kilifi, and Lamu. There is a worrying burden of alcohol and tobacco addiction in the region. The age group mostly affected are 15 to 35 years. The summary of the survey findings are shown in a table provided by NACADA based on their 2022 research. Mr. Speaker, which says that the national average of substance abuse in Kenya is 17.5%, while cost is 18.1%. It's higher than the national average. While for alcohol is 13% in cost, while the national average is 11%. And for tobacco, cost is 10%, Mr. Speaker, 10.8, when national average is 8.5. And for cat, Mr. Speaker, you would expect Muguka to be higher in the eastern part of the country, but it's higher in the coast, the 4.8% compared to 3.6% national average. And cannabis sativa is the national average in the coast, which is 1.9%. So the government has implemented different strategies to address the widespread abuse of drugs and banned substances in the country using two main arms, demand and supply reduction. Mr. Speaker, under the demand and reduction initiatives, the government has implemented interventions on different settings. Integrated alcohol and drug use prevention in the CBC curriculum in schools. This is in schools. The other thing in schools is developed the national guidelines for prevention and management of alcohol and drug abuse in basic learning institutions. These guidelines target the students, teachers, parents, and entire school environment. It highlights how to implement prevention strategies in schools, identify students who use drugs or sell, and such incidents management. 3, training of schools head principals on basic addiction skills and implementation guidelines. 4, introduced a life skill guidelines targeting grade 5 pupils on alcohol and drug use prevention. At the workplace, Mr. Speaker, there is alcohol and drug abuse committee trainings, baseline survey on institutional ADA situation, ADA policy development and mainstreaming, managers and supervision trainers on ODA, employee assistance program targeting ADA issues, sensitization of the ADA use triggers as highlighted in the baseline survey, informal sectors training targeting borders, Chuakali and Matatus. In terms of families, Mr. Speaker, developed parents guide to talking to children about drugs and alcohol, positive parenting programs in school and churches, developed age-specific booklets on ADA targeting children as young as 6 years to 18 years. These parents can read together with their children. In terms of communities, develop the community-based rehabilitation framework for substance use disorders to support implementation of treatment programs at the community level, developed the national prevention guidelines on ADA to ensure professionalism in the ADA prevention interventions, development the community coalition framework to guide stakeholders in the field of ADA prevention and forming work groups, advocacy and resource mobilization, developed the national ADA prevention system that maps out all the prevention stakeholders and documents what area the prevention or the practice target. This supports in identifying the gaps and spreading support equitably. Community barazas forums in collaboration with NGAO, training of religious leaders on ADA to enable nationwide reach, supporting creation of county community work groups, CBOs, NGOs, CSOs, and FBOs, and training them on ADA and prevention mechanisms. Bar honor sensitization on the Act and 2010 and their responsibilities. Advocacy campaigns, mass media campaigns on newspapers, mainstream media, radio, social media, posters and banners and roadshows. Support in music and drama festivals, participating in ASK shows, webinars, among others. Under supply reduction initiatives, the government has, in collaboration with other relevant agencies, conducted nationwide multi-agency crackdown on illicit brews, non-compliant alcoholic outlets, and drug through rapid result initiatives. Carried out regional specific multi-agency crackdown on illicit alcohol and drugs, conducted regular crackdown on shisha selling outlets in Nairobi and other major towns, conducted regional and county multi-agency forums to assess and address regional or county-specific alcohol drug abuse status through national alcohol drink control committees, conducted licensing of importers of alcohol drinks, And finally, through National Alcohol Control Committee, inspected alcoholic drinks and manufacturers to ascertain levels of compliance to the set standards. Mr. Speaker, let me just say this before I read the last part, that in our county visits, you realize that there is a problem that is internal that has largely been contained, the brewing of changa and all these other illicit brews internally at our homes. The chiefs and all these partners have been able to do a good job. The problem we are dealing with is the commercial, the industrial level kind of manufacturing, where, Mr. Speaker, the counties that are severely affected, because the manufacture, but also the ones that are transiting from neighboring countries. The top counties are Trans Nzoia, Mr. Speaker, Kakamega, Kisumu, Nairobi, Nakuru. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the public sometimes sentiments that counties, for example, like Nyeri, have high prevalence of alcohol. Nyeri, for example, is ranked number 17. But if you go to Kitale, Mr. Speaker, the biggest concern from Kitale is as a result of the proximity to neighboring countries and the smuggling of goods, including this adulterated alcohol. So what we have had to do, Mr. Speaker, also the side of Marsabit and Isiolo. Isiolo is a big menace in terms of drugs, Mr. Speaker, including heroin that is brought from neighboring country. Now, have you
ever had a rally in Isiolo town?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, not just even a rally, even just walking through Isiolo town is a challenge. And Mr. Speaker,
it is so manifest.
So, Mr. Speaker, part of the reason we used to get drug smugglers coming through the airports, but they no longer do so. They go to neighboring country, and I don't want to say countries' names because I've been in trouble before. Mr. Speaker, they go to neighboring country and they come by road through Marsabit, Mr. Speaker. And so a number, when I even went to Isiolo and Marsabit, a lot of these drugs have been confiscated, Mr. Speaker. And then they are brought to all the way to coast, or sometimes destined in Nairobi and Nakuru and other places. So, Mr. Speaker, there has been a massive crackdown of these drugs from the border, Mr. Speaker, together with operation of illegal firearms and gun, and in fact, most of the drugs and alcohol that come through these counties in the north, Mr. Speaker, are escorted with illegal firearms, Mr. Speaker, with gun holders. And all this has presented various challenges. And therefore, we have been carrying out very serious crackdown. What we have agreed is that this must continue in a multi-agency level. Mr. Speaker, we have also agreed with county governments, this is something we might need to take to the summit, that the licensing of wines and spirit shops, Mr. Speaker, which is, has happened across the country, must be regulated. We must balance the desire for revenue and the protection of lives of our people. Recently, NECADA also came up with regulations that want to move the minimum age of drinking to 21, among other measures, including where you can sell, the distance of where you can sell alcohol from where people live, among others, how to advertise, when to advertise, and all those policies have been put in place. Does the country have adequate facilities and infrastructure to respond to mental health challenges on drug dependency cases? Mr. Speaker, 95% of the rehabilitation facilities in the country are private, and this is a problem by itself. So many people are addicted, but you can only go to private. Private are largely, I don't want to impute improper motive, but theoretically, a private facility is driven by profit, Mr. Speaker. Yet, Mr. Speaker, so that means if I treat you and you become sick again and you come again, the better, Mr. Speaker, because it increases the revenue I get. I'm saying theoretically, I'm not saying that's what they are doing. But, Mr. Speaker, if it was public, then, we would put in place measures that will ensure that when we treat you, you go and get better, because we don't have more public resources to be able to continue investing in the same treatment. So they are, and they're also expensive. NACADA is lobbying for SHA accreditation of the rehab facilities. The government operationalized the Miritini Treatment and Rehabilitation Center in Mombasa, which is to be a center of excellence on matters of rehabilitation. And I visited there myself. And I saw, Mr. Speaker, many people, professionals, doctors, nurses, lawyers, who are being rehabilitated, Mr. Speaker. So this is not a problem or a menace that is only targeting people who are poor. That, Mr. Speaker, it is also affecting professionals. The national government has partnered with 12, 12 counties to set up county rehabs, which include these counties include Kisumu, Kisii, Elgeyo Marakwet, Taita Taveta, Kwale, Mombasa, Bomet, Nakuru, Uasin Gishu, Kakamega, Lamu, and Nyeri counties, Mr. Speaker. And we encourage more and more counties to build rehabilitation centers. I have also seen cases where women members of parliament using GAF have proposed rehabilitation centers and working together with county governments for that reason. NACADA also inspects the rehabilitation facilities, around 300 in the country, and accredited those that adhere to national standards of rehabilitation for persons with substance use disorder. Regarding measures put in place to secure alternative funding for drug and substance abuse intervention programs, Mr. Speaker, NACADA is mandated to license, export, and import of alcohol drinks in Kenya as provided under the Alcohol Drinks Control Act 2010. 1 million liters and above is 1 million shillings. License fee, 500,000 liters and above is 500,000 shillings license fee, and below 500,000 liters is 250,000. However, the compliance to volume-based license has been very low since the majority of the applicants declared the 500,000 liters, Mr. Speaker. This has prompted NACADA to engage Kentrade to support with the onboard of import/export licensing of alcohol drinks onto the Trade or Facilitation Program, single window system. Secondly, the national government is encouraging county governments to develop county-specific legal laws that provide for ring fencing of funds collected from the licensing of bars and other alcoholic beverage to support rehabilitation programs, including the construction of rehabilitation centers. Before I sit, Mr. Speaker, the other challenge that has been posed also from our national conversation is the cooperation with the judiciary. And this is something we need to think about. Two things I just want to point out. One is that the chiefs and the OCSs are expressing frustration that when they arrest a person with alcohol or drugs, Mr. Speaker, the bail terms are so low that sometimes this is what they have always told me, that, Mr. Speaker, the elder very low bail terms or sentenced to community service. And so, Mr. Speaker, one example that I was given, I think it was in Makueni, by an SEC, was that they took someone to court and then they sentenced that person for banking. Then they sentenced him for community service. Then the next day, that person was brought to slash grass around the compound of the SEC. So the wananchi who were part of the reporting that this person must be arrested did not understand that this was community service. They thought the SEC participated in the arrest and took that person to go and work for him in his compound. Mr. Speaker, number two, that is a challenge. Number two is the requirement that you have to test at the government, the courts insisting that you must take a sample of the changa to a government chemist before the suspect can take charge, can take plea. Or you must also go and test bank before, or marijuana before the suspect takes plea. Now, this makes it very difficult for the chiefs and the OCSs, Mr. Speaker. You know, the people at the local level, they are now asking themselves, me and you are lawyers, we know where that is going. But the person down there is asking, who doesn't know what is a changa?
Minister, I thought the law is you can be charged, but when evidence is brought at the trial, is when you need the government chemist report.
The problem now...
At least when I was a magistrate or an active practitioner, that was the law. I don't know, Murugara, whether it is still the law.
Yes, that is still the position, that you do not have to have the results. You can actually be charged with all this. If you plead not guilty, then now they have to test and bring the evidence. If you plead guilty, it ends there. You are sentenced.
Now, Mr. Speaker, in some instances, these people with their lawyers come to court and they insist that before we charge my client, Mr. Speaker, we must first get a certificate that you are charging. What are you charging them for? And in most cases, the magistrate have acceded to that, and that has led to a problem. What we have proposed to them is that they need to use the Court Users Association, court user program within the county, sit together and agree. And in the places where the magistrates have appreciated the circumstance under which these people are operating, Mr. Speaker, thankfully, a lot has been done to contain illicit alcohol and the proliferation of drugs in those areas. Mr. Speaker, this is a continuous fight, and we are committed to make sure that we succeed as a country. I thank you.
Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question was on drug and substance abuse, and there is an issue that the CS has mentioned that has also raised another question, because he kept mentioning Mugoka and cat. So I wanted to just wonder, is Mugoka and cat a drug or a cash crop as defined in law? But Mr. Speaker, the answers are very good, but sometimes I'm asking whether they're really factual, because when you talked about the curriculum, that is true, but then the training that you mentioned of principals and the community leaders on management of these, I wonder where and when this training has been taking place. Maybe you need to publicize it a little bit more to make Kenyans know. But Mr. Speaker, I agree, and I'm happy that he has said that the status of the abuse in the coast is above the national average. And that's what I wanted to confirm, that there's actually rampant drug and substance abuse at the coast. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want him to consider the following things that could be even the causes of this. Could it be possible that being at the coast, maybe that is a point of entry at the port, so you figure out whether you can make it less porous? Two, is it possible that we have inadequate laws dealing with drug and substance abuse? Because you've alluded to some of the things that happen in our courts of law, and the House could also be able to help you to make it a little better. Is it possible that the penalties that are in law are not punitive enough? And finally, could it also be laxity on the part of the enforcing officers, that is the police and the chiefs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mwenje.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ride on the same. Honorable Speaker, for just the Cabinet Secretary, in Nairobi also we have this issue of drugs, Honorable Speaker. And one of the issues that we have peddlers in Nairobi who operate, especially in the Eastlands area, but generally in the whole of Nairobi. And Honorable Speaker, these peddlers are quite wealthy. They are able, and we've all heard from the CS himself that our officers also are not very well paid, so they are likely to be compromised. And in certain cases, even if you report to the local police officers, no action is taken because these peddlers are able to pay their way and continue operating. Is it possible for the Cabinet Secretary to provide a special unit, especially in Nairobi, where we can whistle blow where some of these peddlers exist and action can be taken without dealing with the local police officers, because that is where the problem starts from? Thank you.
Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is, of course, I'm just riding on this, and it is true that Waziri is already aware of what is happening in northern part of Kenya, from Marsabit, Isiolo. Our young people are largely affected, and it is like they have no future. Waziri, I would want to know what plans we have in place, even if we do not have rehabilitation centers, what plans we have in place, because some of these young people are graduates and their lives have already been destroyed, so that they can be taken to rehabilitation centers and be rehabilitated, and also see how they can come back to the community, because Marsabit is largely affected and Isiolo is also affected. The other question is, of course, we know that we have drug barons in Kenya. Why are we as a country not able to deal with this? And if we are dealing with it, can you tell us the measures that we have put in place so that we can reduce this? Because it is negatively affecting our country and the families. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. To ride on the same, I also want to thank Waziri for the good program that he has regarding the drug and substance abuse at the coast. That includes awareness and prevention. But there are those people who are already addicts. And I'm happy that Waziri also noted that there are some women reps that are using their funds, the NGAF fund, to do the safe spaces or rescue centers or the rehabilitation centers. But I also want Waziri to be informed that we are not getting the support that it requires. I'm one of the women reps that I am doing a rehabilitation in Taita Taveta. I have been struggling since my first term. It's now 7 years because the funds are little. So the small kitty is the one that I'm using, saving every time to try and make sure that the rehabilitation center is done, and I'm still struggling. So Waziri, you have noted that it is a problem, it's a menace in the entire coast, and so we need your support on that one. And Speaker, now that Waziri is here, I also want to mention a problem that we have, insecurity problem that we have in Taita Taveta, that includes our border riders. Our young border riders are being killed day to day, and their borders getting stolen. And we have done some investigation here and there, and most of them are telling us that these borders are the ones that they have taken on loan and they are paying in installments. Most cases, when they are almost are about to complete or to finish paying, it is when they are attacked and these borders are stolen. I don't know whether Waziri is aware of this case, but we really need your intervention on this because we have lost so many of our border riders in Taita Taveta because of such issues. So thank you, Speaker, for that opportunity. I need Waziri to intervene on that one. Thank you.
Betsimba.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na nimeshtushwa kusikia waziri akisema kwamba katika utumiaji na uuzaji wa mihadarati na madawa ya kulevya mkoa wa Pwani ndio umekuwa waongoza katika taifa zima. Na nimuulize waziri, ana mikakati gani, amepanga mbinu gani za kuzuia uuzaji na utumiaji wa mihadarati kupitia kwa mipaka, kwa sababu Mombasa, nikizungumzia Mombasa ama eneo bunge la Kisauni, hakuna mashamba ya heroin, hakuna mashamba ya bangi, hakuna mashamba yoyote ya madawa ya kulevya. Yanatoka sehemu tofauti kuja pale. Ana mipango gani? Ya pili, Mheshimiwa Waziri, una habari kwamba DCI wa eneo la Kisauni hawana magari, wanatumia baiskeli kutafuta wahalifu? Una habari hizo? Na unapanga vipi kusuluhisha hiyo matatizo? Asante sana.
Mr. Speaker, first let me say on the follow-up questions by Honorable Mbui, one is the training. Training is not just happening, it's not a particular school. These are weekend programs, working together with, collaborating with the Ministry of Education, for example, to put workshops at a different times. That's why even programs that NACADA is planning together with students and so forth is a continuous program. And so what we can do is to seek also support from ourselves as leaders and see, we can organize public fora, maybe a tournament, and then before the finals of the tournament, maybe NACADA can come in with training materials, awareness materials, those kind of issues. That's why these trainings are happening at this level. So once in a while, there's a meeting for principals in a particular sub-county or a county, then this training takes place and so forth, and creation of awareness. On the question of coast is a very unique place. It's because of the porous nature of the borders. So you know, coast is Lamu, it's in a border. Coast is Tana River, it's near the border. Coast is Taita Taveta, is definitely, in fact, part of the biggest problem of Taita Taveta is because in our neighboring, the other side, it's not very strict on matters of drugs and so forth. And I don't think they do even so much enforcement on matters of marijuana in the first place. It's not a big deal. On the other side of the border, the same to Quarry. And then the coastline. You know, the coastline, it's not a port. It is also a porous coastline. And because very few places are manned with proper ports. But thanks to Coast Guard, we have been able to do a lot of work. By the way, if there's something that previous government did, particularly President Uhuru's government, was to deal head-on with the drug barons, and a lot was done. I was there when President Uhuru banned the whole ship that was carrying drugs in our first time, I remember. And so a lot has been done to dismantle the big barons. So what's happening is that, you know, the peddlers now are the biggest problem. Of course, they still bring with certain networks. What happens is that sometimes you are unable to get the baron themselves, but as long as you get the middlemen here and you arrest them, dismantle the networks, and so forth. The biggest problem we face also is in terms of transit. So all this that comes from Ethiopia to Kenya or South Sudan to Kenya or Uganda passing through Kenya are not just destined in Kenya. Part of it is consumed here, but it's still finding its way to neighboring countries. Because this is part of transnational organized crime. So locally, I have told the chiefs and the assistant chiefs, the chiefs and the OCSs, that there is no way drugs and alcohol, illicit alcohol, can be sold in any part of Kenya without the knowledge of the chief and the OCS. So the ultimate responsibility is at that very local unit. Let them demonstrate that they have taken steps to report and crack down on these issues. Then another phenomenon that I noticed, and this is just for across the country, is that, including that cost, is that cannabis is also planted where there is a lot of insecurity. So the bandits, once they cover a place, they plant cannabis in that place, they consume, and they also sell. Interestingly, you will go to places like Isiolo, Samburu, Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, where I come from. Once we did the massive operation on bandits, and we cleared certain places in Kerio Valley, we found that they have planted a lot of cannabis sativa along the river, and they could not have planted that amount of drugs if they were not having networks to sell them. We also had discovered that some of the police officers and the chiefs and the Ngao officers are major collaborators. And in most cases, either they are arrested and charged. Some where you don't have direct evidence to charge them, you transfer them, you bring back to office so that they are not in certain areas where this menace is going on. So it never really, these things never really happen without the participation of a police officer. Either they have a cover of a OCPD or a sub-county commander or a county commander. In Kitale, for example, we went and when we were going for Jukwa, we had a tip that there was a lot of cannabis sativa and adulterated ethanol that was being sold. So the Deputy Inspector General of Police went with special team, and they went with the Nakada and did an operation. And the guy confessed that, how did this happen? Who told these people that this was here? He said, raids never happen without my knowledge. This must have been done without the knowledge of the officers on the ground, you know. So it is clear that this is something that we must continue fighting, deal with the police officers, deal with the administrators, but we should not wait until a minister. In fact, I am not subscribing to this idea that the Cabinet Secretary office should put some money to fight alcohol. It must be infused in the day-to-day responsibility of the OCS and the chief. So that if you are sorting mobility for the chief, you are giving them motorbikes or OCS or OCBD or whatever, take the resources there, and as they do all other crimes, they deal also with these issues. In the past, we've had situations where certain officers are given certain money to fight alcohol, only for very little amount of that money to go anywhere, and then you do some raids and media coverage and all that. After 3 months, you know, the thing is over. What we are now trying to work on is to be continuous, to be in your JD as an OCS and your JD as a chief. If we put it at that level, we'll be able to make great progress. We have the penalties in some cases. Penalty is not the problem. It's how the magistrate applies. Remember also, in these areas where there's compromise, also the magistrate is compromised or a judge. For as long as the police can be bribed, the magistrate also can be bribed. So the problem is the application of that law by the law enforcing officers. And then we know we have the Honorable Mwenje, we have the anti-narcotic police unit, but it is still a small unit. Our conversation was now to make it a more fully fledged, like the anti-terror unit, because this is really destroying our young people. And even in the next recruitment, there is a plan to make sure that some of the officers are already working, but in different places, can be trained and posted to support the DCI unit of anti-narcotic, and then the new officers that are coming in can replace them in the different areas. On the question of rehabilitation of young people, this is a continuous there is no really good budget for rehabilitation. There's no budget in ACADA, neither is there budget in any office for rehabilitation. That's why you see it in different places. And the best people, this is a function that should be done by county governments. The best thing is for some of the county referral hospitals and the sub-county health centers should have a wing for rehabilitating these young people, because it's a medical problem that we can be able to do it. But we should continue supporting, like Honorable Aika said, this GAF money, and the ladies have the noble idea to do it, but the money is very little. If you have 6 million in our whole county, there is only so much you can do in different things to please everybody. And if you go and put a rehab in one constituency, they say, oh, you're ni auko. You know, can you explain to us what have you done for us here? In fact, I really feel for sometimes the women MPs. It's better to be a senator. I was a senator before. Nobody will ask you how much money you have. But for you, you have little and they think it's a lot. So that is the challenge. But it is important to partner. I wish they would have a buy-in from the county so that you can put part of it and the county can put part of the resources to support it. That is that. And then proceeds. There's also something we are muting. It's not enough to get the drugs and the ethanol and to confiscate. If we can do further, and this is something we are having conversation, how best can we go for the proceeds of crime? You see, this person is a baron, he's selling ethanol. Ethanol one container is 50 million, okay? Even if you arrest him and you give him a fine of 1 million, he will pay and continue. But if we went for his accounts, like it's being done for confiscation of proceeds of crime, that money can come in and help us to buy vehicles and other equipment, build rehabilitation centers, and it will be more punitive than the normal court process. So in the 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, when I was launching the NACADA policy issue, this is something that we agreed we can pursue and work together with other agencies to deal with this. On the border riders for Honorable Ika at your border, they are stolen in Taita Taveta and taken to Tanzania. That is the challenge we have. And what has been happening, when I was there for Jukwaa, we agreed that the county commissioner should have a better working relationship with the county commissioner on the other side to see how best. Because some of that cooperation, especially in Tok in the Tana, and because it's happening also in Kajiado, has helped depending on how our leaders on this side are able to engage the leaders in the other side of Tanzania to help us to deal with this. But it's a menace. When we went to Taita Taveta with the IG, he changed the police officers in that place because of that menace. And we hope that the new police officers who have come there will be more accountable. It is true, Ben Simba of Kisauni, many police stations don't have vehicles. Many police stations. Actually, we have a shortage of almost 50% of vehicles across. And you know that the government has been working on a procurement process to get another lot of leased vehicles. We believe that we should be, in this first quarter, we should make very good progress. And once we get those vehicles, we have told our officers on the ground they must be willing to share. There's no vehicle for Kenya Police Service, and there's no for Administration Police Service, and there's for DCI. They must be able to put, particularly in counties like yours, where many places are reachable, they must be able to find a mechanism to share the vehicles. But also we have a problem of fuel. But that's not a problem in Mombasa. You know that most of the leased vehicles to the police station, there's only 450 liters of fuel, which is collected at the designated center. So you are in Kibish in Turkana, you come and collect fuel in Kitale, 450 liters. So you come all the way to Kitale, collect 450, and you go to Nairobi. You are in Ilret, and you are coming to collect fuel in Nanyuki. I think it's Nanyuki. You've come all the way, and you are going back to Marsabit, to that part of Ilret. And then the remaining fuel, you cannot even do an operation within a month. It's finished. Thanks to Jukwa, we have agreed we move it to 650, but we work on the leasing program to see how best this can be moved forward. Asante sana.
Zamzam. Umulher, I saw a communication from Zamzam nominating you to ask a question. Are you ready? Go ahead. That's the last question of the day.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Anna, what is it?
You allowed me that I should be asking a question on the basis of having an addendum, sir.
I said this is the last question of the day on the order paper. There are still Konzrai with an issue of a disappeared person and yourself. And it will depend on whether they have been furnished to the minister or not. Tongo is here, he will help us. Yes. Yours was just a point of order that you wanted to raise. Omulher, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary clarify the circumstances under which Mr. Hassan
Minister,
was...
this is a very narrow question. You should take less than 5 minutes on it. Go ahead. Start.
Could the Cabinet Secretary clarify the circumstances under which Mr. Hassan Wasionga Ismail, who applied for a national ID card in Kisumu County in 2020 and was denied identification cards for over 4 years, and in March 2025 reapplied for another ID card, only later to be arrested and charged with robbery with violence, allegedly linked to an ID he had never collected. Provide details on the status of Mr. Wasionga Ismail's original ID, including information on who signed for its collection, when and where it was collected, the phone number it was used to register, and the identity of the person currently in possession of the phone that allegedly received the stolen funds. State the actions taken by the ministry to address the issue of stolen or misused ID cards, particularly how many similar cases have been reported or under investigations involving innocent individuals like Mr. Wasionga Ismail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, following a review of our records, it has been established that Mr. Hassan Wasionga Ismail applied for a national identification card at the Otongolo Division Registration Office in Kisumu West Sub-County in 2020 through serial number 24732356551. A national identity card number 39226153 was duly processed and issued on 5th June of 2020. Duly processed and issued. It's important to clarify that an individual is issued with only one national identity number in their lifetime. New serial numbers are, however, generated for tracking purposes in every instance of replacement. Mr. Ismail has only ever been issued with ID once, and no replacement ID has ever been issued under his name or ID number since 2020. Regarding the claim that he was denied his ID card for 4 years, our system shows the card was produced and ready for collection within the standard processing time. Any delays in collection may not have been due to systemic failures, but may have arisen from procedural or personal issues, which are subject to further internal review and ongoing investigations by the DCI. It is deeply regrettable that Mr. Ismail was arrested in connection with an ID card he allegedly never collected. The ministry takes such matters seriously and is working closely with investigative agencies to uncover how the identity may have been misused. We remain committed to upholding the integrity of the national identification system. Mr. Speaker, on part 2, as stated earlier, only one ID card has ever been issued to Mr. Hassan Wasionga Ismail, in line with our standard operating procedures. ID cards are collected in person at the registration office where the application was submitted. The applicant must present original application for registration acknowledgement slip, commonly known as the waiting card. In some exceptional cases, a parent may collect the card on behalf of an applicant upon producing both the waiting card and their own identification. Since also it is the parents that help the children to get the ID. In the event of a lost waiting card, the applicant is required to provide police abstract or a letter from a chief confirming the loss. Currently, our officers are actively tracing the manual ID collection register for Kisumu West Sub-County to confirm whether this standard operating procedure was followed at the time of collection. Regarding whether the ID number was misused, the phone number used to register transaction linked to the ID number and the person currently in possession of it. I wish to inform the House that these matters are under active investigation by the Directorate of Criminal Investigation. The Ministry will provide an update on the National Assembly once the DCI completes the investigations. On part 3, Mr. Speaker, this case is highly unusual and but suggests a complex misuse of identity credentials. While the Ministry cannot at this time provide precise figure of such cases, we acknowledge that incidences of identity theft and misuse of identification documents are increasing globally, and Kenya is not immune to this emerging threat. To strengthen the integrity of the national identification system and protect innocent citizens, the Ministry has undertaken the following actions and plans to enhance them further with the support of this House. 1, modernization of Integrated Population Registration System, IPRS. The IPRS is being upgraded to enable government and private institutions to perform real-time Know Your Customer verification. This will ensure that only the most recent and valid identity credentials are used in service delivery. 2, implementation of a national digital identity system. This system will allow citizens to digitally manage their identification credentials, including flagging lost or stolen IDs instantly, and limiting the window of opportunity for criminal misuse. 3, automation of ID card issuance and collection. The Ministry is planning an automated system that will link ID collection to biometric verification, requiring a fingerprint match with data stored on the ID chip at the point of collection. This will eliminate unauthorized third-party collection and bolster accountability within the identity ecosystem. 4, enhanced public awareness and legal framework. We are reviewing the legal and administrative framework to introduce harsher penalties for identity theft and the fraudulent use of national identity cards and documents to educate the public on the safe handling of ID credentials. The Ministry respectively seeks to support the support of this House in prioritizing funding for these initiatives to ensure that the rights and identities of Kenyan citizens are protected comprehensively and effectively. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Bwana Waziri. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Madam Zamzam, she asked me to let the Cabinet Secretary know that there's a case of somebody who's been arrested in Kisumu with over 800 IDs, and she suspects that Mr. Wesonga could be a victim of such a case and requests you look into the matter. Thank you, because the gentleman was arrested and she released him from custody.
Speaker, because Honorable Zamzam is not around and Mr. CS, Honorable CS, he is not sure if Hassan picked the ID himself. So I think this question...
He said investigations are ongoing.
So that's why, Mr. Speaker, sir, yes, what I'm saying is this question or the answer after the investigation should be brought back to this House so that we make sure what happened.
That's a fair request. Minister, once the investigations are over, you can communicate to the House through the chair of the committee. Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, on the same issue of IDs, I just want to make a request to the Cabinet Secretary. There are very many young people who are joining colleges and universities, and they have applied for IDs and have waiting cards. Is there a measure, is there a way you can ensure this rapid process of the IDs so they're not inconvenienced when they have to operate bank accounts after they get the so-called boom. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Kipepeo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was there when Honorable Zamzam was requesting that there was an innocent young man in jail suffering on behalf of somebody who picked his ID and they came for him. We might be having more innocent people in jail suffering on behalf of those who are very good at picking people's IDs. So the chiefs and the assistant chiefs, those who help out, how can anyone pick somebody's ID, yet they know very well these children from their background? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, quickly, it should take...
Minister, as you, because that is the last opportunity on this, as you answer that, in the good old days, we used to be issued with IDs before you leave school, before you prepare to go to university. Why can't you help the country by issuing students with IDs, those who are in fourth form? So because without an ID, they cannot process their documents to university, they can't get their boom, they can't open bank accounts, they can't do anything. Why can't you institutionalize students leaving schools with IDs, subject to, of course, age qualification?
Mr. Speaker, first let me say that a lot of reforms has gone into this area of IDs. Only this year I gazetted, Mr. Speaker, I issued a gazette notice taking away all the, or removing all the fees. So taking an ID now is free for the first time. So that was the directive of His Excellency the President, that we issue IDs for free, and I did so. Mr. Speaker, you remember the President last year also removed unnecessary restrictions that was affecting border counties like your county, all the way to Kisumu, Migori, Narok, Kajiado, Kwale, Lamu, Garissa. You know, some people just, in their heads, they think about Garissa, Wajir, and Mandera. They don't realize that the same problem was all over the place in every county. And therefore, including Busia and all these other counties, including West Pokot and Turkana. So all border counties were suffering unnecessary extra verification. And so that has helped a great deal. I went to Kitale during the Jukwa, and I was shocked that within a time of 1 hour, 200 people had registered for ID, because in the Jukwala Usalama program, we go around, we go with live capture machines that are being tried, and where you register the person and you don't carry anything. All the information comes to the headquarters. The chief is sitting there, the registrar, the fingerprints, and then it can easily be printed. And counties which are vast, like AJAABU, for example, require that kind of live capture machines to take it to the interior parts to make sure that people are reached out in Kajiado, Kitui, Northeastern, and other places. So those are the reforms that we are working on. In fact, the only remaining thing now with the live capture machines, and I wish I would demonstrate it here, but those of us who have been together, either in the office or when I came for Jukwa in your place, you saw that machine is portable. You can carry it using a border, you know, and you only need 3 people. You have the machine, and you only need the registrar, the fingerprint officer, and the chief to be present. So it can be done mobile, so that that approval can be done. And going forward, that's going to be the practice. Now, it takes only 3 days to get an ID. Anything beyond 3 days is a... But for us, in terms of issuance, it takes 7 days to make sure that 3 days is ready in Nairobi, and then, because in most of the parts of Kenya, it takes only 1 day to fly those IDs to different parts. And many IDs are lying in various registration offices at the local level, unpicked, you know. But most of these young people who are going to college have been picking their IDs of late. There is need for a program for sensitization of delivering those IDs in areas where it takes more than 7 days. Okay, let's say even if it is worse, it takes 14 days. It should not go beyond 14 days. In those beyond 14 days, there is a problem, and that we now need to find an online mechanism where people can report and check and track. And those are some of the things I was reading here, that we want to put a tracking system so that someone know the delay is at the headquarters or at the delivery at the local level. And Kenyans have become very active. And then, so this mobile registration also will now help us to get the school programs. The good thing is that, by the way, the real truth is that mobile, registration centers for IDs are fairly covering most parts of the country. The marginalized areas are the ones struggling. But the birth certificate and the death certificate is less accessible. So you go to a county, it has 17 centers for IDs, but has only 2 centers for, like which county? Like Nakuru. You have only 2 centers. Or was it Nakuru? No, there was a county which has only 2 centers, but it has about 17 for IDs. So the point is that we want to work on, it was Narok actually, because we were with the chair, it was Narok. So we need to work on there. We are working on the registration center, and we are also trying to debate if we remove the fees on IDs, if we get proper guidance, we can remove for birth certificate, because that is more needed by younger people registering for school and so forth, except for lost documents. So, Mr. Speaker, you're right. Once these gadgets are in place, school programs will be easier. But school programs are still ongoing. It's just that we need to make it more frequent everywhere. And then ultimately, with the growth of technology, our hope that ultimately you don't have to apply for ID. You just need to get your birth certificate. And once you are in the system, you pick your ID when you are 18. When you reach 18, you move with your ID. You don't have to come and apply again. How can someone pick somebody's ID? That is the subject of investigations, really, to find out what exactly happened in the situation of Ismail. And in other cases of theft of identity, that needs to be done. For example, I went after Maandamano. I went to OTC, and I saw many IDs are all over the place. Nobody has given me an explanation why we had so many IDs in some places, and it was not chief's office and so forth. So most likely there are these characters who steal from people, steal people's identities, and they want to use it. And Mr. Speaker, these investigations will help us a great deal to know exactly, and to refine our systems of, from issuance to collection, what exactly happens within the ID, and especially in this case of Ismail. I thank you.
Yes, Jessica, what is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been raising my hand and you've not caught my eye, but thank you for you've caught my eye. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the...
It is you who caught my eye. I didn't get it.
Yeah, because I've been raising my...
Yes. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I've sat in your seat for 10 years, and mine is just to confirm before the minister finishes his submission. Based on the question from the honorable member, Mr. Speaker, how long, you should be telling us, how long will these investigations take place, being the minister and in charge? You cannot tell this house that investigations are going on. You should be able to tell us it will take us this time. Thank you.
Yes, Minister. How long?
I think, Mr. Speaker, the safe side of the story is that Ismail is not is not in confinement as a result of this theft of identity. That's important first, that the part of where he was picked as a suspect. But how long the investigations takes, investigations only takes the time investigation takes is up to the conclusion when you get the suspect. And until we get that suspect and refine these processes, I think it is important to remain patient to deal with this issue. But what you can get from me is that we are not going to let go this issue, because it is appointed to other problems. So it's not one of those things that you will say, okay, it's okay, the guy has been sorted, let's move on. It's important for us in terms of tightening the systems for issuance of ID. So take it from me, we'll take it very serious. And I hope that, Mr. Speaker, in the next few weeks, I should be able to send, the way you directed in the other statement, to be able to send an update on how far this investigation has gone.
Minister, you can sit there and take questions from these members. If you have the answer, you can give it, because this is now an ambush. These are questions that were asked to your committee chair. Gonzrai, after Gonzrai, Sane, after Sane, Tubi. Tubi, you had already seen me. Why are you raising your hand again and have your name here? Tubi, after Tubi, Adan Daud said he has just a point of order about the management of your affairs with the committee. Yes, Naomi, you are not on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I need to know from the minister is that on the 16th of July, 2024, Mr. Charo Karisa Mae was abducted by unknown people believed to be security agents while traveling from Mombasa to Malindi. The matter was reported at Malindi Police Station by the OB number 30/16/02/2024. To date, Mr. Charo Karisa Mae has not surfaced, and we are actually wondering whether he's actually being held anywhere by any security agents, and if he's being held, under what authority and the location, because what we want is his whereabouts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is on Mr. Hussein Abdurrahman Mohammed of ID number 2672739, who has been a former Assistant County Commissioner and currently the manager of Huduma Center in Wajir County, who went missing on 8th July 2025. My questions to the CS is to give report on the status of investigation into the disappearance of Mr. Hussein Abdurrahman Mohammed, measures taken by the government to ensure that Mr. Hussein Abdurrahman Mohammed is found and reunited with his family, and finally steps being taken to enhance the safety and security of residents of Wajir North constituency, including measures by security agencies to promptly investigate and resolve cases of missing persons, including one Isa Bule Mohammed, who is missing for 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Toby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine was almost 2 months ago. Isiolo was in problems. Isiolo had security problems, and I raised the question, a statement here, to be answered by the chairman. It did not come, and this morning I received it. It has something to do with the Isiolo problem, and I'm not satisfied with the statement, with the answer which I was given. This one talks about Isiolo. The problem emanated. We used to have Isiolo having banditry and all these things. These days it's not about banditry, but problems in town. The problems in town emanate from political and something imported into Isiolo. Now, the problem we are having right now is the issue of a constitutional mandate being done by the members of the County Assembly against the Speaker on accountability. And the whole thing, goons were brought into Isiolo County, and there's a lot of deaths and injuries which has happened. People are living under threats and intimidation that County Assembly should not hold this meeting. That is what it is. And then the help of the government itself, the police and everybody, was nowhere to be seen. County Assembly was vandalized. Everything was moved from that in presence of the police. And the governor is the person who is doing this. And as if he's above the law. And that is not the only first one. The governor was known to have done the same thing in City Hall sometimes back. Now we are getting the same thing. Whatever you are talking about today, about drugs and all these things, has something to do with a new phenomena in Isiolo. Then the minister can tell us what exactly have they done. Thank you.
Yes, Naomi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll take the House back to the ID issue, the issuance of IDs. Number one, I want to say a big thank you to our President and to the Ministry for the issuance of IDs to the people. In fact, our people feel that this is the time we have gotten independence. My question is on the number of days that people that they take to release the ID cards, because it has taken quite some time. Some people have been waiting for the last 6 months, others have been waiting for their cards, for their ID cards for the last 1 year. How can we make it more effective even for the people in northern Kenya? Again, the other question is on the waiting cards that people sometimes use, especially on the border of Moyale. As they come through to Marsabit, they struggle because they are not allowed to travel with their waiting cards. What can we do so that at least they can use their waiting cards to travel even to Marsabit? The other one is good news, high schools in Marsabit. In fact, I think we may be leading in that. The officers in place have been doing that, and we are happy with that progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Mine are also two quick questions that I had raised earlier. Yes, sir. Thank you, Speaker. There's a question I had raised 2 months ago on the missing cases of young men, and this particular cases of Abdirizak Kiale from AJAABU constituency. The statement through the chair was not very sufficient, but it almost answered the question. So the brother is back. He was released after 2 weeks, but his other brother, who they were abducted together by the police, is now missing for 2 years. On behalf of the family, I'm requesting for quick interventions and an answer on that. Thank you.
Bogoyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the CS and appreciate his efforts of subdividing Kajiado North into two operational sub-counties to have OCPDs. But Waziri, I have in my efforts made complete all your police stations built by NGCDF. All your chiefs, and the last one is going to be housed by NGCDF 100%. We still have a big problem with personnel. And you can look at, out of the 290 constituencies, Kajiado North has the highest rate of buying land, building police posts. All your chiefs are built by NGCDF and land bought for security. Your police station is in Kiserian is bought by NGCDF, built by NGCDF, but no increment of even one police officer, even after building all those stations. And the worst is Gataka, where we house Cooperative College, the universities around there. Our students are being manned there. The command station around there is still a problem. So I'm still appealing to you, CS. What are you doing? Because we are building, as per your request, approved by your planning department in the National Police Service. What are you doing to increase the personnel for Kajiado North constituency with the support of NGCDF? And I repeat again, the Kajiado North NGCDF has 100% done all your police stations, all your chief's offices, magnificent.
You are repeating yourself. Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to inquire from the CS, because I recall a couple of years ago when you were finishing Form 4, we would actually apply for IDs while in school and get them by the time you're finishing school. I just want to know if that is still happening, because that then would be very helpful.
You already said it is happening, but it's not adequate.
Oh, okay.
So the issue is adequacy. You even had Naomi Wako boasting that Marsabit is doing very well. So what you need is to step up, Minister. Daud, what's your point of order? Then Minister, I'll give you under 10 minutes to respond to all those.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is first to appreciate that the Minister has come to the House today to answer all these questions. But, Mr. Speaker, there are many statements we have asked in this House, and the responses given through the chair of the committee in charge of internal security. But the two statements that I sought, the responses were inadequate. You ordered that the minister comes in front of the committee and answer them himself. Mr. Speaker, we have been given 2 dates to come in front of the committee. And the last minute, we are told that the minister is not appearing. So I wanted you to reinforce your order so that the minister can come in front of the committee again and answer those questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That is easy to dispose of, Minister. You are ordered to appear before the committees when you are invited. That is a duty. You can respond to the others.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just hold on. Kagusha. Let's take the last
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to make an appeal as well to the CS to kindly provide police officers and personnel for Gumba Police Post and the Kibutio Police Post in Mukurweini in Gekondi. The 2 police posts have been constructed and now they are ready for occupation. And we have also distributed this to your staff at the local level so that we can be able to have them occupied and serve the people of those 2 areas. Thank you.
Minister, you can now respond.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
10 minutes.
I definitely, of course, just like the House, we have a good working relationship with the committee. And I know the member is not a member of the committee, but it was his question. It was only that we agreed with the committee because of the program at that point in time. Twice we were unable to meet. But in the next one, I'll make sure that respond. Mr. Speaker, on the question of, the first one was Mr. Charo. Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament of Kinango constituency, Genz has requested this statement. And Mr. Speaker, on 16th of July 2024, Mr. Wanje Karisa Mai reported the disappearance of his brother, Mr. Charo Mai Karisa, aged for 20 years at Malindi Police Station via OB number 3016/7/2024 at 10:57 hours. Karisa indicated his brother, Mr. Charo Mai Karisa, had traveled to Shanzu in Mombasa County as for 15 July 2024 at approximately 5:00 hours and had since become unreachable with his mobile phone switched off. He further states that he had received information from Kahindi, a matatu driver, that his brother was abducted by a non-masked gunman along the Mombasa-Malindi road. An inquiry file number 16 of 2025 was subsequently opened to establish the circumstances surrounding these allegations. The case remains under active investigations. On the measures, Mr. Speaker, the government remains firmly committed to upholding constitutional Kenya and safeguarding fundamental rights and freedom of all citizens. The service refutes claims of enforced disappearance, which is not sanctioned activity of the state. Such acts are criminal in nature and perpetrated by individuals or organized criminal elements acting outside the law. To mitigate and respond to these incidents of abduction and to enhance public safety, the service has instituted the following proactive measures. A dedicated response team domiciled at the DCI headquarters was formed to swiftly handle the reported abduction cases. 2, the police will conduct investigation to all reported cases, ensuring prompt arraignment in court of law of those found culpable to deter future criminal activity. Members of the public are encouraged to report these matters to the DCI. Revitalizing community policing initiatives to improve access to information and collaboration with the society, and strengthening both the foot and mobile patrols to prevent crimes while reinforcing police visibility in key areas to ensure that people are not being abducted. In line with the constitutional mandate, Mr. Speaker, and commitment to upholding the rule of law, the government has put in place a series of measures to safeguard the rights and dignity of arrested persons, including enforcement of the 24-hour rule, regular training and sensitization of officers on the human rights, mandatory documentation of in occurrence book of any injury sustained by a suspect during arrest, and ensuring the arrests are lawful, proportionate, and based on sufficient grounds, including obtaining court orders where applicable. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the next one of Mr. Speaker, Mr. Hussein. Hussein is the Huduma man, right? Yes, that's correct. Mr. Speaker, sorry, I was ambushed, so I'm using my phone. Mr. Speaker, on the Member of Parliament for Wajir North constituency, Honorable Ibrahim Sane, has requested to be apprised on the disappearance of Mr. Hussein Abdurrahman Mohammed, the manager of Wajir Huduma Center. He was allegedly last seen on 8 July while attending official function presided over by the Cabinet Secretary of Public Service at Huduma Capital Development. The Honorable Member particularly sought to be informed the status of the investigation into the disappearance of Mr. Abdurrahman, the measures taken to ensure that Mr. Abdurrahman is found and reunited with his family. Mr. Speaker, Abdurrahman Mohammed reported the disappearance of his uncle, Mr. Hussein Abdurrahman Mohammed. Abdi Salam Mohammed reported the disappearance of his uncle, Mr. Hussein Abdurrahman Mohammed, on 10 July 2025 at Wajir Police Station via OP number 17 of July 2025. Subsequently, a missing person signal was circulated to all sub-county police commanders and relevant police formations across the county under the following AEST 161 volume 4 of 277, dated July 10th of 2025. The investigating officer commenced investigations by visiting Hussein's residence in Wajir town and his workplace at Wajir Huduma Center, during which statements were recorded from key individuals to assist in tracing his whereabouts. Okay. Mr. Speaker, then on July, Mr. Ahmed Mohammed, a first cousin, reported that attempts to reach Mr. Hussein on 9th July were unsuccessful as his mobile phone was switched off. The family members contacted his mother in Isiolo and his wife, Ms. Fatuma Adan, residing in Ada Dijole, Wajir North Sub-County. Both of them confirmed that he has not been seen. Ahmed further disclosed that Hussein had previously suffered from mental health-related conditions and was known to occasionally go to Islamic missions, that is Tabligh. Mr. Hussein Made Arale, Deputy Manager of Wajir Huduma Center, confirmed that he had worked with Mr. Hussein for 4 years and described their working relationship as cordial. He stated that Mr. Hussein had applied for a 20-day annual leave beginning on the 4th of July 2025, but was deferred to 8th of July due to the Cabinet Secretary of Public Service and Huduma Capital Development scheduled visit to Tarbach on 7th July 2025. Mr. Hussein reported to work on the morning of 8th July, handed over duties to his deputy, collected his personal belongings, and proceeded on leave. Mr. Mwede provided a copy of the approved leave form to the investigators. Mrs. Fatuma Adan, Mr. Hussein's wife, confirmed that he had traveled home on 4th of July 2025 from Nairobi, where he had gone to seek work transfer. He departed on Wajir Huduma Center on 6th July and was scheduled to commence his leave on 7th July. She noted that their last phone conversation occurred on 8th July at around 21 hours, that is 9 p.m., during which he promised to call back, citing that he was in a noisy environment. Subsequent attempts to reach him on 9th July 2025 were unsuccessful as the phone was off. To facilitate further investigations, a letter dated 11th July 2025 was dispatched to the Safaricom Law Enforcement Liaison Office. Subsequent call data, history, subscriber details, and location records for the period was requested. The response indicated that his last communication was with his wife, and the last known geographic location being within Wajir town. The further request was made to the medical superintendent of Wajir County Referral Hospital, and he responded, confirmed that Mr. Hussein was a registered outpatient client at their mental health department. He had been diagnosed with chronic mental health condition and was under regular pharmacological treatment. With his most recent clinic visit was 7th May of 2025. He had been scheduled for continued monthly follow-up. On the 18th of July, a letter was sent to the chairman of Jamaat Tabligh Makaz Hakam Malim Salat, Wajir branch, requesting a list of participants in Tabligh missions from Wajir mosques for July 2025. The response confirmed that Mr. Hussein's name did not appear on the list of the participants. The police inquiry file number 4 of 2005 remains active. Ongoing efforts, including tracing his known associates' frequent locations and liaising with relatives, colleagues, and friends. Importantly, Mr. Hussein Abdurrahman Mohammed is not being held in custody or detained by National Police Service in any of its stations, facilities. The case is still pending under investigations. Mr. Speaker, on the service taken by the National Police Service, measures taken by the National Police Service, investigation, you can see all these measures have been taken, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that investigations are done, and members of public who may have information are encouraged to share with the National Police Service. On the steps being taken to improve the safety and security of residents of Wajir North, Mr. Speaker, there's a dedicated response team, as just like in the other answer, that deals with any cases of abduction at the headquarters, and police are investigating these issues. And we have the Fichuakwa DCI, and we also have active community policing engagements in the area. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then the next is Mr. Tubi, Honorable Tubi for Isiolo. Mr. Speaker, I think it was both a question and an answer, Mr. Speaker, because the Honorable Member was saying there is a problem in Isiolo, and he also further said he knows what the problem is. Mr. Speaker, that is a leadership problem. There is a serious leadership rankles in Isiolo. And Mr. Speaker, Isiolo County has recently witnessed notable criminal activities, particularly during the months of May and June 2025, with incidents among them reflecting growing political instability. These include violent crimes such as assaults and homicides, and property-related crimes such as theft and robbery. The security assessment shows that crimes rate in Isiolo County marked slight decline with 201 cases reported in June compared to 221 cases of crime recorded in May, which representing a decline of 9%. Honorable Speaker, at 29 June 2025, approximately 3,000 individuals alleged to be supporters of the governor and the Speaker violently invaded both the County Assembly and the Governor's office. In response to the incident, the County Criminal Investigation Officer initiated investigation and has since opened an inquiry file into the incident. Key officials, including the clerk of the County Assembly and the sergeant at arms, have been summoned to record statement. However, they are yet to comply. The case is pending and they are under investigations. Mr. Speaker, let me just say this, that because before I put the measures, Mr. Speaker, the problem in Isiolo, as the Speaker said, is leadership. In the Senate, when we served with you, I was tasked by the Speaker in our first term to handle a similar problem in Isiolo. At that time, Mr. Tubi was the Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there was a serious rankles in the same county. But it was not at this magnitude that we are witnessing today. Today, this has turned out from the normal disagreements on governance that happened between County Assembly and County Executive to actually active violent acts. And many Assembly MCA members have even reported to me that they fear for their lives. And Mr. Speaker, because of the seriousness of this issue, the Inspector General of Police and ourselves, the Inspector General of Police made sweeping changes in the police service, including DCI officers, the National Police recently. And we are yet to get, we have seen some improvement, and I hope there will be greater improvement because of those changes. On the administration side also, we made sweeping changes with the administrators within Isiolo, just to remove the act of familiarity, Mr. Speaker, that had crippled in the county itself, and to see if the new team can put greater energy to deal with this issue. But also it is emerging, Mr. Speaker, and this is a function of the other house, but they cannot do it without the support of this house, that, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of misuse of power in counties, both by the executive and the assembly. In some instances, Mr. Speaker, and this has become security issue, and procedural application of the law. And it will interest you, Mr. Speaker, that nowadays, if Assembly Speaker would like to impeach or is working towards impeaching a governor, if he doesn't get the numbers he wants, they just wake up one day and declare a seat of an MCA vacant, alleging that the MCA has not attended 8 sittings, just to make sure that they reduce the numbers. That is extremely draconian. And a number of county assemblies have reported to us, MCAs have reported fear for their life, but also application of the same. The second, which Mr. Speaker, we must rein on, because this is misuse of power. Even in this house, we disagree. I was actually aware that you are mediating in one of them. And Mr. Speaker, this kind of draconian, here you disagree in this chamber, but I have never, for my period in Parliament, I've never had someone being de-whipped using your office, Mr. Speaker, to facilitate getting of numbers. And that is a very serious issue. The second issue is where a decision is taken by county assembly without any vote. You just see the decision in Gazette notice. You know, you see a change of a speaker from one speaker to another without any vote. You will find a Gazette notice just gazetting that there has been a change of a speaker in Isiolo County. And I thought that was crazy, actually. And being a person who has spent a lot of my time fighting for proper governance, especially in devolved units, this has been an issue. So there are things that we will handle from the security sector, but there are governance problems in Isiolo that must be handled because they are spilling over to become security issues. Last, Mr. Speaker, these are some of other issues. The National Police Service is expediting investigation into all reported cases in view of identifying and apprehending, prosecuting the perpetrators according to the law. In fact, there was at some point in Isiolo, it's still in the last 3 months, there were self-abductions just to create chaos in that place, Mr. Speaker. There is intense efforts to sustain operations aimed at eradicating any criminal regroupings. Again, there is emergence of gangs in Isiolo, whose gangs are sustained politically, and this is something we are willing to do. We are actually on it, and the new team that has gone there must deal with it. And then the patrols that are happening. The following measures have been put in place to ensure safety of the MCAs. The National Police Service and the National Government Administrative Office are actively engaging with the local leaders and political leaders across the divide to promote dialogue, reduce political tension, and ensure peaceful existence. I discussed with the regional commissioner 3 days ago, and he told me that a lot of work must be done on that. Members of public are being sensitized on the importance of prompt reporting incidents of criminal activities within their areas, and we could continue doing community barazas, Mr. Speaker, to deal with those issues. On the question of IDs by Honorable Naomi, I think it was a compliment, more than
a compliment.
And she was just asking that we need to intensify these issues, and she was also capturing the problem of drug menace.
Go to
and whatever. Who is Ijara? I think yes, the Ijara question. I think the honourable members worked out that there is a brother who was found
Gokoyo
and left. And Mr. Speaker, we will also continue investigation on the same. On Honourable Gogoyo, I think I don't know, we were working very closely addressing these issues. It did not require, I don't know where I lost him on the way. But now that he has raised this issue.
The mic.
I think the mic is tired. So, Mr. Speaker, we will retrace our steps and work on those issues to make sure there is proper deployment of the police officers.
Whatever your personal relationships, just answer his question.
Mr. Speaker, I think...
And it was very simple. He has built police stations, chief's officers. Are
will,
you able to help
Mr. Speaker,
put personnel there?
We will actually be able to help him put personnel because we are working on the recruitment. And it is not just confined to his police stations. It's a problem. The reduction of strength across the country is as a result of failure to do any recruitment the last three to 4 years. And Mr. Speaker, we will mitigate those issues as soon as possible. And that applies to Honorable Kagusha
as well.
The area he has discussed or suggested is very well known to me.
Irene Mayaka was
and the relationship
about,
applies to both. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Irene Mayaka was asking about IDs in schools. You had already answered that. Yes, Kimani, I was closing this session. We started with you. We want us to close with you.
Yes, I want to close. Mine is very simple. I want to urge the Cabinet Secretary for Interior. We have 3 police stations in Molo: Albagon, Mariashoni, and Molo Town. We do not have sufficient vehicles for access security in the area. And if you follow the questions around this room, the targets for security are very certain. The police stations that were targeting Nakuru were Molo, Gilgil, and Naivasha. And you can see the pattern. Countrywide, the most losses were in Kikuyu, Dagoretti, and Molo. So you can actually tell the pattern. So my urge with you is, as we prioritize allocating vehicles and infrastructure for police deployment, there seems to be a serious. So please act accordingly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You don't need to respond to that. I think just note and do it. Sane, I've closed this session. We now will release the minister. If you find your answer inadequate, follow up with Tongoyo. He will get a response for you. Bashir, I'm not giving you any chance. You can't sit out there the whole afternoon, evening. And then when we are closing, you come and raise your hand. Even you, Kipchumba, same. These members have been sitting here throughout. Yes, there is no provision in the standing orders for appreciating a minister. Minister, you are released to go, and your team. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, resolution to hold a Thursday morning sitting.
Majority Leader, where is Naomi Wako? She should not follow the minister instead of prosecuting business. Yep. Can you tell her to come and prosecute her business?
Speaker is on already. Am I? Yes.
You are sitting in for the majority.
Yes.
We have called order number 8. Okay. Yes. Go to your seat and prosecute that. Is it you now coming in? Yes. Are you moving that motion? Oh, Owen Bayer is here. You owe the House an apology, Owen.
Can do it.
Thank you. Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I want to apologize for that delay. Honorable Speaker, that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33B, hours of meeting, this House resolved to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 14th August 2025, commencing at 10 a.m. Let me catch my breath. Honorable Speaker, the intention of looking to have or moving to have a sitting on Thursday, Honorable Speaker, Thursday morning, Honorable Speaker, is that we have important business. And this business, Honorable Speaker, we have to offload. Taking cognizance that we're going on recess, Honorable Speaker, we would like to finish some important business, and so that as we go to recess, we don't have any work remaining. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the leader to second me.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to second this motion on a resolution to hold a Thursday morning sitting. That is tomorrow morning, Honorable Speaker, and as the Deputy Leader of Majority has said, This is in appreciation of that there is important business that we need to conclude before we commence on our recess. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, we were to, from our calendar before the alteration that we did last week on Thursday, our recess was to commence tomorrow evening after the sitting tomorrow, but we changed that to the 19th, which is next Tuesday. So we'll have a morning sitting tomorrow, an afternoon sitting tomorrow, a morning sitting on Tuesday, and an afternoon sitting next week on Tuesday to allow us to be able to conclude all the business that we have ahead of that recess so that we may begin our recess from Tuesday evening next week from the 20th on Wednesday. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I beg to ask members to support this procedural motion so that we may be able to conclude all that business that is ahead of us.
Thank you, honorable members. I now propose the question that pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 33B, hours of meeting, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 14th August 2025, commencing 10 a.m. May I go ahead and put the question? Yes. Honorable members, I now put the question that pursuant to provisions of Article of Standing Orders 33B, hours of sitting, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 14th August 2025, commencing at 10 a.m. Will as many of us of that opinion say aye? Aye? Will as many as our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment as a member of the Board of Central Bank of Kenya.
So Honorable Speaker, I beg
Chairman Finance, please proceed.
So Honorable Speaker, I beg to rise to move this House that approves the nomination of Mr. Pius Angasa as a member of the directors of the Central Bank of Kenya. Before I move, Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate our leaders for being so organized and being very orderly and making sure that our business is taken into consideration in this particular gathering. So pursuant to Article 231 of the Constitution, Section 10 of the CBK Act, and Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, that this nominee was forwarded to the Parliamentary Committee on Finance and Planning by His Excellency the President. The Department Committee on Finance and Planning and that of National Assembly and the Standing Committee on the Finance and Budget of the Senate conducted a joint vetting exercise. Honorable Chair, the CBK Board is established under the Section 10 of Cap 491 and is responsible for the following. 1, determining the policy of the bank, excluding monetary policy formulation. 2, setting the bank's objectives and overseeing its financial management and strategic direction. 3, reviewing performance and ensuring the bank meets its mandate. 4, monitoring the governance performance. 5, ensuring policy statements aligned with the CBK's objectives. And lastly, maintaining oversight on the use of CBK's resources. Honorable Chair, the following are our findings on the nominee. The committee assessed the nominee against criteria including academic qualifications, professional experience, leadership and integrity, financial probity, political neutrality, and conflict of interest. We, however, sought clearance reports from EACC, KRA, DCI, HELB, ORPP, and other statutory requirements. We have also established the following, Honorable Chair, that the nominee holds a master's degree in business administration from the University of Nairobi. The nominee also holds a bachelor's degree in technology, specifically on industrial processing from Moi University. The nominee also holds a higher diploma in business and French from Alliance Française, and also holds a diploma in French language from Alliance Française. On the nominee's professional experience, we're able to establish that Mr. Angasa has 25 years of experience in senior leadership and technical roles across the communications and development sectors, which includes he served as a country manager for Nokia Kenya, he had the following key responsibilities, which includes leading national operations, implementing national strategy, and representing the connection with the government, regulators, and strategic partners. The nominee also was a regional account manager at Nokia, which gave him a role of overseeing accounts in Kenya, Madagascar, Congo, Brazilian, with a budget portfolio exceeding 45 million euros annually. He was therefore in charge of the PL responsibility, contractual compliance, and cross-border operations. This Honorable Speaker had also managerial roles at Alcatel, Luzet, which meant managing sales cycles, capex-intensive projects, procurement processes, and multi-country client operations. The nominee portfolio includes high-value project oversight, strategic financial management, risk mitigation, which meant through contraction and regulatory compliance and governance engagement and ministerial. These skills, Honorable Speaker, are very relevant to the composition he is nominated for as that of the member of the board of the CBK. Honorable Speaker, Ms. Angasia's background offers oversight strengths which are critical to CBK's mission, which include the following: financial oversight, governance and compliance, strategic stakeholders, technology insight, and global perspective. Honorable Speaker, the central bank has in recent months demonstrated critical essentials that have led to issues that put central bank as one of the most critical institutions in our country. But not just that, I would like to highlight two critical areas that CBK has influenced the economy of our country. Honorable Speaker, under the leadership of three great people, one of them is the governor of the State of Kenya, the one Dr. Kamau Thuge, and two deputy governors. So Dr. Thuge is deputized by two people, one of them being Dr. Susan, and another one being Mr. Derad Nyaosi. These three leaders in the Central Bank of Kenya, coupled with the support of the Board of Governors, have ensured three things. Honorable Speaker, for a very long time, the exchange of this country was a subject of national conversation. But as we may notice, in the last few months, our exchange rate has stabilized at around between 128 and 130 shillings to the dollar. This is a very substantial improvement in our exchange rate, comparing that around 2022, our exchange rate was around 160 shillings to the dollar. And Honorable Speaker, this is not just one of the achievements. There are three more that I easily point out. The improvement in our inflation rates, Honorable Speaker, and also the reduction of our interest rates from a very high of 14% to now a 9% on our inflation rate, Honorable Speaker, on our interest rate, Honorable Speaker. So this interest rate reduction, the stabilization of our shilling, is not just by accident. It's by the actual decisions taken through the leadership of Dr. Thuge, the Board of Governors, and the two deputy governors. And I'm hoping that this nominee, who brings now technical advice and technical experience that he has generated from Nokia and all these other technology companies, Honorable Speaker, that now puts into conclusion that now we have a full skill set that's needed in our economic development of our country. With the best of the economists in our country, in the name of our CBK governor, the best of the brains in strategic management in the name of our two deputy governors, Honorable Speaker, and now this additional skill in terms of technical knowledge, in terms of this new nominee for the CBK, it therefore proves, Honorable Speaker, that now we have all the experts needed to drive our country to the next level, Honorable Speaker. The nominee demonstrated he had no political ambition, he had no conflict of interest, and therefore, I urge this Honorable House that we may jointly approve the nomination of this one Ms. Ignatius, Honorable Speaker, to be the next board member for the CBK, the Central Bank of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, I want to guarantee this committee, I want to guarantee this Honorable House that from the discussion we have with this Honorable, from this nominee Honorable Speaker, that we have the best of the brains in technology. Because Honorable Speaker, we're experiencing a very significant shift from old finance to new finance. For a long time, Honorable Speaker, when you and I got employed, our biggest ambition was to open a bank account and see our salaries come to a bank account. But Speaker, let me tell you what's happening in that arena. People, especially between the age of 18 and 35 years, they don't operate a bank account, they don't operate an M-Pesa account, they operate a virtual assets account. And therefore, we need to start having people in position of influence who are moving from what we call old finance. And old finance is the banking sector, the M-Pesa, the Airtel money, and all those other sectors, to new finance, which is virtual assets. Honorable Speaker, when Bitcoin came to this country, it seemed like a passing cloud. One Bitcoin was trading at around 1,000 shillings. Today, Honorable Speaker, one Bitcoin is trading at in the excess of 15 million shillings. One Bitcoin. And let me tell you what these people have done. They don't just find a way of trading those Bitcoins. There's now a new technology where you are able to have that Bitcoin and not access it in the digital platform, but even have a physical key in terms of the old finance, in terms of a key that's like a flash disk. So you're able to buy your Bitcoin, because the Bitcoins that are circulated globally, Honorable Speaker, and let me just take 1 minute to explain this. So the Bitcoins have been operated globally were a specific number. And so you cannot increase the number of Bitcoins in circulation. So what did those people do? They have now come up with a new technology that says, because you have X limited number of Bitcoins globally, when you buy your Bitcoin or whichever other coin you buy, you're able to buy it and lock it in terms of value physically, and take a physical code on it and hide it wherever you want to hide it. And you're able now to transform that into fiat currency.
Chair, do you notice that the member seated next to you is very surprised, and also the majority deputy whip? Have you noticed that?
I did notice, and it is also because
as you move this motion, I think it is important to bear in mind that this is something that needs to be picked up another day, yes, so that it can be shared in the House beyond moving this motion.
And Honorable Speaker, it's for that reason.
So I would encourage you to continue, just to tell you that most people are hearing these things for the first time in this House. You may proceed.
Yeah. And I really thank you for your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, because this is a new era that we're getting into. Honorable Speaker, if you remember, the starting of M-Pesa era, if you told a typical parent or a typical villager that it will send money virtually, and that money that was displayed on their phones was what now we call fiat currency. Fiat currency is physical currency. That, Honorable Speaker, if I send you 10,000, you are sure that that 10,000 is as good as the 10,000 in your wallet. We have now moved from that to accepting that the 10,000 in M-Pesa or Airtel money is physical money. Now, I'm also informing you now that you move from that step further. Tell me, I'm calling, that's what we call fiat currency. Fiat currency is physical money. To not M-Pesa, but to currency that we also don't understand, that flows through something called blockchain technology, where a few years ago, what was called a Bitcoin, and I remember this because, Honorable Speaker, I raised this at the floor of the House in 2019 to the then governor of CBK. And the CBK governor then said this was a passing cloud. It's passing cloud and it will pass away. Only for us to realize that a Bitcoin then, that was being traded at around 1,000 shillings per Bitcoin, is now going for 15 million shillings for the same Bitcoin. I'm informing honorable members in this house that people between the age of 18 and 35 are nowadays not engaging in, they probably don't have a bank account, they don't have an M-Pesa account, they don't have an Airtel Money account, but they operate through these virtual assets. Whether it is Bitcoins or Ethereum or all these other coins, Honorable Speaker. And it's a whole new technology. The same way a few years ago, it was incomprehensible to understand M-Pesa. The same way now we have a new way of people exchanging as a medium of exchange, a currency that we still don't understand. Honorable Speaker was saying, one of the best interventions that have been is now making it that merging between the old finance and new finance. And what this means is that the money that will be exchanged on Bitcoins now, you're able to get that key code and store it as a store of value and exchange it in the future. Honorable Speaker, it is still a technology that has not been understood. And even when I move this, Honorable Speaker, I barely understand it. But I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, when we started this, I bought a few coins, virtually, only for the value to grow 10-folds in 3-4 weeks. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying it's something that we may not all understand, but that is the future of finance. And I'm very happy that today we are also presenting to the Committee of the Whole House tomorrow the second reading of the Virtual Assets Providers Bill that is going to make Kenya probably the third or fourth or fifth country in Africa to provide legal framework for exchange in this virtual assets, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue that we're talking about, like securitization, is something that is very new to the market. Because the closest we know about securitization has been in Capital Market Authority, where you sell shares. Honorable Speaker, what I'm telling you is, we might have a mineral in your county, Makueni County. And we're saying, we can have Kenyans own a percentage of those minerals in your county. That is what we're calling securitization. And not just securitization in the name that we know it in National Treasury. And that's why now there's a new term in this new finance called tokenization. And we're saying you can own a percentage of the mineral deposits in Makueni without having to invest in the technology of now digging into those minerals. And when now those minerals are sold, you'll own a token. In the old finance, it will be a share of a company. So the same way that you own a share of Safaricom, now we're talking about privatizing KPC, you own a share of KPC, you own a share of Kenya Brewers, you know, whichever company that you think, you can now own a token of minerals that are being deposited in our mineral deposits in this country, Honorable Speaker. And this is the technology. And I'm hoping, Honorable Speaker, that our new nominee, and that's why, in understanding from the discussion we had in the National Treasury, he was headhunted as a person of technology to deal with technology in our CBK to make sure that you're not left behind. It's a matter of technology. Honorable Speaker, my chair for ICT, Honorable KJ, will tell you that the world is moving. and the world has moved. It is not even moving, the world has moved. If you thought M-Pesa was a global intervention, if you thought Visa was a global intervention, then you need to read about Bitcoins and crypto technology and Ethereum and all those technologies around virtual assets. And we're hoping, Honorable Speaker, that Kenya shall become a country that is going to be the issue of the first stable coins, where tokenization will be based on a local currency, where we'll be able to exchange our tokens into fiat currency very easily through an exchange. And Mr. Speaker, we are providing two systems. One, the bill is going to provide for a CBK as a sole regulator for stable coins, and a central and CMA as now the sole regulator for exchange. And I'm hoping that this gentleman, just like the story of Safaricom, that started from Vodacom, and when nobody believed that Vodacom would transform into the Safaricom that we know now and become a lead in Africa, that we are going to become a leader in fintech technology, and especially for finance. And Honorable Speaker, inshallah, when you succeed, these technologies will bring change in our region. We're going to have, and just to give an example, as my minutes are running out, President Trump, for example, even issued a Trump coin in the US. So that's how far this technology have gone. And I'm hoping that the Honorable House will approve this Honorable Member to be, Mr. Pius Angasa, to be a member of the board of CBK and provide the technological know-how that transform us, not just a hub for fintech for Kenya, but most importantly for Africa, and most importantly for the world. Honorable Speaker, we lead. The number of, the amount of money is transacted now on banks and M-Pesa is only compared to what is being transacted on these technologies. We must lead, we must provide the leadership, and we must be.
Please give him a minute to conclude. Please conclude, Chairman.
And we must be the one that provide the leadership in Africa. And with that, I really urge this Honorable House to consider becoming the lead in fintech in this very, very, very important frontier where we are leading by the regulatory framework. Because, Honorable Speaker, in Africa, the only other countries that are providing a legal framework is South Africa and Ghana. Nigeria is the largest trader in Bitcoins, but still in virtual assets, but still don't have a regulatory framework. And once we do this, we are going to be the leader, and this is where our young people will get employment. That's why we're going to become a lead in fit technology. And in those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request now that my co-chair, the chair for ICT, to second.
Yes, proceed. Honorable Kije.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. And at this very thin hour of the evening, I think there could not be any more important business that would be discussing as a House, more important than what is before us. It might be seen as a motion to consider the appointment of an individual to an office. However, Madam Speaker, this evening shall be historic, because one day country will look back and realize that there was a day that the House sat to have a conversation as to how to onboard our financial systems and our financial services onto the fourth industrial revolution. Madam Speaker, I am standing to second this special motion on the consideration of one Mr. Pius Angasa as a board member of the Central Bank of Kenya. And Madam Speaker, you have heard the CV that has been laid here by the Honorable Kimani Kuria. This is a gentleman very well known to me because of his time in the technology sector in Kenya, right from a very nascent stage, when we were experimenting with mobile telephony, up to where we are, Madam Speaker. I would vouch for this individual, not only because he is known to me, but also because I know the expertise that he brings to Central Bank. Madam Speaker, in the early days of the 2010s, Kenya had to make a decision on mobile money. At that time, Kenya could not decide whether to domicile mobile money in banking or whether to domicile mobile money in telecommunications. What Kenya did, which is exactly what we are doing even with virtual assets, is a wait-and-see game that was extremely very well balanced to allow for innovation first to prove itself, and then legislation catches up with innovation, and Kenya has been able to do this with emerging technologies where legislation does not rush to stifle innovation. Madam Speaker, I cannot add to what the Honorable Kimani Kuria has said, that today there is not one single sector that stands on its own. If you're talking about education, today you will not be able to talk about education without education technology, edutech. If you're going to go into finance, you have to talk about business technology, financial technology, fintech. If you're going into agriculture, you'll have to talk about agri-tech, and so on and so forth, Madam Speaker. In this new world, where we are talking about the drive towards a world that is data-driven, the Honorable Kimani Kuria made a perfect example of the County Kitui. We do not know what assets are under the ground in Kitui. We know that there could be potential for mining. What if we went and found a good reserve of cobalt in a county called Kitui? You, who is not a resident of Kitui or hailing from Kitui, as a Kenyan, you now have the ability to benefit from that which is a natural resource found in your country, Madam Speaker. And this can be done by buying a share of that big find of worthy, whatever mineral it could be, it could even be a rare worth, by going into cryptocurrency and investing into cryptocurrency. Madam Speaker, earlier today, I was looking into the rise of Bitcoin. And together with Honorable Kimani Kuria here and our mutual friend, the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, we looked at the path of the growth in value of that one cryptocurrency called Bitcoin. Madam Speaker, a few short years ago, people were being urged to go into investment in Bitcoin. Today, Madam Speaker, that one Bitcoin is equivalent to the value of 15 million Kenya shillings. One Bitcoin. Meaning that today, wanting to buy a Bitcoin, you might need to buy a part of that one coin. Where is the world headed, Madam Speaker? The world is headed to a place where technology, and especially the emerging technologies around AI, will have so much sway on every sector that we talk about. And Madam Speaker, if anybody is sitting here and imagining that artificial intelligence is just a tool, that person is totally lost. A tool, I hear people saying that artificial technology, just like social media or a phone, is a tool. It must be clear, Madam Speaker, that artificial intelligence is not a tool. This is a system or a combination of system or a machine or a combination of machines that have their own agency. Madam Speaker, we are working hard as a country to lead. And that is why we are calling ourselves the Silicon Savannah of Africa. Madam Speaker, we cannot be the Silicon Savannah just by word. Onboarding such thinking into places like the Central Bank of Kenya is leapfrogging us in thought leadership to the new world. So, Madam Speaker, I am praying that when given the opportunity, Mr. Angasa is going to go into Central Bank and revolutionize the thinking around new and emerging technologies as applied in financial in the financial world, to an extent where Kenya now can proudly say that we are leading not only in new technologies like we have done with M-Pesa, but also in these new and emerging technologies like AI, cryptocurrency, the blockchain technology, the Internet of Things, and all these things that accrue from going into this fourth industrial revolution. Madam Speaker, the experience that Mr. Angasa brings to CBK could be that shot in the arm that CBK rightly needs at this moment. And so, Madam Speaker, allow me to conclude by saying that the work that has been done by this joint committee is a great gift that they are presenting to this parliament, and I would urge every single member of parliament to see this nomination in light of what is happening in the world today, and note that Kenya needs to leapfrog right to the front in this new drive towards the new world of emerging technologies, key among them being artificial intelligence and everything else that ensues, including those that will be applicable in financial services like the blockchain technology and this cryptocurrency, Madam Speaker. The urge, the Honorable Kimani Kuria has put it, Kenyans are waiting for us to have good frameworks around these virtual assets, Madam Speaker. And so I am extremely elated that soon after we prosecute the consideration of this nominee, we shall also be going to a committee of the whole House where we shall be delving deep into the issues of virtual assets. And so I must thank this joint parliamentary committee that was involved in the vetting of this nominee for appointment as a member of the board of CBK. And Mr. Pius Angasa, we wish you the best. We want to see this replicated in many other institutions across sectors, because this is where the world is heading, and we as parliament must also consider how we shall onboard this parliament into this new world, because if we do not, then what we legislate for will be legislating into the past rather than legislating into the future. And that is why I propose, Madam Speaker, that we should be thinking about having a dedicated committee of the future in this parliament, a committee of the future that is depending on a parliamentary office on science and technology, because we have to make even our legislation, we have to make our legislation fit for purpose for a time like this and into the future. Madam Speaker, I second this special motion on the consideration of a nominee for appointment as a member of the board of Central Bank. And the nominee here is Mr. Pius Angasa, he himself who brings a great wealth of experience, and we pray that he's going to do that which is required in this new posting and office. We wish him the best. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable KG. Honorable members, I now propose the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, and the Senate Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as a board member of the Central Bank of Kenya, laid on the table of this House on Wednesday, 13th August 2025, and pursuant to Section 11.2 of the Central Bank of Kenya Act, Cap 491, this House approves the approval of Mr. Pius Angasa as board member of the Central Bank of Kenya. Honorable members, I would like to give this opportunity to the Honorable Engineer Vincent Musyoka, member for Mwala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I don't know this particular gentleman, Mr. Pius Angasa, but I associate myself with the gentlemen who understand technology, because that is my background. I want to thank the committee for a job well done. The CV speaks to itself, and we hope this gentleman is going to be a gateway in transformation of our CBK as we move from the traditional ways of banking to the current platforms, which are online and mobile platforms. We also hope this gentleman, like Honorable Kimani Kuria said, you know, when we talked about M-Pesa first time, nobody knew that it will get to the magnitude that we see today. We expect this gentleman will also spearhead technologies around the fintech innovations that also include peer-to-peer lending platforms, robo-advisors for automated investments. We also hope that this gentleman is going to share his expertise, especially on matters blockchain and cryptocurrencies. And you know these are necessary, especially for secure and transparent transactions. The issue of cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin has been talked about, and many of us have been listening to this discussion around cryptocurrencies. As a country, sometimes we get scared in investing. We always think every new technology coming up is a fraud. There are also other currencies. For that particular reason, we also expect that this particular gentleman will also invest his knowledge in ensuring that we also tighten our cyber security. You know, our people have lost a lot of money through cyber crimes, and therefore we also hope that by use of technology that this gentleman seems to understand very well, that we are going to tighten our cyber security system so that we protect financial data from fraud and hacking through what is currently commonly known as two-factor authentication and other methods that are necessary. We also, like you understand, Honorable Speaker, the country is also moving very fast. The world is moving very fast. Anyone who wants to be left behind, they will be left behind at their own peril. We are now at the era of artificial intelligence and machine learning. We can be able to use these technologies, especially artificial intelligence, to be able even to detect fraud and use it also for risk management. These are some of the things, because I understand this gentleman is coming on account of his background in technology. We need to use these emerging technologies. We also need to use technology also to tighten our regulatory compliance framework. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, in as much as I've not met this particular gentleman in person, I do hope that the wealth of experience as enlisted in his CV is going to be of use to our CBK and is going to serve us good. And with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Martha Wangari, member for Gilgil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to support this motion and congratulate my friend and neighbor from Nakuru, the chair, Honorable Kimani Kuria from Molo. And we have no doubt, as Honorable Kawaya has said, even if you don't know this specific member of this board personally, from the report you can already tell that the committee has looked at different parameters to ensure his suitability to be a board member of the board of the Central Bank of Kenya. There is one thing I would just say, Madam Speaker, that I hope the Central Bank can be able to do. One is to pick from what Honorable Kawaya has spoken in terms of data privacy, because we have many institutions or parody institutions that are taking advantage of this era, of the digital era, to actually con unsuspecting members of the community, use their data, and be able to access their monies or access the information that they use to their advantage. So I hope that we can be able to crack that, Madam Speaker. And more importantly, there has to be a link in the communication department of the Central Bank of Kenya to be able to liaise with the media, because I feel like most unscrupulous people who actually target members of the communities use the vernacular radio stations to to actually reach to these members, Madam Speaker. They will advertise an a microfinance, maybe in a certain name, and also be able to get away with it, because by the time the central bank or any regulator catches up with them, then the information is already out there. So I hope we can be able to get a tighter hold of this data to be able to protect the electorate, to be able to protect our communities, and to be able to protect the nation at large. But Madam Speaker, I would also say that we also need to ensure that we help the government, because we have what we call whole government approach, and we in SDGs we say nobody is left behind. We should then be able to advise the executive in one way or another to ensure that borrowing options.
Order, Honorable Wangari.
Yes, sorry.
Your hand is up, Chair. Is anything out of order?
Honorable Speaker, then there is out of order from my neighbor and my senior colleague. But perhaps I thought I could give a point of information, and I wouldn't want
I need to ask her whether she would like to be informed.
I would definitely like to be informed, Madam Speaker.
Okay, proceed.
So, thank you, Honorable Speaker. This Honorable House, and this information that has not been public out there, in the Business Laws Amendment Bill of 2024, there's a very crucial law that this House passed, where if you check the financial sector, we have the banking sector that is operationalized through the CBK Act and the Banking Act. Then you have the SACCOs that is operated by the SACCO Act. And then we have the microfinance that is operated through the Microfinance Act. But Honorable Speaker, this Honorable House in its wisdom, really there was a kuna in law. There were non-microfinance, non-SACCO, and also non-digital finance. And I think having discussions with the Honorable Member for Gilgil, these are the entities that are being abused. Where you are told someone accesses your private data without your consent, realizes that you probably need to buy a car. And what do they do, Madam Speaker? They approach you with an offer. I want to sell you a car at, not even a car, let's talk about a motorcycle, at 150,000 shillings. So they give you a motorcycle, but there is no really legal agreement on what the price, what the principal amount, and what is the interest amount. So when the Committee of Finance and National Planning and this Honorable House agreed with us, whether it was the lacuna in law, what we did, Honorable Speaker, in December last year, through the Business Laws Amendment Bill, we brought what we call non-digital, non-deposit taking finance institutions under the purview of CBK. So what this consequently means is that now, by the time you're getting a loan, especially those Lipa Pole Pole programs, buy now, pay later programs. Madam Speaker, you may have almost fallen scheme of this. You approach, you're just going to view furniture in a furniture shop. They tell you, you like this bed. This bed is a billion shillings. Don't worry. We'll give you, just pay a deposit of 50,000. You can pay the rest in 10,000 shillings. Then before you realize, they have called your entire family, saying how you bought a bed that you can't pay for. So what this Honorable House has done, Honorable Speaker, is bring all these institutions under the purview of CBK, under the fact that they have now to declare. When you buy a price, even what traditionally used to call hire purchase, you know what the purchase amount is, what the interest rate is, and by the time you are signing, you know for sure what the interest rate and what the principal amount is. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, if CBK follows this very well, it will make sure that that abuse of that space will no longer continue. And Honorable Speaker, if you remember, there were times people used to buy motorcycles. And by the time they are paying, just about when they are about to complete the payment for their boda boda, the boda boda is repossessed.
Chair,
Sorry.
Chair, the information you're giving is important.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
But I would like you to summarize.
Yes.
If you can take just 1 minute and close.
Yes, so I want to inform the honourable member for Gilgil, my good friend, that this honourable house has taken necessary steps to make sure that what you call buy now, pay later programs, and what lenders that were non-digital, non-deposit taking, are now under the purview of CBK, and we hope that CBK will ensure that by the time you are buying something on credit, the principal amount is known, the interest is known, and even when you need to repossess that asset, the procedures are known. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Madam Speaker, for your indulgence.
Honourable Martha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the information from the chair of the committee, because I think we all have interacted with this problem, because you have a motorcycle, those that are bought on hire purchase, just when you're about to finish the last installment, it is stolen, or it is taken away by the lender, or it is always a story. And at the end of the day, you end up paying double or even more for the same motorcycle. And Madam Speaker, what I appreciate from the chair is that we are in agreement. There has been a problem. Too many conmen, too much information that is scattered, and it is up to this house to actually ensure that this information is accessible and members of the community and the society know where to get it. And Madam Speaker, what I was saying before is that in this government, we have many sectors. We have the CBK as a regulator. You go to betting problems, you have BCLB. You go to microfinance, you'll get SACCOs, you'll get them under the Ministry of Cooperative. But my point is, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, there should be synergy between different ministries to ensure that the conmen don't take advantage of the lacunas that are created by law. Because what happens now, when we isolate these issues, they will say that's not our mandate, it is for the central bank. That is not our mandate, it's the cooperative bank. But at the end of the day, the people who suffer are the consumers, the people who suffer are members of the community, and by the time they don't even know where to lodge their complaint, because it is a ping pong between ministries. So I hope that we can be able to get that synergy, Madam Speaker. And finally, that CBK should also be, and I know it is involved, but also advise government in terms of good borrowing and bad borrowing. Advise government in terms of what loans can you get short term, what can you get from internal sources, what can you get from external sources, which are better than commercial rates, and get the best that we can get for this country, Madam Speaker, so that at the end of the day, we work together. But all in all, Madam Speaker, I support the report and congratulate the chair and the committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Martha Wangari. There be no other interest in this. I'll go ahead and put the question. Before I put the question, I would like to call upon the mover to reply.
So, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, I would really like to add my voice on this and thank the honorable members that made to this contribution. CBK has made very substantial steps, and I will really thank the governor for the Central Bank of Kenya, the one Dr. Kamau Thuge, the two deputy governors, starting the one Dr. Susan. Honorable Speaker, if you may recall, when we started the 13th Parliament, the exchange rate of Kenya shillings to the dollar was going to around 160 shillings, and it was unpredictable. At some time, we almost became a dollarized economy. But now, for the last few months, we have had now our exchange rates really stagnating at around between 128 and 130 shillings. We've also had our interest rates, not just stabilized but reduced. We've had our CBR rate reduced to 9% per annum, Honorable Speaker, and this shows that the deliberate fiscal and monetary policies that the CBK has made in the leadership of the CBK governor, the deputy governors, and the board of CBK has made on this. And I would want to voice and to be on record today to congratulate Dr. Kamau Thuge, the governor of Central Bank, and the two deputy governors, and the board of CBK, and the Monetary Policy Committee, and the Fiscal Monetary Policy for the good work that they've done. And thank the Honorable Committee also, with the Honorable House, for now diversifying the skill set of our board of CBK by making sure that now we have someone who has digital knowledge, who is very good in technology as a board member of the Central Bank of Kenya. I'm hoping that this fiscal, monetary, and all these strategies being put in place will continue to put Kenya into the trajectory of being the fintech of Africa, making us an entry point. When I look forward, when I was speaker, the same way Safaricom became the entry point. Now Safaricom is the biggest stakeholder in DRC, Congo, and Ethiopia. The same way banking sector, Equity Bank, a bank in Kenya now, is the largest bank in DRC, Congo. That we continue to become the leaders of fintech technology across, especially for Africa. And for this, I want to congratulate and thank this Honorable House for approving this board member to add to that voice into the board of CBK. And that I beg to reply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable members, I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning and the Senate Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as a board member of the Central Bank of Kenya laid on the table of this House on Wednesday, 13th August 2025. And pursuant to Section 11.2 of the Central Bank of Kenya Act, Cap 491. This House approves the appointment of Mr. Pius Angasa as board member of the Central Bank of Kenya. Is it the mood of the House that I put the question? As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order. Honorable members, before we go to the next order, I would like to inform the House that we will deal with the meteorology bill, that is Roman 1, and Roman 2 and 3 in order number 11 are hereby dropped. They'll be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, we are now in the Committee of the Whole House for the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bill number 45 of 2023, as directed by the Speaker.
Clauses 3, 4, 5, and 6.
I propose the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, and 6 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, and 6 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment, Chair. Honorable Kawaya will be the chair for this session.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 7 of the bill be amended in sub clause 2 by A, inserting the words Civil Aviation Act and relevant regulations immediately after the word aviation appearing in paragraph D. B, inserting the following new paragraph immediately after paragraph F. FA, integrate traditional indigenous knowledge with modern science in weather forecasting through participatory scenario planning. And C, inserting the following new paragraph immediately after paragraph L, collaborate with the National Drought Management Authority in the development of the drought early warning systems.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 7 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 8, 9, 10, and 11.
I propose the question that clauses 8, 9, 10, and 11 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 8, 9, 10, and 11 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. I know it has an amendment. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 12 of the bill be amended A, in subclause 1 by deleting the words Board of Directors to be known as the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority Board and substituting therefore with the word board. B, in subclause 2(1) by deleting the words in the ministry appearing in paragraph B and substituting therefore the word for the time being. 2, by deleting the words in the ministry appearing in paragraph C and substitute.
Maybe just to guide you, you can actually say as per the order paper because you can read.
Thank you.
It is quite a mouthy one.
Yeah. Well guided, Honorable Chair. That will make work easier. So that clause 12 of the bill be amended as appears in the order paper.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question. Okay. Honorable Kimani.
So, Honorable Chair, I do notice that this amendment is in line with Mwongozo, and actually make sure that all our laws are in line with the Mwongozo directive, and we also have institutions, and not just institutions, but also most importantly anchored by law. In that case, I support the amendment by the chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
That is very well. I see the chair nodding to the Mwongozo. He knows what you're talking about. If you wish to speak on any amendment, you will use the intervention. But for now, I put the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 12 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
No amendments. I propose the question that clauses 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment, Chair. Move.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 19 of the bill be amended as appears in the order paper. Honorable Chair, this
you said what? Clause what?
19.
19, yes.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, what this clause 6 to do for the benefit of members is basically to allow the board, the new board that will be formed under the new Meteorological Services Authority Board, to be able to invite any member to share the traditional knowledge. Because currently, as it is, traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge is used as part of the weather forecasting. And since these people cannot be appointed as board members because board members require by Mwongozo to have you need a degree, therefore we have this clause to allow the board to be able to co-opt or invite any person who has knowledge.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the chair. KJ?
Madam Speaker, I must support this amendment. I'm sure the committee did see the gap that was missing. Madam Speaker, we're in a new world where we are talking about the digital move. Now, even as we are moving into the digital new world, we cannot forget that we have some grounded cultural heritage that we know works. And I know the Honorable Chair, Honorable Kawaya, from where he comes from, that thing that people call remote control, he knows the science behind it. In fact, there had been a joke some time back that the Machakos University had invented a course on witchcraft. Madam Speaker, this is not witchcraft. It is an understanding of what is supernatural the metaphysical, and all these things that operate in the unseen world. And Madam Speaker, why this is important is because before man tapped electricity, put it in a wire and powered devices, people could have thought that electricity is witchcraft. So that which we do not know does not mean it belongs to the realm of the occult. However, Madam Speaker, I must say that in this new world where data is being scraped off the internet and it is driving machine learning and artificial intelligence, we also must onboard our African traditional culture, heritage, and knowledge, so that if there is a space that will allow us to onboard people who have this traditional knowledge of calling the rain or even predicting drought, then Madam Chair, we cannot lose that opportunity just by dint of the limitation of one having a degree. Some people who have this very amazing traditional knowledge have learnt it from apprenticeship. They might not be having the academic papers, but they might be of great help to the meteorological institution, which is headquartered in the Glaja area of Dagoretti, around Dagoretti Corner.
Very well.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Kimani, keep it shorter.
So, Honorable Chair, I'll put it very short. I lead a constituency that has a gay community. And the gay community, who we call the Drobos, coexisted very well with the forest, making sure there was environmental conservation and living well with all the creatures of the forest. And I'm very happy with this amendment because this brings the gay community into the center of this. They may not have the academic knowledge of climate change or environmental conservation, but they have the experience of living in the forest. Second, Honorable Chair, I've seen a video circulating online of a vehicle somewhere, I think in Cumberland, I don't remember where it is.
It's in Kathiani.
In Kathiani, where it is put on free gear, it is moving by
I have
itself.
actually tried it myself. And I used water.
It worked?
And it went up.
So it's not witchcraft. so I look forward to the explanations of these people coming into law and informing our decision. That I support really the amendment by the Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair.
Very well. I know we had a substantial debate in second reading. I remember the issue of the Turkanas and the intestines and reading the weather using the intestines. So there are still very many things that will be useful. So allow me, members, to put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 19 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 38.
I propose the question that clause 38 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment, Chair.
Chair, I move that clause 38 of the bill be amended as appears in the order paper. Honorable Chair, this particular amendment seeks to ensure that the rights of private landowners are protected. Basically, when doing meteorological observations, since you want to put an equipment such as a mast that we do for Safaricom, you expect to have an arrangement with the landowners, because the law also states that once, this particular bill states that once you've allowed the Meteorological Services Authority to erect the equipment there is a minimum distance that you cannot get to that particular equipment, and therefore that means there must be some sort of an arrangement for compensation, And this particular clause speaks to that.
Very well, Chair. I propose the question that clause 38 be amended as proposed. Honorable Kimani.
So two things, Honorable Chair. I'm very happy with this amendment because that's two things. We have seen most families, especially in rural villages, really benefit when these masts are erected in their compounds, and therefore I would want the assurance that their privacy is actually guaranteed, even when these meteorological survey masts are erected in their compounds. But also, most important, Honorable Chair, in this move of digitization and digital technology, we must make every effort to make sure that data protection still remains very essential. Our moms in the village could easily give in to our land to erect something, only for the person who has erected the mast to have privacy in the calls we make to our mothers or the telephones that we make, and therefore it's very important. Honorable Chair, I was following a TikTok conversation where my mom decided to talk to her sisters, but then she thought the way to have one conference call was to go on TikTok live. So I had a very difficult time explaining to my mom that that TikTok live, everyone is listening and
it
everyone
is
is
open.
watching.
Yeah.
And therefore the issues of privacy is something that we must really strongly protect to make sure that everyone is protected from the right of privacy. And that I support this amendment, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair of the House.
Thank you. Very well. I now put the question that clause 38 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 38 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52.
I propose the question that clauses 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 53.
I propose the question that clause 53 be part of the bill. Chair, you have a proposed amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move that clause 53 of the bill be amended as appears in the order paper. Basically, Honorable Chair, this is a straightforward one. The transition from the current meteorological board to the new authority touched on transfer of staff and from the to the new authority, and guaranteed the jobs for the technical staff, but went silent on what happens to the non-technical staff. And therefore, this particular clause ensures that the jobs for the non-technical staff who are working currently under the meteorological services are guaranteed when we switch to the Meteorological Services Authority.
Very well. Allow me to first propose the question that clause 53 be amended as proposed by the Chair. KJ?
Honorable Chair, I'm very impressed by how keen the Honorable Vincent Kawaya is and their committee in prosecuting this bill. Why this is important, Madam Speaker, is because a rose by any other name will still smell as sweet. So the change of name is not the big issue. It is what this service that we're creating will do going into the future. And even as they are transitioning, there has to be job security, Madam Speaker, to ensure that whether you are a technical person or whether you are working as a subordinate person or any other arrangement that you have of engagement with the HR at the now defunct meteorological agency moving into a service, that your job security is assured. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the committee and thank the chair for that very critical observation, because it is in this committee of the whole house that we are actually making the law. What we were doing in the second reading was just debating. In the first reading, it was a pronouncement. So this is the moment that we are now making the law. This is where the rubber meets the road. And I'm sure that the chair deserves a commendation for the attention to detail that he has put to this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable KK. Shortly.
Honorable Chair, this is one of the examples of why the draft of our constitution did the separation of powers between the executive and the legislature. That's why we should never allow a bill to just come and pass at the floor of this House as it has been proposed by the executive. Because this House does public participation, and by reading the report from the committee, this actually was informed by public participation that they carried on for, in terms of public participation. And therefore, this means that we enrich the law-making process. And this is a clarion call to especially members of the executive who think that we just pass the law as it's brought to this House. We add value to the laws of this House, and that's why this particular amendment is supported wholeheartedly by this House, because it's add value to lawmaking system, and that informs the separation of power between the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Very well put. I now put the question, members, that clause 53 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 53 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 54.
No amendment. I propose the question that clause 54 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 54 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 43A.
Move second reading of the new clause.
Chair, I beg to move that new clause 43A be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this particular clause, 43A, is a consequential amendment to Cap 475. 43A, Section 3 of the Air Passenger Services Act is amended in Section 3 by inserting the words, the Kenya Meteorological Services Authority, immediately after the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. Basically, Honorable Chair, all the planes landing in Kenya pay some charge called the Air Passenger Service Charge under the Air Passenger Services Act. That money is basically paid to the Tourism Fund and also paid to the Kenya Civil Aviation. And part of the reasons why the money has been paid to the Kenya Civil Aviation is that because the data that when we domesticated Annex 3 of the Chicago Convention is that the data that they use to navigate is actually has been sourced through Kenya Civil Aviation, through the Met Department, and since now this is an authority, we want part of these resources to be shared to the Kenya Meteorological Services Authority. So basically we are adding the Meteorological Services Authority to the list of those eligible to the Air Passenger Services charge money.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that the new clause 43A be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 43A be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that new clause 43A be part of the bill. I put the question that new clause 43A be now part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
First schedule.
I propose the question that the first schedule be part of the bill. I now put the question that the first schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
I propose the question that the second schedule be part of the bill. I put the question that the second schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Third schedule.
I propose the question that the third schedule be part of the bill. I now put the question that the third schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 1 of the bill be amended by deleting the words "and shall come into operation on such a date as the Cabinet Secretary by notice in Gazette may appoint." Honorable Chair, the reason is basically what we want is to ensure that when this bill is enacted into law, then under the Article 116 of the Constitution, basically it is supposed to be in force 14 days after publication in Gazette, after assent by the President. This bill, the way it was drafted, left the discretion on when that comes into law to the Cabinet Secretary, which is very, very dangerous.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Honorable Kimani.
So I really want to thank the Chair of the committee and the committee for catching this. Because, Honorable Chair, we are seeing this appearing in most bills that are coming from the executive that is bringing a lot of power, which is legislative power, to the Cabinet Secretary. Honorable Chair, our constitution is extremely clear on the role of the three arms of government. So even the change with the effective date of the coming into law of any particular piece of legislation is actually a legislative power which only lies with Parliament, and in this case, most importantly, in the National Assembly. So I want to thank them for putting and really send this message to the executive. You hold the implementation powers. You cannot hold legislative powers. So even the date of effect of any piece of legislation can only be decided by the of Parliament, in this case by the National Assembly. So let us not see this again from a legislative proposal. You know that the power of legislation lies solely with the House of Parliament, in this case, the National Assembly. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
That summarizes it. I now put the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 1 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We have come to the end of that committee of the whole. Mover to move reporting. The Deputy Majority Leader, I'm told. I can't see you, sorry.
On Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Meteorological Bill, Senate Bill number 45 of 2023 and its approval thereof with amendments.
I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bill number 45 of 2023 and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Chair. Chairperson. Please pass the mic to the Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bill number 45 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Please proceed.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request the Honourable Kawaya Vincent Musyoka to second the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House.
Chair, please proceed.
Honourable Speaker, I second.
Let me propose the question first. Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Before I put the question, I would like to give a chance to the Chair Finance.
Honourable Speaker, I would like to demystify a fact that has been said in this House and of the leadership of this country on the leadership of women. So, Honourable Speaker, usually you don't expect an attendance of a great number of women leaders in the House around a few minutes to midnight, or at this time of the night, around 9 p.m. But I want to tell the country today that the number of people we have sitting in the House today, we have more women leaders than we have men leaders in this country. And this shows and demystifies the fact that, we think that women leaders will leave at 4 p.m. and go to do their chores. Starting from you, Honourable Speaker, and this is to inform us as a country that we need to be very careful of the people that we choose our leaders, and the leaders that don't have to be male, don't have to be female. We just need to make sure that we have good leaders for our republic, and that's what we need. And Madam Speaker, you have demonstrated this in yourself, sitting throughout the day, through the evening. The chair of the committee of the whole House, my neighbor and my good friend, the Honorable Martha Wangari, our deputy whip, the Honorable Wako, sitting through this particular conversation through the night. And therefore, this challenges us to demystify the point about women leaders. And most important, even, Honorable Speaker, even when we check our members of staff, starting from the clerks of the committee, the members from the sergeant-at-arms, who are women, who are sitting through the night for this particular forum, really demonstrates that women can lead not as good as men, even better than men. What matters is what your leadership qualities and what you do with them. It doesn't matter whether you are a man or a woman. I thank you for your indulgence, Honourable Speaker.
Well, thank you very much for those kind words. I'm sure the women leaders seated in this House appreciate, honourable members. Now I'll go ahead and put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now call upon mover to move third reading.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the meteorological bill, Senate Bill number 45 of 2023, be now read a third time. Honourable Speaker, I want to make a few comments and say that this is a very important piece of legislation, Honourable Speaker, and this piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, will help to anchor the meteorological department now into law. It has been operating on a legal notice, but which is a subsidiary law. But now it will have its own act of parliament and therefore be able to give it autonomy and resources and actually enough scope to do the work as expected. Honourable Speaker, I want to thank every member of parliament that has been sitting here many hours, including myself and the Honourable Kawaya and the Honourable Kimani Kuria. The male colleagues that have remained to
Please do not fail to mention the Honourable KJ.
The Honourable KJ. You know KJ was my junior at university. Junior, many years behind me at KU. The speaker was she? No, she was not my senior. She was my junior. We actually did masters same year. And, I look younger, but I'm old enough to be a grandfather. Yes. So, Honourable Speaker, I want to thank everyone that participated. I want to thank also the clerks and the committee that actually looked at this and actually midwifed this bill so that we reach here today. I thank you, Honourable Speaker, and therefore request the Honourable Kawaya to second.
Honorable Speaker, this particular bill enacted into law will go a long way in not only resourcing the Meteorological Services Authority, but also ensuring that these particular resources are used to make sure that we have timely and accurate data, invest in the right sources of information, modern equipment, as well as the very discussed indigenous knowledge. And we hope that with the passage of this particular law, that the way we do our data, our observation, it is going to be a game changer, and it can only work towards enhancing our safety with our aircrafts, our food security, in the way we do our predictions using data. And therefore, this particular piece of legislation is very, very timely and will go a long way. With those few remarks, I beg to move to second.
Honorable members, I will not encourage further debate in the interest of time. So, honorable members, I now propose the question, which is the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bill number 45 of 2023, be now read a third time. I'll go ahead and put the question. I therefore put the question, which is that the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bill number 45 of 2023, be now read at that time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the establishment of the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority, regulation, coordination, monitoring, management, provision, and control of meteorological services and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Honorable members, thank you very much. And the time now being 2 minutes past 9 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 14th of August, 2025 at 10 a.m.